Well, some of you are up late. Oh, come on, fingers, do what I want you to do. So Japan just got rocked by a pretty big earthquake. They have like some landslides. I haven't seen a tsunami alert yet, but there is rock slides and stuff. Oh my god, it's the tea lady. I haven't seen you forever. I guess there's like dust rising up from the earthquake too. Checking for tsunami warnings right now. Happened, I think, like 45 minutes ago. Kumamoto, Japan. Looks like where the earthquake hit. There is a tsunami advisory currently in effect in the Ereteki Sea, Yoshishiro Sea in western Japan. The Kisho region affecting parts of the Fukokaki, Sakiya, and Nagasaki prefectures issued by Japan. So yeah, there is an earthquake alert. Or not an earthquake, I'm sorry. There is a tsunami alert. Good morning, McFly. Yeah, very big earthquake, 7.1. I'm looking for more stuff. I'm also looking for... I have this big old monster bar that's on the... my full screen, but I want to... I guess it doesn't matter. So I just got on. I'm still looking for news. Here we go. Oh my God. Hopefully there was no one inside of that when that collapsed. Some old shrine, it looks like. So yeah, there is a tsunami warning right there. Estimate of a meter high of water, so 2 point something feet. So. Oh, NHK, you should be live right now, hopefully. I don't know if there's NHK English or Japanese. What's up, Mita? Muda! Oh wow, so this is actually
screen there. We're seeing the image of a highway road being damaged by the impact of an earthquake in Kumamoto Prefecture's Yatsushiro City. Yatsushiro City recorded the intensity of upper 6 on the Japanese seismic scale that ranges from 0 to 7. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Kumamoto Prefecture's Uki City, says it has received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it is now checking
I gotta have the wife go make me some
Prefectural police in Kumamoto are also collecting information about damage. Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website that about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 5:15 p.m. local time. That's about 45 minutes ago. Once again, Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website that about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 5:15 p.m. local time.
I think it's that shrine I see in anime all the time.
Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. And Kyushu Railway Company says services have been suspended on all of its trains, including the Kyushu Shinkansen, due to the quake. Once again, Kyushu Railway Company says services have been suspended on all of its trains, including the Kyushu Shinkansen, due to the quake. Remember that more tremors could happen at any moment. Tremors were felt in wide areas, mainly in Kyushu region,
look at that freaking bridge.
Japan, not just in Kumamoto Prefecture, so please stay vigilant for more tremors. Now, let's listen in once again to our domestic service with simultaneous interpretation.
走っている部分になるかと思いますが、その
I believe that another smaller scale of the bridge, which is probably dedicated to the pedestrians and the bicycles, collapsed, and also the buttressed.
Well, okay, as long as it's the pedestrian bicycle side.
The pillars are disappearing from this side that I cannot see. Maybe the different structure or the form of the structure, and there are a main bridge stayed intact. However, that you can see the pod is collapsed. How this was supported structurally, that we don't know. So this is probably caused by the earthquake. The damage caused by the earthquake. This is undoubtedly, and you can see that on the side of on the main expressway, the roads, the cars are passing. It's looks to be relatively new, but the road may be damaged with the step wide of that. The difference of the elevation may take place after the earthquake, and this should be inspected. And if you are driving a car, be extremely careful. So that the smaller bridge, the side of the main bridge collapsed. And this is the footage from the Yatsushiro City of the Kumamoto Prefecture. If you drive the cars, these are the things are happening, and therefore be very, very careful if you drive the cars right now.
That's why you come to me, not AP.
And in Yatsushiro City of the upper 6, according to the local police, Yatsushiro City, Kakamibachi
I'm just sad about that
the people who
shrine.
are trapped
That thing
in
is
the
probably
glass
hundreds
house.
of years
There was a
old,
report
if not
to
more.
the police of the Yatsushiro police. Let me repeat. In Yatsushiro City, it observed that the upper 6 of the intensity, according to local police, that in Kagami,
So I think
Nozaki,
you see that
and
little
there is
board
a
over there?
reporting
Those are
of
like
the
people's
people
prayers they
trapped
tie
in
there,
the
I
glass
believe.
houses, and also the blackout as well. According to the METI, according to the earthquakes, because of
And good
the
morning,
earthquakes,
everybody. Good morning,
the
McFly and
city
Julius,
gas,
and
LP gas,
Rooster and
and also
Niels, and
the
Tea
power
Lady,
generation
and
that they are
Buddha,
inspecting whether
Hunting.
any damages. According to
Hunting
Kyushu
Rocker, is that what that
Power
is?
and electricity companies, about the 48,000 households are out of the electricity right now in Kumamoto City. At about the 4:27 p.m., the strong earthquake occurred in Kumamoto Prefecture. In Kishi and Hikawa shows that the intensity of 7 was observed, and also that the upper 6, that the Minami district in Yatsushiro City and Udo,
So
and
7
Sakazuchi
and
and
6s. Upper 6 and a 7.
these are the places of the upper 6 and the lower 6.
Hate it,
Kumamoto
Pappy.
Prefecture, Kami Amakusa, Koshi, and Utsumachi, and Ishiharama.
Yeah, there's a
and
tsunami
Hidemachi,
warning of
and
roughly
Ashitaka,
1 meter
townships.
is what they're
These are
guessing,
the
so
places of the
not
upper
huge.
6.
But 1 meter of water is still a lot of
The
water.
meteorological agency says in Kashima town and Kosa town of Kumamoto Prefecture, which is close to the focus, they are unable to know or observe the seismic
You're very
intensity.
welcome.
And the agency says that in the local governments near them, the seismic intensity of 5 is expected, and a seismic intensity of upper 5 was registered in Kumamoto Prefecture's Central Ward, Higashi Ward, Nishi Ward, and others, and in Kikuyo Town and Tsunagi Town, and Nagasaki Prefecture's Minami Shimabara City, in Kagoshima Prefecture, Satsuma Sendai City, Satsuma Town, and Nagashima Town. Lower 5 was registered in many regions.
That was
in
a giant double
Kumamoto,
broiler.
Fukuoka, Saga, Nagasaki, Miyazaki, and Kagoshima prefectures. The meteorological agency says that the focus of the quake is in Kumamoto region, and the depth is
Hope
10
it's in LA.
kilometers, and
Don't away from my
magnitude
family.
is estimated to be 7.1.
熊本県八代市の現在の様子です。
This is a current situation in Yatsushiro City in Kumamoto. You can see the cargo train has been turned over. It could be the locomotive engine.
熊
The
本県八代
train
市
has
震度6強を観測しました。
collapsed
八
and
代駅の上空からお伝え
derailed,
しています
probably. And this is Yatsushiro Town
Collapse and a
in
derailment.
Kumamoto
Hopefully
Prefecture.
it's
And
a
this information
passenger
just
train.
in JR Cargo says in Yatsushiro City, where seismic intensity of upper 6 was registered, a cargo train has derailed and flipped. There are no passengers on board, and JR Cargo is currently checking whether the conductor is safe or not.
We're good on our
We don't know
coast.
if this is the actual train that has been reported, but we could see that
But
the
they have a lot of
train has
damage.
derailed and had
And I don't know if they have
turned on
anyone
the
that's
side.
died
と
or
いう情
not.
報も
And we have information that a train has derailed and turned to the side. Looking at
See those
this
homes that are all
image,
collapsed? I'm hoping there's no one in them.
the train is
But good morning, Miss T.
detached from the cargo cars, so we don't know what the relationship is between the positions here. But what we can say is that the first car has turned to that side, it has derailed. That could be confirmed from this image. Generally speaking, when there is a strong jolt,
だけれどもかなり揺さぶこれも
yes, so yes, this train has derailed and is on the side.
ですので
So the cargo train has
場合によって
derailed. So depending on the situation, maybe they were one train all connected together.
先ほどの貨物部分と
Yeah, I just hope there's no one in those
cargo car
buildings.
as well as the train itself.
プラスになっています。
And there are several cars that are on the side, so you can see the derailment in many of the cars. So I
So
think this
NHK
train
is where we're getting
had
the
been
audio
affected
from
by
in
a
number
very
3.
strong jolt.
ここに被害が起きた
Yeah, Venezuela got hit really hard.
The damage, what caused this damage, we
No,
don't
Jared,
know,
I
but
remember Loma
this
Prieta.
area may have been
I was in
shaken
Loma Prieta.
very violently.
揺れだけでは
And usually,
激しい揺れがある程度
if the shaking is
Hawaii
not
has a
violent,
warning,
this doesn't
but
happen.
West Coast,
And
Canada,
also
and United
the
States,
cargo
fine.
and the train car.
No warning as of
we
now.
can see that the earthquake has affected them greatly. In any case,
熊本の地震
the Kumamoto earthquake was an intensity 7 on the Japanese scale of 0 to 7 compared to the Noto earthquake and the previous Kumamoto earthquake. It's on par with them, and therefore we may imagine that similar damage has been caused.
6時です。
And it's now 6 p.m.
まず夜
Please make sure that you find a safe place
I
to
know.
stay
All of
this
you were hoping I was going to
evening.
announce World War III by
And
this early
also,
morning, but
look
no, it's just a
around and
horrible
see if
earthquake.
there's anybody needing help. Also, try to tell everybody around you if you are safe.
つながっている
And now we have a phone call connected to Kashima City of Kumamoto Prefecture. We have the General Affairs Division person, Sakaguchi-san. Thank you very much. Can you hear us? Yes. In your town, we don't know the intensity of the earthquake there, but what was the shake like? Well, it felt very strong. So I believe it's lower 6 or maybe upper 6 or even lower 7. That's how strong the jolt was felt. And right now, where are you? Well, right now I'm inside the town hall and I'm trying to deal with the situation here.
被害の情報という
Are you getting information about damage inside the municipality?
調査の情報
Well, yes, we hear about some injuries
ちょっと井戸水の
and
濁って
well water. Some people say that it's turned muddy and they can't drink or use the water from the wells.
Oh, that means the ground was
And also,
solidifying,
what is
right?
the situation with the lifeline, like power, water supply, and others?
Hey, Vermont Moving.
The water supply,
Hey,
the
Kelly
wells
J.
are being used.
Bunch of you
the
haven't
well
seen in a
water is
while.
being used in many households, and people say that the water from the tap is turning muddy. They can't really drink the water. That's one thing. And also, concerning blackouts,
私どもとしては
we have not been able to confirm the situation ourselves yet.
避難している方
And also about people who have evacuated. Do you have any information about
こ
them?
れはまだですね
Well, so far, no, we don't
というのは入って
know. We don't have any information about people who have evacuated. Now, I'm very sorry. I'd like to ask you.
今役所
Right now,
ですね
around the office, what is the situation about collapsed buildings or any fires? Can you tell us what you see?
ちょっとまだ詳細が確認でき
We have not checked the details yet, so this is a preliminary information. There are some smokes observed
役場から
at some places, and also the city hall that I can see some the whitish smoke rising
夏の後に
after the explosive sound. Yes, again, that I have to refrain from saying anything categorical because it's a preliminary information. Or is the information quite confused about the damage information? Not exactly.
電話が引い
Right now, yes, well, the telephones are calling one after, the telephones are not
Well, I have a
really
revolver
full
that's blessed by a
sample.
priest
So
made for
far
shooting
that it is
demons,
enough
so,
for us to take
I'm ready.
measures.
明らかになってくるんで
But the more that we know about the damage,
Miss Tia, are you
maybe
and the
situation
man
will
both
be
up
more
right now?
concerned, I don't know. During
Or
the
up this
night,
late, rather?
well, what are the support that are you going to provide for the shelter people or evacuees? As for the shelter centers,
電話の途中なんですが
I'm sorry.
津波
I'm sorry.
が
Well,
解除されました津波警報が解除されま
The
した
tsunami warning, tsunami advisory was lifted.
Well, good. So the
Sakaguchi-san, I'm very
advisory is,
sorry.
oh my
But,
God.
this news has just come in. Sorry for the interruption. That tsunami advisory was lifted. And after the dark and during the night, what is your wish to the local people?
はもう周囲の
First of all,
Oh, thank you.
to contain, ensure your safety, and also that protect yourself from the aftershocks and the tsunami. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sakaguchi, and be careful yourself. Thank you.
Was that the tenor that you just sent me from Mount Living?
Sakaguchi-san is from the General Affairs section of the City Hall of
whatever the hell that was.
Township. And this is the Yatsushiro cities, and this is the Japan paper that limited, and you can see that the Nippon paper corporations that the building that you can see that the stock is collapsed in the middle of their Yatsushiro.
Thank you very much. I just got it. Appreciate you.
Of the Nippon Seishi, the plant that you can see that the footage tells you that the stock that the big stock was collapsed.
The Jaeger pilot's ready.
It was broken into two.
If we have Jaeger pilots, I'm happy. If we have to move to Evangelion pilots, so I'm going to be a little worried. That's going to be like end time stuff.
A long time, which was suspected because the big structure like this has affected in a significant way, or the breaking of the stock in two, for example, or the rollover of the cargo trains attest to this the big shaking.
So please ensure safety around you first. This is the key message we want to convey to people on the ground. Things might fall from unexpected places, and there could be secondary damage. So please be on the alert.
Well, we don't know if there's any aftershocks either.
This is footage from above the Yatsushiro City in Kumamoto Prefecture. At 4:27
I don't know if the Bible says anything
a seismic
about earthquakes.
intensity of maximum
I have not read the Bible in a very long time.
registered. And then there was a seismic intensity of 5 later on, and 2 minutes later. So there's a danger that they will be continuing to have strong jolts. So right now the structures might be in place, but the next quake might actually collapse such structures. So please be on the alert.
So they're worried about aftershocks, it sounds like.
We are finding out what is going on. There's been some collapse of houses, infrastructures, as well as water pipes bursting. And there are also regions where we don't know.
The nuke plant says that they're fine. There's no elevated radiation outside of it.
A seismic intensity of 7 was registered in Hikawa town at the Yatsushiro Northern Medical Center shortly before 6 p.m. More than about 50 people due to injuries have been transported or have visited the hospital. Once again, in Kumamoto Prefecture's Hikawa town at the Yatsushiro Northern Region Medical Center, shortly before 6 p.m., at least around 50 people due to injuries have been transported or have arrived at the hospital. And here's some information about the nuclear power plant. Kyushu region
How do you
and
feel about
Shikoku
the
region,
Robert
each
Downey
of the
Jr. plane
electricity
too?
company says that they have not seen any abnormalities. Kyushu Electric Power Company says a seismic intensity of upper 5 was registered in Kagoshima Prefecture's Satsuma Sendai-si. The Sendai number 1 and number 2 plants are in operation, but there are no abnormalities.
How do you feel that they hint that him and Reed might have been gay together?
As you can see, there was a seismic intensity of 2 in Saga Prefecture's Genkai Town's Genkai Nuclear Power Plant. Number 3 is going through inspections and is out of operation, as well as number 4 is not in operation. Shikoku Electric Power Company says a seismic intensity of 4 was registered in Ikata Town, Ehime Prefecture. Ikata Nuclear Power Plant number 3 is in operation, but they do not see any abnormalities at this moment. For all nuclear power plants, the monitoring posts are not showing any deviations in the radioactive material and measurements.
According to the Kumamoto police, where intensity 7 was observed as of 12 buildings or houses
I'm trying to think if there's a better villain.
In 4 cases, people have been trapped under the rubble. It's mainly in Yatsushiro City, and also people who have not been contacted.
I don't know. The United States government was a pretty big villain for a
Right now, there are
minute.
about 9 within the prefecture, and this is according to the Kumamoto Prefectural Police.
I like the Book of Eli.
Now, looking at the latest on the earthquake, this is the Kyushu Expressway, and because of the
So parts of the
shaking,
earthquake
we
are
can
at
see
6
that
something,
some parts
and
of
then
the
other
road
parts are
have
at
collapsed.
7.1.
And this is Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture, the Kyushu Expressway.
I'm going to go with
We
the
can see
Japan's
that,
rating
along
personally.
two bridge piers, the road has shifted and are
It was
misaligned.
based.
And we also see some fire occurring in Uki City as of 5 p.m. We
Oh my
see
God.
flames coming out of buildings, and we also see black smoke rising from the buildings. And this is within Kumamoto City, right after the earthquake, or right when the earthquake occurred. The speaker says that he is on a bypass and he can see that the poles are shaking widely. And we also hear the alarm sound of the early earthquake warning. And this is as of 5 p.m., also in Kumamoto City. The driver says that the traffic lights are not on, they are not working. And he also says that from the road he sees water seeping out. He says that he sees water seeping out from the road.
So again, there was liquefaction of the ground,
There are cracks
which
along
is bad.
the
That
road.
means
this is in Kumamoto.
if there's like pile drivers and stuff around there,
And
I think it's going to be able to hold very
this
well.
could be because of the earthquake. There are cracks
And they're
along
saying
the road.
some of the pylons for the bridges might have fallen, like
This
sunk
is
it into the
Central
ground.
District Kumamoto, and many people that evacuated to outside of the building to the road after a big jolt.
Remember,
happened
Tio, if you're
very
awake,
just now.
A Japanese 4 is like a 10
work
for you.
at the 8th floor of the building, and all the furniture is collapsed, and she said that it was the mess inside of her office. At around 5 o'clock, and this is a Kumamoto station. In front of the Kumamoto station, many people
Savage, that is what you
are
needed the super
gathered in
chat.
front of the stations, looking at the smartphone screens and calling their friends and relatives. JR's operation is going to be suspended, or that the convention and on the Shinkansen. And I was in the 3rd floor of the building, but the jolt was strong and long. And
Me too. I have to get like an extra
she was
$200 to cover all my
very,
bills for the first.
surprised. Kagoshima and Fukuoka is close by, that she was planning to go back home tonight, but it is very difficult tonight. And this woman says that horizontally that the jolt was very violent, and she was afraid
Why is the
that
IRS
ceiling
coming
is
after
going
you?
to collapse.
Aren't you
And
poor
she
like me?
felt her legs
Just go file for,
started to shake.
Oh, what the hell is
in
it?
the City of the Kumamoto Prefecture at about the earthquake took place. You can see that the white
Chapter 11?
smoke-like things are rising from the mid of the mountains. So you can see that this is probably that the dust is going down from the slope of the mountains of the Kumamoto Prefecture. And Kumamoto, the district area, that incident 5, according to the city center of the General Affairs sections, a part of the stone walls of the Kumamoto Castle partly collapsed. However, that there are no report of the damage or the injuries of the visitors. And according to operators of the Kumamoto Airport, in Masukimachi, Kumamoto.
So yeah, everyone's preparing right now for a second earth, like another large aftershock.
And that taking off and landing of the aircrafts are suspended for the inspection. There is no plan of that resuming the operation.
And they're probably worried about the
cell phone services.
they're probably worried about the runway also having liquefaction. Because you don't want one of the tires to hit there and just sink in and, destroy the whole plane, kill everyone on board.
Emergency alerts, part of Kumamoto Prefecture, they are having a hard time providing connections and providing communication services. KDDI that operates AU says in Yatsushiro City and Hitoyoshi City in Kumamoto Prefecture, they are unable to provide or having a hard time connecting communication service, including emergency alerts. Rakuten Mobile says in part of Kumamoto Prefecture, they are having a difficulty providing the telecommunication services, and sometimes the connection is not that far available. SoftBank says there are no major effects from this quake at this moment. All telecommunication carriers are saying that they are checking on the damage to the base stations, and via internet, you may use the bulletin
Well, I'm
board
5,000 feet
service
up
for
in the air in
disaster
Oregon, so I can go get
hit
okay.
people, where you could register your safety and whereabouts. We are looking at the
Oh, for all of you who
life
haven't seen me in a while, I moved to
of
Oregon.
Kumamoto. This is,
I
seems
have
to
a
be a very
house now
large
in Oregon.
structure, and you can see it has collapsed significantly. So the ceiling and the outer walls have collapsed. This is said to be a commercial facility in Kumamoto City. A part of the ceiling has been gone. So we just see the structure, the base structure, and there are people who are near the building.
I wonder if there's anyone trapped in there, though. They haven't said anyone died yet.
In Kumamoto Prefecture, there are no emergency vehicles nearby. We do identify several people near the structure, but we can see the collapsed walls and some of the part of the structure that has fallen a little bit far from the building itself. So it shows the significance of the jolt. Yes, we can't really tell what it is, but even if it's just a jolt that caused such a collapse, it's hard to believe that a significant jolt only would cause such a structure. Maybe there could be another phenomena that occurred. What do you mean phenomenon? So together with the jolt, there could have been some sort of, for example, a fire could occur, or some other developments.
This is NHK World Japan's
series of
breaking news
pipes.
on Japan's
It's not a big tube.
strong earthquake. Shortly after 6 p.m., the Japan Meteorological Agency lifted the tsunami advisory for the coast of the Ariake Sea and the Yatsushiro Sea. Once again, the JMA has already lifted the tsunami advisory that was once in place for the coast of the Ariake Sea and the Yatsushiro Sea. And going back to the earthquake itself, an extremely powerful one has struck Japan's Kyushu region. The Japan Meteorological Agency has once issued a tsunami advisory for the coast of the Ariake Sea and the Yatsushiro Sea, but as I just said, it's been now lifted. The magnitude of the earthquake was 7.1. It struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m., about 2 hours ago from now, on Tuesday. It registered intensity of 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7. It's the most powerful one. The last time a quake hit that level was during the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Long tremors that could rock high-rise buildings have been recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long-period ground motion. It affects people on higher floors. A 4-level scale ranks their intensity. There was class 4 shaking in Kumamoto region, and that is so strong it can be impossible to move without crawling. And moving on, Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae made a statement at her office.
I instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible and closely coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner.
She said the government has received reports of some injuries and damage to roads and bridges, as well as fires and power blackouts. Takaichi said a team has been dispatched to the affected area to assess the situation
man, that sounds delicious.
on the ground.
I want some bagels with fresh
The
blueberries.
Japan
That sounds
Meteorological
awesome.
Agency held a news conference.
Because this earthquake occurred at a shallow depth, many tremors are taking place. Please remain alert for further tremors and rainfall, and please stay away from dangerous areas. And also, please be alert for potential earthquakes with a maximum seismic intensity of around 7 over the next week or so.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. No passengers were reported injured. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured.
I got $15 from X today, by the way.
A series of earthquakes struck Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. The Japan Meteorological Agency has now lifted its tsunami advisory. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. 2 hours ago. It registered intensity 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7. The last time to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsular New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. The Kumamoto region saw class 4 shaking that is strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. And class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. And these were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. We're getting some live footage of the Kumamoto prefecture of a shopping mall. This is an aerial shot. We see 2 fire engines and some firefighters standing by. We don't know what they are going for, but this is just a live footage coming in from a shopping mall in Kumamoto Prefecture. A very strong earthquake struck Japan's Kyushu region at around 4:27 p.m. Japan time, and as we've been reporting, there have been a series of strong earthquakes at 4:27 p.m. intensity 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7, and 2 minutes after that at 4:29 lower 5, and then again 5:08 another lower 5 earthquake was recorded there. So this tells you that there has been a series of strong earthquakes occurring. So please do not let your guard down even after all these big ones are over. In fact, they are not over yet. And now we are going to our domestic service.
A lot of fires, by the way.
In English for more detailed
So I think they only surprised the gas lines broke. Though I know some of the places use like propane tanks still. They don't run full gas lines out like the United States.
Well, he or she suspected another earthquake took place. We have a live report of the Uki city of the Kumamoto Prefecture. Watanabe-san. Isao Watanabe. And Okishi experienced registered that the incident of 7, that the wall collapsed, probably because of the jolt on the other side of the road, and you can see that the exterior is damaged, and also the outer wall collapsed into the ground. And this is the Uki city of the Kumamoto Prefecture that registered the 7, intensity of 7. And back to that, the Ion Mall of Kumamoto at 6 p.m.
Hit that like button for the early morning show,
Ion
folks.
Mall in the Kashima Township of Kumamoto.
Middle of the night, I guess, show.
They heard, several witnesses said that they heard the big explosive sound and the white smoke.
I have a bug-out truck.
Inspecting the situation.
Ion says in Kashima town of Kumamoto Prefecture, there are information that there was an explosion at the Ion Mall Kumamoto. They're currently checking on the situation. Near the Ion Mall Kumamoto, there's a stationery shop, and they say that around 5:30 p.m. they heard a large explosion sound, just one sound from Ion Mall, and they thought that it was another earthquake. Kashima town is one of the areas where we don't know what the seismic intensity registered was. We repeat this news again. The fire department says that at around 6 p.m. in Kashima town there was multiple reports that there was an explosion and white smoke billowing out. The fire department is currently checking on the situation. This is Kumamoto Prefecture's Kashima town. The current live view of the Aeon Mall. You can see that the structure has collapsed. The outside wall is gone, and you can see that the ceiling has collapsed as well, or has. You can see many of the structure debris is also been blown away to a more far away location. So there's information that there was an explosion at the Aeon Mall Kumamoto, and they are currently checking on the situation. A stationery shop near Aeon Mall Kumamoto said that around 5:30 p.m. they heard a large bang, a sound of an explosion once from Aeon Mall Kumamoto, and they felt that though it was another earthquake. And a restaurant at near Aeon Mall Kumamoto says that he was cleaning up the store and they heard a large sound. And from Aeon Mall Kumamoto, they saw a large a smoke of dust developing.
No, tsunami watch has been lifted, but they're worried about more secondary earthquakes.
Kumamoto said that they were cleaning up
So
and they heard a
aftershocks,
large
or a
bang,
full-on,
and
maybe
then
even a
from the
bigger earthquake
direction
is
of
what they're
Aeon
worried
Mall
about.
Kumamoto,
And the ground
they
seems like
saw
it's going
a
through
smoke of
liquefaction,
dust
so
blowing up.
stuff is just
And
sinking.
Kashima town is one of the locations
Domo.
where the seismic intensity from the quake is yet to be discovered. Here are more information about the damage. Kumamoto Prefectural Police says that in the area where they had seismic intensity of 7, as of 5 p.m., there were 12 houses that were collapsed and 4 cases where people are trapped in the house. Many are seen in a specific district and they are uncontacted, and there are people who are not able to contact us. There are 9 people, and it is limited to the Kagami Town district of Yatsushiro City. Once again, Kumamoto Prefecture Police says that in the seismic intensity of 7 was registered in those areas as of 5 p.m. There are 12 cases of collapse of houses and 4 cases of where people were trapped. This is in Yatsushiro City and Kagami Town. And there are 9 cases where people are trying to find the safety of 9 people where they are still yet to be contacted. Here's some new information. The
That
large
freaked me out. I thought that boat was sunk. It's
in
just
Kumamoto
the
Prefecture
hull's
where they have
coming
their
out really high.
factories. Semiconductor producer, the largest in the world, Taiwan's TSMC, in their Kikuyo town plant and fab, they are leading their employees to safety based on their manual, and they are currently checking on the safety of all their members. Sony Group also has a subsidiary semiconductor fab, and they are gathering information to
I work
check
for a
on their
Japanese company.
safety.
Does that count for anything?
そして JR 貨物によります
And
と
according to JR
今日
Cargo,
観測した熊本
in
県
Kumamoto, Yatsushiro City, where the upper 6 was the intensity was observed, that the cargo, the train capsized or that rolled over, and there are no passengers on board. However, that they are checking whether drivers are hurt or not. That may be read according to the JR Cargo Corporation
熊本県八代
in Yatsushiro City, where the upper 6 of the intensity was observed, that the cargo ship rolled over. There are no passengers on board. However, that the JR Cargo is checking whether drivers are hurt or not. According to the expressway information, according to Nichi Nippon, that the expressway, that in Kyushu, Matsubase interchange and Yatsushiro interchange between these districts, that the ground swelled or some of the buildings are collapsed. And there are several reports of this, according to them. And according to Western Japan, that the Expressway Corporation in Kyushu Expressway Matsubase interchange between the Yatsushiro Matsubase and the ground. Some of the grounds are swollen and some of the structure are damaged. There are several cases of such report.
続いて
And next is the airport.
熊本空港の
That according to operator at Kumamoto Airport,
熊本県
that in Mashikimachi, the Kumamoto, that the airport, where where that the upper 5 was reported, or that the landing and also that the takeoff, or that the aircrafts are suspended. There is no the information of the resuming the operation in Machi of the Kumamoto the airport, where the upper 6 was observed, and for the inspection of the safety on this at this Kumamoto airport, all the airplanes is grounded and no plan of the resumption. According to the Nippon Paper Group, that in Yatsushiro plant of the Nippon Paper Group, that here that the upper 5 was registered. You can see there are stuck, collapsed, and also broken into 2. This is a picture as of 6 p.m. and the company is trying to check that the safety and also to check that the damage. And in Yasukuro City, where the upper 6 was observed, that they observed that the stacks collapsed and broken into 2, and the company is trying to assess the damage as quickly as possible. And according to the police, and so that the Kashima, the township, Mifune, police, local police, there is an information of the collapse of the wall of the Ion Mall. They are trying to find if some people are injured. According to Mifune police are aware that the control of the Kashima township of the Kumamoto, they heard the information of the damage of the outer wall of the logistics or the shopping mall.
And this is information about telecommunication. Carriers are saying that in some parts of Kumamoto Prefecture, services are unavailable or hard to connect. NTT Docomo says, including emergency alerts, in part of Kumamoto Prefecture, they are unable to provide telecommunication services, and some are having hard time connecting. KDDI, that runs AU, says in Yatsushiro City and Hitoyoshi cities, including emergency alerts, telecommunication services hard to connect or unavailable. Rakuten Mobile says the part of Kumamoto Prefecture, their services are unavailable or hard to connect as well. Meanwhile, SoftBank says that at this moment they have not seen any effect from the quake to their telecommunication services. All carriers are saying that they are currently checking on the base stations in Kumamoto Prefecture, and they are urging people to use the service for disaster bulletin, where the people could via internet register their safety and whereabouts. The fire department says that around 6 p.m. in Kashima town of Kumamoto Prefecture, Ion Mall Kumamoto, there was a sound of an explosion, and there were multiple reports that an explosion did occur and that there are smokes billowing up. And they are currently checking on the details. You are seeing 6:30 footage from 6:30 p.m. of the shopping mall. Ion says in Kashima town, Ion Mall Kumamoto, there are information that there was an explosion, and they are currently checking on this matter. We repeat this news again. Fire department says that around 6 p.m. they received multiple reports that at Ion Mall Kumamoto shopping center in Kashima town of Kumamoto Prefecture, there were sounds of explosion and smoke billowing out. The fire authorities are currently checking on the situation. Meanwhile, Ion, the operator, says that in Kumamoto Prefecture's Kashima town, Ion Mall Kumamoto, within the premise, in this afternoon, they said that there was an explosion. The company says that this facility was operating today, but after the earthquake, they were evacuating people out
or the street
of the facility, and they are currently checking whether there are any injuries. We still do not have the seismic intensity records for Kashima town. We repeat this. Ion, the operator of the Ion Mall Kumamoto, says that within that premise, this afternoon there was an explosion. The company says that the facility was operating today, but after the earthquake, they were evacuating customers. There are no information yet as of injuries due to this explosion, and they are currently looking into this. Ion Mall Kumamoto nearby is a stationery shop, and this person says that at 5:30 p.m. they heard a sound of a bang, an explosion, and they thought it was an earthquake again. And another at a restaurant near Ion Mall Kumamoto said that they were cleaning up, and then they heard a large bang. And then later on, they saw a dust rising from the direction of Ion Mall Kumamoto. Kashima Town, which is under the jurisdiction of Mifune Police Station, the police say that a large commercial facility's wall had collapsed, and the information has just coming in, but they are still gathering information on injury.
According to the Kumamoto Prefecture Police, that inside of the prefectures, that when the intensity 7 was observed as of 5, 12 houses collapsed, and also that the people are confined in the 4 collapsed houses, and also the Kagami district is a heavily affected area, and 9 people are unaccounted for now, and that the police is trying to get the communication with them. According to the Kumamoto Prefecture's police headquarters, and inside
So
of the
7.1
prefectures,
hit, then a 4.5 hit,
observed,
and then a
12
6.1
houses
hit.
are collapsed, and also that the people are confined in 4 collapsed buildings, especially in the Kagami
Hey, old
district,
Brad, good morning.
and 9 people are still unaccounted for.
No,
or
this
that they
is
are
like
confined in the building.
pretty bad where it hit and how shallow it was.
They are trying to check their whereabouts. And in Hikawa township of the intensive 7 observed, and that the medical center of the Yatsushiro North, as of the 6 o'clock today, at least 50 people are injured and taken to the hospitals. Let us repeat, in Hikawa township, where the intensity 7
God
was
damn, look at that
observed,
street.
in the Yatsushiro Northern local medical center says that at least 50 people are injured and taken to the local hospital as of 6 p.m. And also this is let us report again. Ion Mall Shopping Center, according to the firefighting department, as of the 6 o'clock in the Kashima Township, the shopping center Ion Mall Kumamoto, there was the big explosive sound, and the white smoke came out, and several witnesses witnessed this, and firefighting department is checking the condition right now. And also that we have the
About
footage
an hour
right
and a
now.
half ago, I'm
This
gonna
is the
say.
Yatsushiro city of the
So they're still
Kumamoto.
finding
This is a
people?
live report. The building collapsed in a very significant way. As you can see, that the roof was just misaligned, and also the overall structure is damaged heavily. And the upper 6 was observed in the Yatsushiro town, and this is a big damage to the building, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Well, maybe the roof is supported by the pillars. Probably the pillar collapsed, and therefore the roof collapsed accordingly. Yatsushiro City, as there are many reports of the damage to the building in Yatsushiro City, as the Professor Nishimura says, that around this, the soil is rather weak, or so. And this is a shrine, the major shrine, and so that there is a multiple of the intensity cause a heavy damage to the shrines. Be careful, ladies and
I remember
gentlemen.
Loma Prieta 'cause I was in
More
it.
than 2 hours passed after
was
the
like
earthquakes,
4.
and it is getting dark gradually.
So there's been continuing jolts, and I'm sure everybody's anxious on the ground. But please brace yourself for another large jolt and be informed on the latest information. Please look around you, hold hands with your children and people who feel anxious, and let all of us overcome this challenge at this time. We now go to Fukuoka Station. This is Fukuoka Station, and we will give you the information on Kyushu. At 4:27 in Kumamoto region, there was a large earthquake. Ukishi and Hikawa town registered a seismic intensity of 7 on the scale of 0 to 7 in Japan. The tsunami alert for 2 of the areas have been lifted around after 6, but there's continuing earthquakes going on. There could be things that could collapse now after the follow quake, so please stay away from. At 4:27 p.m. in Kumamoto Prefecture, there was a seismic intensity of 7 in Uki City and Hikawa Town, and most of the 6 seismic
So again, they're thinking the
intensity
pillars are
was
actually
in
sinking into the ground.
Kumamoto.
Is what happened with some of these.
And lower 6 was in Kumamoto Prefecture, Kamiyamakasa City, Koshi City, Ozumachi City, Nishimura Village, Mifune
Well, there's
Town,
already
and
been.
Ashikita
So it
Town.
was a 7.1, then a 4 point something.
Kosa Town and Kashima Town in Kumamoto Prefecture, they are unable
and then a
to
6.1
get the
after.
readings on the seismic intensity. They believe that there was more
the
than
aftershocks can happen
seismic
up to, you know, an
intensity
hour
of
to 2 hours
5
later.
registered there. Upper 5 was registered in Minami-Shimabara City of Nagasaki Prefecture, and Kumamoto Prefecture, Minamata City, Yamanashi City, and Kikuchi City, Amakusa City, and Kikuyo Town, and Tsunamitachi. And in Satsuma Sendai City in Kagoshima Prefecture, Satsuma Town, as well as Nagashima Town. And lower 5 was registered in Kumamoto, Fukuoka, Saga, Nagasaki, Miyazaki, Kagoshima Prefectures. Meteorological agency says that the focus is in Kumamoto region of Kumamoto. The depth is 10 kilometers, and the magnitude is expected or estimated at 7.1. In Ariake and Yatsushiro-shis, they had a tsunami advisory issued, but all of them were lifted at 6:10 p.m. And there's continuing jolts, and this could bring structures down. If you have a low resistance against a earthquake in your structure, please stay away from them and take safety precautions.
The damage is reported and in the Ion Mall of the Kashima Township as of about 6:30 that you can see that the wall collapsed in a very significant way, and also that it is quite a skeleton of the steel beams exposed, and this is the Ion Mall shopping center, and also that there is a big hole on the pond on the ceiling. According to meteorological agency, that the upper 5 was the intensity of the Kashima Township, but it is not certain. And according to the local firefighting department, as of 6:30, that the Ion shopping center of Kumamoto, and there was a big explosive sound, and also that some several people witnessed the white smoke rising up, and the firefighting department is checking that the facts as of the 6:30 p.m. And this is the footage from the Kashima, the township of the Kumamoto Ion Mall. You can see that exposed steel beams, and also that the ceiling has collapsed with a big hole emerging. According to meteorological agencies, the intensity of the upper 5 was observed. However, that this is not the final number yet. And this is the Yatsushiro city of the Kumamoto, where the intensity.
Once again, we're coming to you live from NHK World Japan Studios in Tokyo. A powerful series of earthquakes struck Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. The Japan Meteorological Agency has now lifted its tsunami advisory. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m., more than 2 hours ago. It was 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. And Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale.
I was looking through news and this popped up. I was like, oh,
tremors
crap.
were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. The Kumamoto region saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. And Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae made a statement at her office.
I instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible and closely coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner.
She said the government has received reports of some injuries and damage to roads and bridges, as well as fires and power blackouts. Takaichi said a team has been dispatched to the affected area to assess the situation on the ground. The Japan Meteorological Agency held a news conference.
Because this earthquake occurred at a shallow depths, many tremors are taking place. Please stay alert for further jolts and rainfall and stay away from dangerous places. Please remain vigilant for an earthquake with the maximum seismic intensity of 7 over the next week.
As we have been reporting, a strong earthquake struck Kyushu region at around 4:27 p.m. Japan time. So it's been more than 2 hours since the first quake that registered intensity 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7. This is the most powerful rank in the Japanese seismic scale itself. A powerful series of earthquakes struck Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. And a magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture, like I said, at 4:27 p.m. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. And Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to low of 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long-period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. The Kumamoto region saw class 4 shaking, and that is strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. No passengers were reported injured. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured. And major retailer Aeon says it has received information of an explosion at the Aeon Mall, Kumamoto in Kashima town. The company says that customers have evacuated and that it is checking the situation. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls have come off, exposing what appears to be the building's framework. Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae made a statement at her office.
I instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible and closely coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner.
She said the government has received reports of some injuries and damage to roads and bridges, as well as fires and power blackouts. Takaichi said a team has been dispatched to the affected area to assess the situation on the ground. As we have been reporting, a powerful series of earthquakes struck Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon.
And as I explained
The
to people
Japan
earlier, they had
Meteorological Agency has lifted its tsunami
parts of the ground
advisory.
liquefied around places
But a
and
magnitude 7.1
released like a
tremor
bunch of dust
struck
up in the
Kumamoto
air.
Prefecture
Now
at
people's wells are all full of
4:27
mud.
PM. It was
Pylons
7
are
on the
shifting and
Japanese
shoving it down into the ground,
seismic scale
making buildings
of
unstable and
0 to
bridges.
7. The last quake
So there
to
are
hit
people
that
trapped
level
in buildings
was the
right now.
2024
Some buildings on
Noto
fire.
Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, and some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale.
So it's
The
not
long
great.
tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period
Yeah,
ground
I feel they're
motion
gonna be finding
and
some,
ranks its intensity on
some
a
poor trapped
4-level
people.
scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. The Kumamoto region saw class 4 shaking that's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing, and these were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough
As you
to
can see, the
topple
building right
furniture.
behind me. Well, Venezuela
The Japan
buildings, I think, were made
Meteorological
cheaply
Agency held
and
a
not
news conference.
really prepared for it.
Because this earthquake occurred at a shallow depth, many tremors are taking place. And please stay alert for further jolts and rainfall and stay away from dangerous places. Please remain vigilant for earthquake with the maximum seismic intensity of 7 over the next week.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. No passengers were reported injured. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured. We're turning now to our domestic service for more information that's coming in, so please do stay tuned.
There was 5 or above, but the readings are not clear. And this is Yatsushiro City in Kumamoto Prefecture. This is the Yatsushiro interchange area. As of 5:50, the NHK helicopter went to the area to take footage, and we see 2 lanes of expressways, but we can see that the joints have been misaligned along the road. And this is also in Yatsushiro City.
So somebody
around
was saying
6
the pillar
PM.
there
An
is
NHK
gone.
helicopter took this
There should be
footage.
another pillar there.
We can see that part of the bridge has collapsed and is in the water. The police say that this is the part where which is exclusive for pedestrians as well as cyclists. And this is the Nippon Paper's Yatsushiro plant. We can see a smokestack-like structure has been damaged and collapsed. And this is Uki City. We can see a collapsed house. This is where intensity 7 was registered. This is Uki City in Kumamoto Prefecture. We can see the roof of a house on the ground.
As of 5:30, this footage was taken from above Uki City. You can see buildings that look like residential homes with flames and black smoke. According to the Kyushu Power Electric Company website, as of 5:45, 48,000 homes are without power in Kumamoto Prefecture. In Yatsushiro City, that registered an upper 6, 13,700
So the
homes
power
are
plants
without
are
power.
fine, but the substations might be destroyed.
In Nagasaki Prefecture's Shimabara Fire Department, in Unzen, east side of Unzen Fugendake Mountain, Mayama Mountain seems to have had a landslide.
Yeah,
The side has collapsed.
I'm not believing that downgrade. Japan said
According to
7,
some reports, however, the extent of
7.1.
damage
Then they
has
had
yet
this
to be confirmed. Police
4
and
point
firefighters are
hold on, I'll
checking,
tell you
trying
exactly
to
what they had.
investigate.
They had a
In Kyushu
7.1,
region, we
and
are
then they had a
continuing to see
4.5 and a
earthquakes,
6.1.
and there could be buildings collapsing.
I'm trusting the
forwards.
I'm trusting
Please
the Japanese
evacuate to
scale
safety.
what they're saying.
And please put safety first.
That's what they're reporting.
That was from Fukuoka Broadcasting Station. In Kumamoto Prefecture, which registers an intensity of 7 on the Japanese scale, power outages continue.
As we just said,
People
7 on their
do
scale.
not have access to air
I'm gonna go with their
conditioning,
scale.
and people may not
They're
have
there.
access to drinking water. Please check if there are any people like children and elderly people who may be prone to heat stroke.
Good morning. So we're waiting for them to come back with more news. I think they're just switching out people right now. So again, liquefaction of the ground. Lots of stuff got destroyed. A lot of people that were in deep doo-doo. Some people trapped underneath buildings. There's a couple buildings that are caught on fire. Maybe from gas lines or from propane tanks hitting the ground and splitting. Or friction. Again, it was, you know, about 5-ish. I got to go look at what time it was exactly. But their magnitude is saying 7.1, and that's the one I'm going to go with. Fake Walmart commercials. It's a fake Walmart commercial. Was that what was on my channel when you guys logged in?
焦点です。中継です。
消費減税をめぐり自民党の幹部らによる会合が先ほど始まりました。反対慎重派の多くの議員が参加しています。
最後までギリギリの調整が続く。
Right to the very end, the adjustment will continue, but I hope you do your best.
私も決断するときは決断をする。
What the hell that was a reference to?
高市総理は当初目指した与野党での合意は断念に追い込まれまし
Reach
た
an
が、
agreement, ruling, partition, something to do about taxes, don't care.
消費税を 1% に引き下げるよう意見の
The hell does
集
the other
約
one
を支
say?
持する方針です。ただ自民党のベテラン議員を中心に財源をきちんと示す
So they're talking about something about tax fundamentals clearly stated. I'm worried about the impact of the market.
などの慎重論が根強くあります。高市総理は先ほど麻生副総裁らと会談しました。
Alright, they're not talking about the earthquake right now. They're talking about market stuff.
政府関係者は財源に具体的な目処がついたとして説得材料の一つにしたい考えです。官邸幹部は本当に党内をまとめられるのか、これからが本丸の勝負だと話しています。
Yeah, they're worried about liquefaction of the ground in certain areas. When you start finding a well that's full of mud all of a sudden, because the ground started mixing with the water and liquefying underneath it.
加害者への GPS 装着はストーカー対策の切り札だと位置づ
And
けて
then
い
on top
ま
of
す。
it, they have like pillars and stuff being sinking into the ground and vanishing. It's Fire Marshal Bill.
対策では GPS 機器の装着によって危険性の高い加害者が被害者に接近した場合、被害者に通知できる仕組みを想定しています。韓国など海外での取り組みを参考にしていて、技術面も含めて議論を進めます。また一部の加害者には治療やカウンセリングの受診を義務付ける仕組みの導入も検討します。被害者保護の強化が期待される一方、人権とのバランスなど慎重な制度設計が課題となります。
低気圧の影響で北陸では今朝から大雨になっています。一方、西日本は引き続き40度に
Heat
迫る
warning
危険な
happening in
暑さとなりそうです。
Japan.
今日は東日本や北日本で
Even with the rain,
広く雨が降る
weirdly,
予想
right?
で、北陸ではすでに大雨となっています。
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a very pleasant morning on this Tuesday. Yeah, was hit with a very large earthquake. So we have people trapped in the homes and buildings right now. Luckily, again, I think it was about the time people were leaving from work, so hopefully it wouldn't be that bad. But still people trapped.
大分県の日田で39度、広島などで38度となっています。引き続き熱中症には最大限の警戒をしてください。 菊池仁道容疑者は去年60代の男性に腎臓を移植する手術を斡旋し、医師への謝礼金などとしておよそ850万円を受け取った疑いが持たれています。警視庁によりますと、菊池容疑者は男性にアフターケアも万全などと説明していましたが、手術を終えた男性が帰国すると、菊池容疑者から紹介を受けた病院すべてにアフターケアを断られていました。警視庁は菊池容疑者がこれまでに5人の臓器手術を斡旋し、合わせて4500万円を受け取っていたとみて調べています。
I mean, everyone else can drop whatever they want. I'm going to go with the Japan one. I'm going to go with the country where it happened.
避難を余儀なくされています。今週は再び熱波の予想で被害の拡大が懸念されます。
Weird like that.
ボルドー中心部です。今は火災の煙はほとんど感じられませんが、今度は日差しが強く非常に暑くなってきました。
フランスではこれまでに4万2000ヘクタールが焼失し、およそ25万人が避難しています。マクロン大統領は27日、第二次世界大戦以降、最悪の事態だと述べ、今後数週間は厳しい状況が続くとの見通しを示しました。フランスとスペインでは今週半ばにかけて新たな熱波が到来し、火災の危険性が高まるとして、当局が警戒を呼びかけています。
政府はオリンピックのスピードスケートで10個のメダルを獲得した高木美帆さんに国民栄誉賞を授与することを決定しました。表彰式は来月4日に総理官邸で行う予定です。
Actually, I have a better question. Why the hell are some of you still up? I'm talking to the West Coasters, not to the East Coast people.
木原官房長官は高木さんについて、オリンピックで日本の女子選手として金メダル2個を含む最多の通算10個のメダルを獲得するなど歴史に残る快挙を成し遂げ、国民に広く夢と感動を、社会に明るい希望と勇気をもたらしたと称えました。表彰式は来月4日に総理官邸で行われる予定で、高木さんの希望も踏まえた記念品も渡されるということです。
日経平均株価は大きく値を下げ、一時およそ2ヶ月ぶりに6万1000円台をつけました。日経平均株価2900円以上大きく値下がりしています。
I want to know who made that shrine if it's so balanced.
日経平均は前日のアメリカ市場で主要な AI 半導体銘柄が売られた流れから一時3000円以上下落しました。取引時間中に6万1000円台をつけるのは5月22日以来です。市場関係者は将来的な資金調達への懸念や中国企業の参入による競争の激化を警戒した売りなどが続いていると話しています。沖縄県の辺野古沖で同志社国際高校の女子生徒と船長が死亡した事故で、生徒の遺族が学校の校長らを刑事告訴するに至った心境を語りました。
Yeah, but Jared, you be careful, man. That late night road work's dangerous. Get some drunk jackass coming down there not seeing you.
高校2年生だった竹石智香さんと船長の金井はじめさんが死亡しました。
I'm waiting for the audio for 3 to come back, by the way.
校長ら4人と運航団体の共同代表ら7人を海上保安庁に刑事告訴しています。遺族は先ほど ANN の取材に、学校側が捜査対象にならず刑事責任の有無が検討されないまま捜査が終結してしまうのではないかという不安がありましたと胸の内を明かしました。海上保安庁は25日、同志社国際高校に家宅捜索に入り、資料を押収しています。
So apparently some places in Japan currently don't have water or electricity. Some of them also think that the sewage lines underneath might be cracked. So if the sewage lines are cracked, they're leaking into the groundwater. Well, as they're getting groundwater, right? So then people are saying there's also a chance that the water lines could become contaminated with the sewage.
日光市を観光中に行方不明になりました。
警察はこれまで延べ1万2000人を動員し行方を探してきましたが、
Oh, that's why I'm up at late hours.
母のアン・デゼールさんは、娘がどうなったのか知らないまま
That makes sense, actually.
8年を過ごすというのはとても辛い日々でした。何が真実なのかを知りたいと話しました。
Looking for more news. Again, I'm surprised NHK is not currently live. The 550 people are waiting for them to come back. So I'm guessing they're going to come back. So we're just going to have to chill for a second. The other news, which is in Japanese, I use my phone to actually translate what's on the screen with Google Translate. It just picks it up. So eventually I'll get cool and hook the phone into the computer and use it to real-time translate into my own ear canal, but I'm not there yet. And if you guys like me being on at all kinds of odd hours, you guys know what to do. Hit that like button if you haven't already done it. And if you guys want to throw me some shekels, I'd appreciate it. I guess I'm part of a launch program called Twitter Money or X Money. They gave me $15 today, and apparently I get 4% on whatever I keep in there. So it's an investment account, which is kind of cool. I've been on for about an hour and 20 minutes. We're waiting for NHK to get done with the world's longest commercial. It might be your internet. It also might be just YouTube trying to screw me. That usually happens too. But apparently after the earthquake, there was like a big old cloud of dust that went up in the air too. So people are like, what the hell is that about? They're saying 50 people so far have been taken to the hospital with injuries from the quake. I don't know what area, like what kind of an area this is in Japan, but there is a lot of otakus posting all their prized treasures on the floor. A big earthquake happened in Japan. People are saying this happened after the earthquake. I'm going to show it. Then big old cloud of dust came up, or smoke, allegedly. I don't know how true that is, but a lot of people are saying that did happen in Japan currently. Yeah, but China's having them because they're pissing off God, and that's why. With their new fusion reactor they're building. Multiple people are saying a bunch of ruptured lines right now in Japan. So again, they're going to have a hard time getting clean water. Again, they're worried about the sewage interacting with the pipes. The mushroom cloud? I don't know, man. They said it came up after the earthquake. Allegedly. But the Prime Minister's been there. She's been on the scene trying to get emergency crews moving as quick as possible. Unlike the one in Seattle who, well, not a Prime Minister, mayor and governor, but you know, they're off there playing with their ding-dong somewhere else. It does, and that's why people are like, well, that's weird. Like, a bomb, of course, didn't go off, but... I have no idea. It's just what people are saying happened. Your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, other people are showing pictures of it too, saying, does anyone know why the clouds were like this? Can someone please tell me? An anvil cloud, the type of cumulus cloud whose top is flat and blah, blah, blah. Saying strong winds, but maybe it didn't have anything to do with the earthquake. Maybe it's just coincidental. Yeah, I feel the casualty rate might be a little high. I think they're going to start finding people, unfortunately, under debris. Yes, Japan is an island. That is correct. Did the earthquake blow a hole in Japan? Not that I'm aware of, but something happened. People did say a lot of dust got released all of a sudden, too, from the ground, so... I don't know. Maybe that could mess with the air currents? Your guess is as good as mine. Does this count as my Thursday show, or do I have to still come back later? Or my Tuesday show? Reminds you of the cliff and waves in Jamaica. Again, I don't know why NHK hasn't come back yet. I think they're still getting more information, or maybe another earthquake hit we don't know about. I don't know. Yeah, and I feel the problem is there's like, again, a lot of people are going to be trapped. There's a lot of people who, like, I don't think the earth opened up and ate anybody, but like... I do feel that we're going to have ongoing issues of like the heat happening, no electricity, lack of clean water, lack of sewage. So I wouldn't be surprised if we send a boat over there to help them. Or I think we already have some over there that we might just be like, hey, go park outside of Japan and help them out. Because I know with the last disaster, China was like, we'll help you. And they're like, no. How about no? I'm just scrolling through looking for more news, the stuff happening, any images, anything happening, anything striking out right now. Any more news that I can report on. Yeah, and we see some of the pancake structures coming by, or they're looking from the aerial shots. And again, we have a train that derailed and flipped over. We have it's either one of the castles or a shrine that collapsed. Multiple people's houses caught fire. Tsunami warning was already lifted, Debo. So no more warning right now. There was one. They were worried about a meter high of water, but that has passed. Now they're worried about just another earthquake hitting. Yeah, I think it's the other reason it's going to take rescue workers longer, because you don't want to be, inside of a building and trying to pull somebody out of another earthquake hits. Then you get the emergency personnel in trouble too. Yeah, there were tsunami warnings, yes, but they've been all lifted. And they never, say anything about the United States or Canada getting hit. Hawaii had one because Hawaii's closer, right? But even then it was like, oh, you might have some waves. But they were more worried about Japan because they were saying, like, we don't want another Fukushima. So, of course, one of the things that they first looked at was the power plants. And they said power plants are fine. No increased radiation levels. But like all those buildings there that are collapsed, that's no bueno. And it'll show someone will be on fire. Well, Michigan, you guys get your own troubles, right? You guys have like snow problems. You guys get a blizzard. I mean, that's pretty bad. Yeah, so some of the streets, like I was saying, it looks like there was like a wave where everything underneath has been, pushed up. Come on, NHK, come back. I want your audio. Wisconsin get hired by a tornado? Well, that'd be pretty bad. I think I just have to worry about really bad lightning storms where I'm at. And snowstorms. And meth heads. And I worry about meth heads because I go to trapperoutdoors.com just in case they break into my house. And you put one through their skull. Hey man, I'm just breaking in your house for some drugs. Why'd you shoot me? Hey Kaltenberg. Again, if you guys want to throw some dollary dues for the late night show, that'd be great. As I said, my goal is, since I don't have a regular job, this is my job. When news hits, I could be here at any time, which is the incentive. Incentive to give. I just keep doing this. Why are we awake at 3:30? I don't know. You want to go to Winco and go grab some sushi? some very late, we don't know how long it's been sitting on the shelf sushi. Connor Croft? I don't know who Connor Croft is. In honoring of Japan, I should go get hot pot today. So that's expensive. That's like $30 for me and Yuffie. A lot of otakus were showing that their shelves were destroyed where their waifus are living and all their manga. I was like, ugh. I made a comment to one of my next. I was like, hey, you selling that Gundam model over there? So yeah, we're just waiting for NHK to come back to give us updates of what's going on. We're just hanging out for now. Yeah, so the problem is like I used to watch a bunch of the tornado people, but they get really butthurt. They're like, oh, you're stealing our content. Like, well, no, we give you credit. Tell you guys who you are. Just people watch, come over and watch me because they like the commentary better. Oh shit. Okay, so apparently some of the underground subway stations have leaking inside of them where water mains have bursted, flooding out underneath them, and some of the areas seem to be cracked and not stable. They also said one of the airports over there is no longer having airplanes fly or land due to the worry about the liquefaction of the runway. So they wanted to make sure the runway is nice and stable because you don't want some airplane coming in, getting the tire stuck, and then slamming into the pavement, right? That would be extremely bad, yes. That would be horribly bad. So they're worried about that. Thank you, Sunhoney, for putting those in. Have any of you ever tried hot pot? wonder if Sky News has it going. So I'm sitting here. Well, they're talking about Russia and Iran. That's not what. It's good. It's like it's a soup, but you choose like your base stock of what you want, and then the one near us, Kaltenberg, there's you walk in and they give you like a little basket. I do have Japanese curry packets. Yes, I could make that at home, but the little tablets you break off and throw in. You mix it up. They have but they have something like it without the oil soup where I'm at. Oh, the one that's near me and Kaltenberg, because we're in the same area of Oregon. You walk in there and you buy like you buy it by the pound, so they give you like a little basket, a little plastic basket, and you put whatever you want inside of it. So you put like your noodles you want, you put like any vegetables. Any meat, right? Oh yeah, it's delicious. It's awesome. So, but I mean, it's like 1 pound of soup, and so me and Yuffie will each get one, and if we don't need, we'll just throw it in the fridge and take it out. It's really good later too. They have everything from like quail eggs to I don't know. I think one time there was. I'm trying to think what the strangest thing we had in there was. But you pick your base. Like, do you want bone broth? Do you want chicken broth? Do you want I get the fatty beef broth, and then they have the oils and other stuff on the side, so you can dump that in when you're ready. If you want like oyster sauce, or if you want whatever the hell else they got over there, some oregano. But yeah, so you mix it together, so you're pretty much making your own soup however you want it, and then you get a big ass bowl of it. And let's say you go over a pound, they give you more broth. So like, let's say you got like 2 pounds of soup. They give you 2 pounds of broth to go with it. So anyways, it's good stuff. Especially if you're sick or you're like feeling kind of down. Really just knocks the crap out of your sickness. It's illegal, but if you haven't had shark or dolphin, I have not. I have not. I know I have not eaten dolphin. I've eaten shark, maybe not shark fin, but I have eaten shark. I don't know which part of the shark it was or even what kind of shark, but I have had shark. But I mean, like swordfish. Swordfish are delicious. Marlin, and fresh marlin, it's good. Awesome. Again, there's some of the buildings that are on fire over there in number 1 that they're showing. Now they're going, I think, back to the earthquake. Not that we can understand unless you speak Japanese. And I can only read some things in Japanese. Shark testicle soup. It's a bit nutty. Getting more buildings that are collapsed over there, number 2, unfortunately. I'm gonna get the helicopter back up. Those are like a different feed than earlier. Getting darker over there. All right, NHK, do you have another feed up? And this is the old one. What is going on? What are you doing? What are you doing, NHK Japan? Well, it's the same feed. People are commenting, why the hell are you guys not back up? What about just NHK Japan, not world? Maybe that would get it up. Because, like, look how bad that freeway is. Or not freeway, highway. Where the hell that is? Street. Roadway. It literally moved up on top of itself. You could see where the wave actually started too, where it landed. It was on land, shallow on land. FNN is live, but it was an ad. Let's go look at FNN. Oh, same as NHK? God damn it. I wonder if something's going on and they're just kind of waiting. Hopefully they're not like, oh yeah, another one just hit, right? Like... Good time to donate, people. Nothing's happening. While we're waiting. Get up to $50, I'll be awfully happy tonight. Yeah, no giant tsunami's going to happen. Even when they were worried about the tsunami, that it could happen, they're only going to think it's going to be a meter high. But even a meter high, that is a lot of water. Like, it might not get, you know, maybe over some of the breakers, but that still is a lot of force of water moving. So, and because it was on land, I don't think they're as worried about it. The Prime Minister, she already got people again together for emergency crews almost instantly and reached out to other countries. So I wouldn't be surprised if America already knows and is looking at sending people over if they need it. Right, so the first one was the like 6 point something, then a lower one that's around 4, and then the 7 hit. And they're thinking that, you know, there could be even another one because that's what's happened before. And again, as we said, with the emergency workers in there trying to help people, and let's say another earthquake happened, even a 6 something, and so that stuff is destabilized, that'd be horrible. You'll have a lot of firefighters trapped. That's the last thing you want. You don't want the emergency crew getting trapped while trying to save people, right? Isn't that the thing they always teach us emergency folk? Don't become also a patient. At least they did when I was learning to be an EMT. No, it was... blah, 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 blah. Kumoto. Right above my head it says it. I think it was towards the south, I want to say. I believe. Let me double check that. Let me double check so I make sure I am not mistaken where this is at in Japan. No, it's in the bottom. Let's see, what's the biggest city somebody would know over there? So it's not on the main island. It's as you go down. So it's even farther down than Kyoto. Yeah, I'll pull up an image of it. Hold on. Nothing's going on number one anyway, so might as well move it. Kind of don't want to because they are showing updated video. Let's do this one. Let's do that instead. Huh. Well, that's interesting. There wasn't a fourth little blip here earlier. Last time I looked, there was only 3. Now there's 4. There's a 5.6. 2 5.6s. 4.9, a 5.6. The hell is this 5.6? Oh yeah, they might have just had a second one. Or a fourth one, I guess. Yeah, it's southern. Sorry, I didn't have the whole country. There's the whole country. And then it's here all the way down here. So the big one was right there. Oh no, that... So, okay, I'm sorry. I misread this. They had a... At 0800, they had one. Is this going by 24 hour? Yeah, okay. So 0800, they had one that was a 5.6 earlier that day. Then we had the... yeah, okay, yeah. So they had a 5.6 earlier. That was in Tsunagi, Japan. And then at 1800, almost 1900, they had the, well, okay, so they had the 4.9 at, looks like, oh no, maybe I'm reading this wrong, hold on. No, that's 08. Okay, that's 08, all right. What's this one? 07, no, these were next to each other. And then they had another one. Yeah, so now there's 4. I believe there's now 4, if I'm reading this correctly. The time's a little funky to read on here. Because it's over here. Very tiny. So there could have been 4 today. So that could be why they're holding off, is because there might have been more. So you think they'd be telling more people. Let me go check my Nerve app and see if that says it. Hey, thank you very much for the 5 coffees, brother. The Jersey Shore got me 5 coffees. Thank you.
Jersey Shore has just tipped $25.
Thank you very much for the wonderful $25 reduce. The 5 Buy Me a Coffees in there. So I'm checking right now to see if the... Again, thank you very, very much for the 5 coffees. Very much appreciated it. I sound a little out of it because I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with these. Okay, so... Tsunami advisory was lifted. Okay. It looks like this might be in my time, it looks like, because this is 306. Sure, only 306 over there. So they had a 4.2, a 6.1, a 3.4, a 3.3, a 4.1, and then a 7 later on. And there's reports that there could be another earthquake that just happened, but that is not for sure. That's what people are reporting on X. Yeah, thanks whoever did the 25. I don't know who that was, but someone named Jersey Shore. So I don't know. I don't know whose that name is over on the chat. Appreciate you though. Again, here we are in Japan. This is where the earthquake was. I am going to switch number one because seeing that poor dead woman's making me sad. So this is the train earlier that was derailed also. And they're not sure how okay the operator is. And they're also now worried about the train tracks. For anyone that doesn't know, Japan very much relies on the train, high-speed rail, and light rails to get between things. So if the train tracks are damaged, that could hurt commerce a lot over there. Well, what did they just post? Go Gadget translation phone. No tsunami warnings that I've seen. From what I first read is I think that they're all the tsunami warnings have been lifted. But I'll check for the Philippines just in case. Yeah, because if you start destroying those tracks, it's no bueno. I don't know how much lateral seepage they have yet. I'll go look for that too until I get an update. No active tsunami warnings for the Philippines or any other part of Asia at this moment. Do you have anyone in the Philippines, or they're okay right now? And then let's see. You're very welcome. Japan, yeah. It's in the Pacific Ring of Fire. I think Japan says active volcanoes, right? I've been up all night. I usually don't go to bed till late. Yuffie was working on a Vocaloid remix of Caramel Dancing and asked me if I could mix it for her, so I was doing that for a while. Hey, 58 likes, thank you. I was doing that and I was putting a laser/flashlight on my Canic. Oh, let's see. It was the Kumamoto Prefecture, Koyosho, southern Japan, approximately 5 kilometers east of Yuto City. Depth was 10 kilometers, which is very shallow. The JMA reported a 7.1. USGS is saying 6.8. It was at 1627. Shallow strike slip faulting with significant nominal component. I had it right the first time. Slip occurred either on the northwest trading left lateral fault or northeast trending right lateral fault within the upper plates. It is near but not on the Hinagawa fault line associated with the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake. No detailed finite fault model or measured maximum average slip amount has been released yet, though typical will become available within hours to days later after it. So there you go. That's what we know so much. Hey, comrade, how's it going? I think it's just a hooker, tall man. Sorry, buddy. But the airport, though, has been ixnayed right now for anyone landing or taking off. Which again makes sense if they're worried about the liquidation of the airport or the runway. And tall man, the only hooker you're supposed to pay is me, damn it. Oh my God, the Koshina. No, I don't think they're doing that. Though it was weird that the Indian news put a picture of Godzilla up for the earthquake. I was like, you cheeky bastards. So I believe this is the current, what are the airports that is there? Oh, this is Tokyo. Never, that's the wrong one. We want, let's go see, what's the airport that's at? And to give you guys a good perspective of how big it is, yeah, I'm serious. India had that up. It was on YouTube. I was going to put it on. I was like, that's in bad taste. I'm not going to do that. That's, But for anyone that doesn't know how big Japan is slightly smaller than California, the whole country. So it's the Aso Komato Airport is the airport that's right there that they said is holding off on flights. The asshole airport. Oh crap! This one's got stuff on it. I was here waiting for FNN to start, and it started. What's going on, Wasteland Warrior? You were born in Okinawa? You were born on the military base, I'm guessing? In Okinawa? My dad was stationed there. He was in the Marines. Luckily for him, he was just repairing planes during Vietnam, so you didn't have to go fight anybody. You just they would bring it back a plane that's broken and you'd fix it. Good luck. Yeah, and I think that's why they were worried about the liquefaction of it. He was a paratrooper, goddamn. Was he in the middle of a war during that when he was paratrooping or not? I am Stony. I'm on because of the stuff happening in Japan. So you can see there's the airport and where the earthquake was in Kumamoto. I pronounced it right the first few times. Now I'm having a stroke. Kumamoto. Kuyumato. Anyways, I tried, damn it. LiDAR the runway. So the problem is, unless they have to go out there and actually like physically, I think, check the runway because there could be a sinkhole at any point while they're driving on there. And again, if there is a sinkhole and the tire of an airplane gets caught into it and launches the plane forward, that would be very bad. Or broke off the landing gear. Kumamoto. There we go. Kumamoto. Anyways, I'll get it right eventually. Even with the LiDAR, though, I don't think it would be enough. I think they have to physically go out there and check it. Like, with and maybe that's one of the ways they're going to do that. But so far, as you can see, there are no planes there. One of the bridges is messed up. Yep. A couple of bridges are messed up. Some overpasses are messed up. Some buildings are on fire. Some buildings totally collapsed, the entire facades of them. Some buildings have people still trapped underneath them.
広がっていた可能性があることが分かりました。
Oh, I thank you
公
too.
正取引委員会が立ち入り検査に入ったのは、長谷工コーポレーショングループの長谷工リフォームや大京子会社の大京穴吹建設、浅沼組など合わせて20数社で、
I think those are
施
power
工会社の
plants.
選定を行う設計コンサルタント会社の TDS も対象となりました。関係者によりますと、愛知、岐阜、三重県内のマンション管理組合が発注した大規模修繕工事をめぐり、数年前から見積もりや入札の際、事前に受注会社や価格を決めていた疑いがあるということです。コートリーは関東のマンション修繕をめぐってもおよそ40社の違反を認定し、排除措置命令を出す方針で、同様の談合が東海でも行われていた可能性が高まりました。
フランス南西部で続く大規模な山火事は発生からおよそ1週間が経った今も鎮火のめどは立っていません。今週後半には再び熱波も予想されています。
What I want is a pair of Google glasses. I can just look at this stuff. I don't have to hold on my phone anymore.
フランスボルドー近郊のルポルジュにいます。山火事の被害を大きく受けた町で、ご覧のように多くの消防隊員や消防車両が集まっています。また町の中心部まで煙が充満しています。ここから1キロほど離れた先には森だけでなく住宅や車などあらゆるものが真っ黒に焼け
Well, they're talking about French wildfires right now, so it has nothing to do with what we're looking at. So that's all the France wildfires that he's talking about. He's just reporting on world
現
news.
場では今も消火活動と並行して火が再び燃え広がるのを防ぐ作業が深夜を問わず続けられています。
Live coverage, French wildfires, extinguished, heat wave, blah, blah, blah. 42,000 acres burned.
22万人が避難を余儀なくされ、避難所ではいつ自宅へ戻れるのか
It's talking about
残
just
してきた
that. That's
家
what
や
he's talking
ペッ
about.
トが心配だといった不安の声が聞かれま
That's
した。
why I'm waiting for NHK to come back, because they'll actually do it in English too. But
再び到来する熱波で
so
す。
that's all he's saying. He's talking about the wildfires. They were jumping to the earthquake. They'll jump back there in a second.
乾いた風が吹けばくすぶる火種が
And I'll
再び
do my best to try to translate, I
拡大
guess.
する恐れがあります。高市総理大臣は早ければあさって木曜日に食料品の消費税を 1% に引き下げる方向性を示す方
Prime
針
Minister
です。
issue 1% compensation tax on food products as early as Thursday.
総理は今日自民党の幹部らを前に
Guess we're talking about economics now.
使い消費税減税の実施に向けた意欲をにじませました。 高市総理は
Talking about Prime Minister doing some food
議員会に
shit.
出席し消費税率を2年間 1% に引き下げる
I
ことを
used to actually have a
私も
a
決断する
clamp
と
that
きは
goes against my
決断を
desk
す
that
る
holds
こと
my
で
phone.
最終的に
It's like
自ら
a
方針を決める
look
考
like a
えを強
rectal.
調しました。
Not a rectal. That's
そしてその
Uranus.
後高市
A
総理は
reticle.
減税慎重派の筆頭格ともいえる麻生副総裁に加え鈴木幹事長とおよそ30分
Oh,
間
I'm happy. I made over 55 tonight, so that's good.
会談終了後鈴木幹事長は消費税の減税について
Yeah, they're evacuating a lot of people out of France and Spain due to the fires.
国民は思っている
And I don't get, like, were they just not prepared? Was it just really dry?
できつつあります。一方自民党本部では先ほど午後3時半から全て
Again, it's the same thing we were talking about earlier, the
消
1%.
費減税に関する会議が開かれています。ある出席者は減税で経済が混乱すると話していて会議の場でも減税への反対意見が上がる可能性がありますが減税推進派の幹部は力で押し切ればいいと強気です。
I guess in California, West Hollywood has a problem with coyotes taking over parts of the construction areas.
今日も列島各地でゲリラ雷雨が発生しています。名古
Oh
屋市から中
shit.
継です。広瀬さん。
Well, that's not good. Kumoto Kashima Town explosion at Aeon Mall. Second floor collapses. Reports of many trapped. So there's currently people trapped in the mall. They're in Japan. So what are they talking about here? Sudden heavy rain in Nagoya City. Also not where we want. Yeah, so had an explosion and a floor collapse. So a bunch of people trapped there right now. If it comes on the one right behind me that's kind of circulating, I'll point it. Oh, here we go. We're back to NHK. Thank God.
5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding region saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing.
I should work for
in
NHK.
the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. Now, the Fire and Disaster Management Agency says they've received information of an explosion at the Aeon Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. It says the second floor of the building has collapsed and many people could be trapped inside. Officials are now trying to confirm the situation. Now, footage here taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls have come off, exposing what appears to be the building's framework. A taxi driver near the mall reported hearing a loud bang and the walls were blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car.
Jesus.
The extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it has received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it is now checking the situation. Prefectural police say 9 people either cannot be contacted or are trapped inside buildings. The police are trying to confirm their safety. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 people with injuries related to the quake as of 6 p.m. A staff member at the nursing home for the elderly in Hikawa town said, "I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at the desk. The tremor was so strong I couldn't stand up. Some residents and staff fell down, and some were injured and bleeding." Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website that about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 7:30 p.m. Chip manufacturer TSMC has a factory in the prefecture. It says it has evacuated its employees to a safe place outside the factory, according to the company's emergency response procedures. It says it is confirming the safety of its workers and facilities.
I try to be, buddy.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. The Japan Meteorological Agency has held a news conference about the earthquakes. An official warned that more quakes of a similar intensity could follow over the next few days.
The depth of the quake was shallow, and many other quakes followed. People are advised to be on alert for more quakes and rain from now on, and not to enter any dangerous areas. Please stay on alert for a week or so, especially the next couple of days, for earthquakes with maximum seismic intensities of 7.
Emergency report
Japanese
number
Prime
1, July
Minister
28th, around
Takaichi
8:05
Sanae
p.m.
made a statement at her office.
Which I think is just a minute ago.
I instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible.
That was my wedding,
closely
Tsunami.
coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures, such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner.
She said the government has received reports of some injuries and damage to roads and bridges, as well as fires and power blackouts. Takaichi said a team has been dispatched to the affected area to assess the situation on the ground.
Now we'll go to NHK's domestic broadcast for more on the quake with simultaneous interpretation.
Japanese scale of 0 to 7 in Uki City and Hikawa Town, Kumamoto.
So, according to UN NERV, there might be another earthquake that just happened.
The earthquake late this afternoon has caused damage in many parts of Kumamoto Prefecture and beyond.
And this is footage taken from close to the Aeon Mall. We can see white smoke coming out and spreading towards the road.
A bunch of people did, Tsunami. A bunch of people did. Marksman thinks it was a hack.
An aerial view shows the outer walls of an Aeon Mall in Kumamoto have collapsed, exposing the steel inside.
So there's people trapped inside that building too.
The building has been destroyed almost beyond recognition. The local fire station says that it received reports at around 6 p.m. that there was the sound of an explosion at Aeon Mall Kumamoto and that plumes of white smoke could be seen rising.
And according to the disaster headquarters of the fire department, the second floor has collapsed at the Aeon Mall Kumamoto, and many people have been trapped inside, according to reports from the Kamimashiki section. And the Aeon Mall website says that the area is 224,000 square meters. It has a supermarket, eateries, as well as stores, and a cinema. And as of 7:30, this is footage that came in after 7:30. We can see the inside of the building, but it seems greatly damaged. And also in the parking lot, we see several fire trucks parked there. And it seems that the firemen staff are confirming inside.
Well, remember that map I showed that only had 4 dots? Well, now it has 5 dots.
An aerial view shows
so yes,
that
I'm guessing another earthquake just happened.
Yanagibashi
A
Bridge
small
in
one,
Yatsushiro
though.
City has collapsed. In the city, the earthquake registered upper 6 on the Japanese scale of intensity from 0 to 7. This is aerial footage of a Nippon
was only
paper
a
company
4.4,
factory
it looks
also
like.
in Yatsushiro. It shows that a smokestack has collapsed. It shows another smokestack fell onto the other one.
See,
We're looking
5
at an aerial
dots
view
now.
of Yatsushiro City. And we can see that the shrine in Yatsushiro has completely collapsed. Stone walls have collapsed also.
Put this over the airport.
In the central part of Yatsushiro City, we continue to see damages. We can see this house has collapsed. The first floor has completely been collapsed. Here, we can also see a residential home with the roof badly damaged. This building looks like the first floor has collapsed. The first floor appears to have been completely collapsed. Police are checking to see if there's anyone trapped inside.
scared the shit out of me for a second.
4:27 p.m.
And that
there was
just
an
happened. I
earthquake
was like,
that struck the
oh, God.
Kumamoto region. We can see this camera in Uki City showing great shaking. An intensity of 7 was registered in the area.
Footage has also come in that was taken in Kumamoto City at the moment the earthquake hit.
So they have not reported on the
driver who
fifth
took the
earthquake.
footage says
It's only a very
pillars
small
of
one,
a
but
bypass
still,
road were
still
shaking,
an
and the car
aftershock of some
also shook
sort.
violently. The earthquake occurred at a depth of 10 kilometers with an estimated magnitude of 7.1. Significant damage has been reported from several places. This is the city of Kumamoto at around 5 p.m. The reporter says the traffic lights are off. The reporter says water is seeping up through the road. He says cracks have also formed.
Yes, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The jolt registered an intensity of 7 in the city of Uki. The reporter says
Well,
the house has collapsed.
especially a country
The
that
structure was destroyed.
you do everything to your fullest ability, right? It's not like you have some guy here who's throwing beer cans in the,
A fire also
the
broke
insulation
out.
of the walls.
This footage was taken in the
Oh
city
my God,
shortly
it's
past
Mr.
5 p.m. It shows a building
I haven't
engulfed
seen you in
in
forever.
flames right in the heart of the city. Black smoke is also seen.
You gotta come in and say stuff like that. Can you do it with the super
This
chat?
is the Kyushu Expressway in Yatsushiro City. The road shifted vertically at 2 locations near a bridge girder. A gap has formed. Many people went outside after the quake. This person says she was in the office. She says she was in the office on the 8th floor.
Yeah, I'm as good a
and she
health as I
felt
ever
she
am.
was in danger.
Which is terrible.
She says she was surprised to see everything
Thank
had
you.
fallen.
Sloppy engineering.
There was confusion.
They didn't
Many people
do
were in
foundations
front of
properly.
Kumamoto Station at
Some
around
of the
5
concrete
p.m.
was not up to
They were
code.
making phone
Some of
calls
the rebar was not
or
up to
watching
code.
their smartphones.
Some had no rebar. Yeah, well, no engineering whatsoever.
Announcement says
It's like that
Shinkansen
building in New York
and
we're waiting
local
to collapse.
trains will not run through the day. A reporter says JR has suspended all services
You
for
see
the
that
rest
bear
of
over
today.
there?
This woman says she was on the 3rd floor of a building and the tremors were strong and continued for a long time. She says she was surprised. She says she came
Move
from
before I make the
outside
joke.
Kumamoto Prefecture and she was going to return today. She says it's too bad that train
I
services
think they're going to end
have
up
been
condemning that
suspended
building
all
in
day.
New York. Yeah, you stick your
This is
finger right through the
Minami
concrete.
Shimabara City just after the quake occurred. The camera shook up and down. What appeared to be white smoke was rising from the mountainside in the center of the screen.
So again, 5
A
earthquakes now in
fast-forwarded
Japan.
image shows
They've
what
just had
appears to be
another one
dust going down the mountain.
10 minutes ago, less than 10 minutes ago.
Following the
Oh,
quake,
that's where I'm supposed to
tsunami
scream out breaking
warnings were
news. I'm
issued to Ariake
I'll do better
Yatsushiro-kai.
next time.
They were all lifted at around 6 p.m. The Japan Meteorological Agency held a news conference at around 5:30 p.m. This official says the risk of house collapses and landslides has risen in areas that experienced strong shaking. He urges people to stay vigilant for additional quakes and rainfall and stay away from dangerous places. He says another earthquake as strong as seismic intensity 7 is possible over the next week or so. He says strong tremors are especially likely in the next couple of days.
3日の間は最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと思っております。また過去にも熊本地震の例もありますが、続発した地震の
All right, you've been watching NHK's domestic broadcast with simultaneous interpretation, recapping the situation. A series of powerful earthquakes struck Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. There have been reports of injuries, fires, potential building entrapments, and other damage across the affected area. Now, the JMA has lifted its tsunami advisory, but is advising people in the region to remain on full alert for strong shaking in the coming days. And it's named this disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. The magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's earthquake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale.
That's
Long
what I'm going by their
tremors were
scale.
also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Now, Kumamoto City and the surrounding region saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. And Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says they've received information of an explosion at the Aeon Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. It says the second floor of the building has collapsed and many people could be trapped inside. Officials are now trying to confirm the situation. Now, you're looking at footage taken from an NHK helicopter earlier showing parts of the shopping center's exterior walls that have come off. And you can see it's exposing what appears to be the building's framework. A taxi driver near the mall reported hearing a loud bang and the walls were blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car.
The extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass.
That's terrifying.
The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it has received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it is now checking the situation. Prefectural police say 9 people either cannot be contacted or are trapped inside buildings. The police are trying to confirm their safety. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 people with injuries related to the quake as of 6 p.m. A staff member at a nursing home for the elderly in Hikawa town said, "I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at the desk. The tremor was so strong I couldn't stand up. Some residents and staff fell down and some were injured and bleeding." Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website that about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 7:30 p.m. Chip manufacturer TSMC has a factory in the prefecture. It says it has evacuated its employees to a safe place outside the factory, according to the company's emergency response procedures. It says it is confirming the safety of its workers and facilities.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
JI Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed over and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. The Japan Meteorological Agency has held a news conference about the earthquakes. An official warned that more quakes of a similar intensity could follow over the next few days.
The depth of the quake was shallow, and many other quakes followed. People are advised to be on alert for more quakes and rain from now on, and not to enter any dangerous areas. Please stay on alert for a week or so, especially the next couple of days, for earthquakes with maximum seismic intensities of 7.
You know this isn't American news, right?
Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae made a statement at her office.
May surprise you, but this is Japanese.
Instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible and closely coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures, such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner.
She said the government has received reports of some injuries and damage to roads and bridges, as well as fires and power blackouts. Takaichi said a team has been dispatched to the affected area to assess the situation on the ground.
Once again, we've been seeing a series of powerful earthquakes striking Kyushu region in southwestern Japan, which first started on Tuesday afternoon. There have been reports of injuries, fires, potential building entrapments, and other damage across the affected area. And the Japan Meteorological Agency has lifted its tsunami advisory, but is advising people in the region to remain on full alert for strong shaking in the coming days. The JMA has named this disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. The magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's earthquake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Now, long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding region saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says they've received information of an explosion at the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima Town.
I'm waiting for an update about that, because again, there's been another
and many people could be trapped inside.
And there's also people trapped in the building.
Confirm the situation. Now, footage taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls have come off, exposing what appears to be the building's framework. A taxi driver near the mall reported hearing a loud bang and the walls were blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car.
The extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what it appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it has received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it is now checking the situation. Prefectural police say 9 people either cannot be contacted or are trapped inside buildings. The police are trying to confirm their safety. I have a feeling that number is going to go up significantly. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 people with injuries related to the quake as of 6 p.m. A staff member at a nursing home for the elderly in Hikawa town said, "I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at the desk. The tremor was so strong I couldn't stand up. Some residents and staff fell down,
Again,
and
the
some
people
were
who
injured
work in
and
Japan,
bleeding."
like, they...
Kyushu Electric
It
Power
doesn't matter
Company
if
said
you're
on its website that about 48,000
building cars
households
or
in
shoveling
Kumamoto
shit. You
Prefecture
give like
were
everything you
without power
can, right?
as
Like,
of
and you take
7:30
honor in
p.m.
your work.
Chip manufacturer TSMC has a factory in the prefecture. It says it has evacuated its employees to a safe place outside the factory, according to the company's emergency response procedures. It says it is confirming the safety of its workers and facilities.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. The company is checking whether the train driver was injured.
Oh, balls.
Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or...
All right, they're just repeating right now, but the NHK website has said that there's numerous areas that are damaged all throughout the region. There's actually a map for it I can pull up. Try to pull it. I'm thinking one's going to happen in the next few hours. That's what I'm really worried about. Let's see. Are you going to work on here? Yes.
Please stay on alert for a week or so, especially the next couple of days, for earthquakes with maximum seismic intensities of 7.
All right.
Now, we have been talking to you about how the JMA has lifted its tsunami advisory, but once again, more quakes could come, so people are advised in the...
So this is an interactive map that shows all the damage happening. I need my handy dandy translator so I can tell you what it says. There is no tsunami warning as of now. Morning, everybody. So again, there has been 5... there has been 5 earthquakes. There was another one just a few minutes ago. They've been repeating themselves for a while. Let's see what we got going. Well, I don't need to be a genius to figure out some of this is. Fire. No power, no power, no power. Oh, what the hell this one is? Oh, that's the bridge that collapsed.
Kumamoto Airport in Mashiki Town, Kumamoto Prefecture. A seismic intensity of upper 6 was recorded in the town.
And after the earthquake, ANA and JAL and Sorashido Air, altogether 21 flights have been cancelled. And tomorrow also, ANA for 2 flights heading for Osaka and Haneda have been cancelled.
The quake is also affecting daily life. In Oto City, traffic lights are not working. Traffic was backed up and the traffic lights were out. According to the website of Kyushu Electric Power Transmission and Distribution, about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 5:45 p.m. A disaster management official in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture, where an upper 6 intensity was recorded, said the city had received several reports of water outages, but the details were not yet known. The official also said buildings had been confirmed to have collapsed, and the city was gathering information.
That's horrible. Look at that.
And because of the earthquakes in some areas of Kumamoto, gas supply has been stopped. Kyushu Gas Company says that in order to confirm safety, about 10,000 households in Yatsushiro City, their gas supply has been suspended. And also, Saibu Gas Company says that in Minami Ward and Higashi Ward of Kumamoto City, altogether 500 households, the gas supply to these households also have been suspended. And now we have the Meteorological Agency's news report, and we will now like to start the news report.
We would like to start with the press meeting of the Meteorological Agency for the 2026 Kumamoto Great Earthquake. The observation result that it is unchanged. Kumamoto Prefecture that observed the intensity of 7. You can see that the intense jolts were observed in wide areas, and there is the possibility of the collapse of the housing and a landslide, and be very careful and watch out for the rain and the loosening soils. Don't come near to the dangerous areas. Beware for the aftershocks for at least 1 week, and from the April the 14th and 16th, the intensity 7 happened one after another, and may happen this time, so to be extremely careful. Next page, please. And this is the outline. And just a change here is a magnitude that, it changed into 7.21. However, that this is unchanged of the preliminary. And Kumamoto City is at the center, and 16 kilometers, but instead of 10 kilometers, at the 16 kilometers in the depth of the focus, which is a change. And also that...
So this is 7.2, but that's 16, not 10.
A shifting of the fault from the northeast and the southwest, and intensity of 7 in Hikawa-cho, and also that from Hokuriku to Kyushu, that from 1 to the 7 were observed, and also that activities of the earthquake that we'll show you later. But after the occurrence, the incident was 61 times of the over the 1 intensity of the 1, and therefore this is very active. 5, 3 times, 4, 7 times, 3, and 17 times, 2, 19 times, and 15 of the intensity of the 1. So like this, the aftershocks are quite active, as you can see. And also, and for the long the period of the earth ground shaking of the long period is observed. And also that you have to be careful of the prevention of the disaster when the incentives are high, and there is a possibility of the landslide or the collapse of the houses. So be careful of the aftershocks and the rainfalls. Whatever
you guys see that pylon that used to be there, sunk all the way down?
And protect your safety. And from the
I wish my arms worked. I could point.
The outlook.
Old model I used
in these areas in the past, so that one time that the aftershocks took place of the comparable intensity. In 2016, the Kumamoto earthquake, as we have mentioned, and the intensity was 7 in the 14th of April and 16th of the 7th. So one after another, that the strong jolt took place in 10 years ago. So if that intensity is very heavy, and also that beware of the intensity of the 7th earthquake in at least that 1 week, especially 2 to 3 days after that the strong aftershocks may take place, and therefore be very, very careful. And also that I would like to show you later, but the area of the activities which is significantly large, and therefore
I ate chili last night, and I had liquefaction.
Earthquake, some places experience
no, this is a pretty big deal for them.
Higher intensity. Be very careful. And also in the case of the strong earthquake,
because again, there might be a bunch of people trapped in a mall.
For the tsunami, and be very carefully follow the tsunami warning and also that advisory. So for the activities of the earthquakes, the active the faults Futagawa and Hinagu, there are two active faults around the focus this time. Next page, please. And this is a distribution of intensity, estimated intensity. It is extending. The cross is the focus or the center, and the dark colors indicate that, well, 6 of the intensity. As you can see, after the focus in a wide area, that you can see the significant jolt are observed.
The news conference is ongoing, but we are now joined by our expert Shimokawa in the studio. There were some projections as to the future of this earthquake, and in this news conference, up until 8 p.m., there was 61 jolts of seismic intensity.
They already said some of their places are evacuated and staying evacuated
3 times. So there's very strong.
This doesn't seem like to be like Tokyo, where you work yourself to death.
And from here onwards, for the coming 2 to 3 days, there could be another large quake. So one point we need to focus on is that the activity is in a broader area of the fault. So depending on the location and the scale of the earthquake, for that specific spot, you might actually experience a larger quake than what we experienced at 427 today. I think that's the reason why they're calling to people to be on the alert. For those regions that did not have a seismic intensity of upper 6 or 7, for the next quake, it could become larger. In the Hinaku fault, the quake occurred this afternoon, and we don't know how much of a slip or movement occurred at this fault. So the Hinaku fault is quite active. That's what has been said. And so near the focus and on to the south of this, as the active faults moved to the south, there could be a more larger jolt coming, so we do need to be vigilant. So already there's been damage from the quake, and as for the Iyo Mall, the expert has said that they cannot really see a direct relation with the quake yet. But we are hearing about this. Yes, we spoke with a professor from Tokyo University earlier, and it's quite a large extent that the damage to the building is, from what we can see. And at this moment, we don't know the details, but he said that the jolt itself could not create such a damage as we see right now. So there could have been some sort of phenomenon. And as you can see, it is.
Did you guys hear when he said a polar shift? They were talking about that earlier.
Have been scattered, and you are seeing the fire engines, but you can see the green, red, and yellow sheet. That is a designated area for the triage of people who have been rescued from the building. So I think they are getting ready to rescue the people who are apparently trapped inside, and that is what the preparations are for. The atmospheric conditions are unstable, and it's been quite hot, and the temperature is not coming down, and there's power outage and severance of water supplies. What could we anticipate? With the Noda earthquake, 6 months later, there was disaster from rain and water. And now in Kumamoto, 10 years ago, it was in April in the spring. But as we learned from that quake, there are some buildings and structures that have been damaged and weakened.
That's what the expert guy was saying earlier.
So we want people to get enough rest so that they could alleviate a little bit of stress, not only mentally but also physically. And NHK has a dedicated site about information about evacuation shelters as well. This is what you see on the screen. So these are showing the map of evacuation centers that are opening one after another. And so if you click, you know where specific specifically that evacuation center is located. So if you are thinking about evacuating, please make this full use of this and please ensure safety. And if you are taking refuge among your relatives, I think that's another thing we could consider. We heard from Shimakawa-san.
As we have been reporting, the shopping center Ion Mall, which is in the Takashima town to the Kumamoto prefecture, there was an explosion, and some people are hurt and many people are trapped, according to the report. According to the SNS report, this is the car from the car which happened to be running near to the Ion Mall, and this footage was taken. As you can see, that the smoke comes out from the direction of the Ion Mall.
An aerial view shows the outer walls of an Ion Mall in Kumamoto have collapsed, exposing the steel inside. The building has been destroyed almost beyond recognition. The local fire station says that it received reports at around 5:50 p.m. that there was the sound of an explosion at Ion Mall Kumamoto and that plumes of white smoke could be seen rising.
According to the report, that the explosion took place on the second floor and many people are trapped. 2 people are confirmed injured, both of them are conscious. And one of the female employees says that she heard that the big bang, and at first she thought that it was a lightning.
You've been watching NHK's domestic broadcast on the series of earthquakes striking Japan's Kyushu region that started Tuesday afternoon. We've been we've heard reports of injuries, fires, potential building entrapments, and other damage across the affected area. And the Japan Meteorological Agency has lifted its tsunami advisory, but is advising people in the region to remain on full alert for strong shaking in the coming days. The JMA has named this disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. I kind of want to go back to the other powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long-period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding region saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing, and these were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of Kumamoto Prefecture. Experts say this can be strong enough to topple furniture. The government held a meeting of the Disaster Response Task Force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Kumamoto governor has requested to the SDF to be dispatched. So 3,600 of SDF members will be dispatched for the disaster relief work. It is in a very crucial moment, and human lives comes first. And we would like to minimize the damage to people and to ensure safety to our people. We will work closely with the local government, and the government will put all-out efforts.
Now, the Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. An explosion was reported there following the quake, and the building's second floor has collapsed. The agency says 2 people were confirmed with injuries, and both were said to be conscious. Authorities say rescue operations continue. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls came off, exposing what appears to be the building's framework. A taxi driver near the mall reported hearing a loud bang, and the walls were blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car. Now, the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki
somebody
City,
there says a nearby convenience store was closed. Their house burst water pipes and the water is cut off. There's no major injuries. The missing
police say 9 people
their missing
either
hamster was
cannot be
confirmed alive. The
contacted
earthquake
or are
continues.
trapped inside buildings. The police are trying to confirm their safety. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 people with
40
injuries
minutes ago,
related to the
posted
quake
that,
as of 6
saying that they're still
p.m.
feeling shocks.
A staff member at a nursing home
that
for
might
the
be the
elderly
long,
in
you know,
Hikawa
shake they're
town
talking
said,
about.
I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at a desk. The tremor was so strong I could not stand up. Some residents and staff fell down, and some were injured and bleeding. Meanwhile, Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 7:30 p.m. And now we will be bringing you more updates on the situation on that powerful quake. So please stay tuned on NHK World Japan.
So as I mentioned earlier, the problem is I think the ground itself wasn't able to hold stuff. So like one of those bridges we looked at earlier, if you saw where the pylon was, it's gone, right? The supporting structure, gone. So like it just sunk and fell over. I'm not strange. Yeah, liquefaction of the ground where stuff just kind of sank into it. There's not really much you can do with that, right? That's just what the earth is going to do. I don't know how much you can predict that, especially with some of them already going over waterways. And you already have the liquid there, start shaking, destroys the rocks and stuff like that. Still large pilings, yes. Huge driven piles into there. But once it starts moving, there's nothing to grab onto, and the water rushes in. What you're going to do? So they have that. They have, again, a few train tracks that are no longer straight to go fix the bridges that collapsed. And I don't know how rural this part of Japan is, right? Because it's very far from Tokyo. Oh, crap. That's the wrong one. Add a rice first time. Because, like, it's here, and, everything else is, like, here, right? So, all the major cities and stuff are here and over here, because Tokyo's over here, and then Kyoto's over here, and they're all the way down here. So, I don't know. It looks like they have good-sized buildings there, right? This is the mall that collapsed. And that mall's pretty damn big, so I mean, I guess it's not that rural. And that's where I think people are trapped inside. So again, I don't know if it was updated like the rest of Japan or what. Like, your guess is as good as mine. I do really like this little interactive map, though. Which sucks, too, because this is almost a whole island well, this is an island, actually. Looks like, for here, you destroy here and here. Cuts off this landmass from the rest of Japan. Because Japan's a series of islands, right? So, here, there. So not very good. Very bad. But I think there's a point too, no matter how much you try to get the city prepared for destruction, right? Or an earthquake, you know, there's only so much you can do. You know, unless you like float everything up in the air with balloons. You know, the earthquake's still going to destroy stuff. I'm reading out people's reports from Japan coming in. Eyewitness testimony. People are saying that the joint in the bridge that they're still, one of the joints in the bridge are still driving over is pretty bad. You can feel it while driving over. They think the Japanese government might actually close down one of the bridges. Good morning. Japan had a very big earthquake today. Well, to them today, but to us tonight. This morning? Whatever. Still pretty late. So, NHK has been giving us a lot of updates about what's going on. The other news station, it's hitting every once in a while. We got the airport up, and then this is an interactive map behind us about what's going on. And I'm giving updates as quick as I can. The 47 News. Let me try 47. That's another popular Japanese news station. NHK, I thought it's like one of the biggest ones, though. Oh, you're very welcome. Again, NHK has been coming on and updating stuff, jumping between domestic and world. You know, why don't I do this? NHK. I wonder if Nika Nika Doga has it. Even though we won't be able to know what they're saying, at least you can get some good imagery of what's happening. Where's the live? That's them talking about marble. That's not what we want. You would think they would want to, you know, be worried about their country, but weird. I'm only getting some news. I think we get a lot more news. Okay, apparently Sky News is talking about it, and some woman's remains in Australia. Not really what we wanted, but I'm just trying to find like actual news going on right now. A lot of places are showing old stuff because it's nighttime over there. They have cameras that are going, well, video going when it was daylight. But they are doing now rescues for people who are, you know, trapped underneath rubble, middle of the night. Maybe not middle of the night, but, you know, as night comes, if you will, which is still not great. And since I don't like emptiness and dead air, where did you? There we go. On land. On land and plenty of destruction, unfortunately. Oh, thank God for the big old brain on me. I found different news sites. Well, they're covering a different country, but getting closer. Business, one of Japan's oldest and mainstream. NHK, which we know because NHK is their version of public broadcast. Yeah, we have a shopping mall that collapsed. Some smokestacks on, I don't even know what that building was. It could be a waste recycling plant. I have no idea. The Japan Times is nothing live. NHK, which we have up. And today, he's talking about the quakes again. That shows that we had 5 quakes in that area. They had one not too long ago. Small one, only a 4 point something, but still, after you've already been hit with one, it's kind of a, kind of shocking to find out in the morning, right? So we get over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. So more people have showed up than that, but 50 people admitted with injuries. Oh boy, that looks terrible. The Ministry of Defense and Self-Defense Forces are currently conducting disaster dispatch activities in response to the earthquake that occurred. That's not looking really good. That's the shopping mall that collapsed. Good morning, love pugs. How are you? Yeah, I'm worried about, again, the people in there in that mall in number 2. You guys think if we made some more money, I can convince Yuffie to go get me donuts in the morning? So he'll throw the door open and punch me. How dare you? Hey, Fry. I think I found the Japanese Defense Forces. Yeah, I did. I found the Japanese Defense Forces Twitter page by accident. That's what this is. That is on number 2. But there's footage of it. There's footage happening somewhere in Japan of that. Now I need to use my brain and figure out where it is. I need to figure out what the news site is. Though, I'm kind of looking at the bottom. That might be... I don't know. You think Japan uses TikTok? I use Nico Doga, but... Nika Doga is their version of YouTube. HK, BBC. Need to dig deep. She said, boy, do not tempt me. I will do it. Proceed with the donut fund. I guess whatever we make after right now is for a donut fund. So there you go.
This comes first, and we would like to minimize the damage to people and to ensure safety to our people. We will work closely with the local government, and the government will put all out efforts.
The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside this Aeon Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. An explosion was reported there following the quake, and the building's second floor has collapsed. The National Police Agency says around 10 people, including employees, are unaccounted for in the mall. Details of the situation are unclear, and it's not known whether any customers were involved. The Fire and Disaster Agency says 2 people were confirmed with injuries, and both were said to be conscious. Authorities say rescue operations continue. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls came off, exposing what appears to be the building's framework. A taxi driver near the mall reported hearing a loud bang, and the walls were blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car.
Down.
Well, the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it's now checking the situation. A hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 injured people as of 6 p.m. A staff member at a nursing home for the elderly in the town said, "I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at a desk. The tremor was so strong I couldn't stand up. Some residents and staff fell down and some were injured and bleeding." Meanwhile, Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 48,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 7:30 p.m. And chip manufacturer TSMC has a factory in the prefecture. It says it's evacuated its employees to a safe place outside the factory, according to the company's emergency response procedures. It says it's confirming the safety of its workers and facilities.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Kumamoto Prefecture. No injuries were reported. And Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture.
It's currently dark over there.
It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed.
I just clicked on their thing and looked.
And recapping our story, a series of powerful quakes have struck Japan's Kyushu region in the southwest on Tuesday afternoon. We've been hearing reports of injuries, fires, potential building entrapments, and other damage across the affected region. The JMA has lifted its tsunami advisory there, but is asking people in the region to remain on full alert for strong shaking in the coming days. And it's named this disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. The magnitude 7.1 tremor struck in Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It was 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Now, long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long-period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and its surrounding regions saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture.
Why it was still daylight?
The JMA held its second news conference at 8:30 p.m. An official says there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped here inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. An explosion was reported there following the quake, and the building's second floor has collapsed. The National Police Agency says around 10 people, including employees, are unaccounted for in the mall. Details of the situation are still unclear, and it's not known whether any customers are involved. The Fire and Disaster Agency says 2 people were confirmed with injuries, and both were said to be conscious. Authorities say rescue operations continue. And footage taken from an NHK helicopter shows parts of the shopping center's exterior walls came off,
so this
exposing
is
what appears to be the building's
one
framework.
of the train stations in
a
number
taxi
2.
driver near the mall
They
reported
said though the
hearing
cameras
a loud
might go
bang,
out due to
and
battery
the walls
power
were
on
blown away. The driver said parts of the wall hit a nearby car. And as we have been reporting, the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture after the quake is gradually becoming evident.
He's going to repeat himself for a minute.
Footage
so.
taken from an NHK helicopter
Don't
at
mind
around
talking over him.
5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building.
I'm just going to turn him off for a second. So number 1 is actually currently live over there, and they are showing the area where that X is actually where the earthquake hit. I know, unless some of you speak Japanese or read it, I will try to translate as much as I can. Currently, that says on it, an earthquake hit the seismic intensity of 7, struck the area. Observations were made in Yuki City and Hakawa Town. And then on top, it just says breaking news. And it says an earthquake with magnitude of 7. That's what it says there on the screen, up on top, on the upper left. But that is actually live footage of Japan now. They're bringing in. The one on the right is the station where people are getting picked up and moved around. And some people are actually meeting over there as a place to reunite with people and make sure that they're safe and find their loved ones. Again, right there was a rock slide earlier. Hillsides were collapsing, stuff liquefied underneath. Pillars fell into the water. Multiple bridges have either been separated and stuff kind of fell. It's not a great situation in there. Unfortunately, the worst area is that mall, which I'm trying to get more updates on. The only place that I've actually gotten a good update on it, which I'm still looking, is the Japanese Self-Defense Force posted a picture that was earlier I put up, which shows how much damage has happened there. So I'm hoping to get more info on that. Again, the Self-Defense Force has come to, which is their version of the military, has come in to try to help those people and trying to give some relief if they can. That was 33 minutes ago they posted that. On this day, the 28th, regarding the earthquake with a maximum seismic intensity of 7 that occurred at Kumamoto region, Kumamoto Prefecture at 1730. On the same day, a request for disaster dispatch related to life-saving operations and other measures was made by the government of Kumamoto Prefecture to the commander of the 8th Division, Kita Kumamoto. In response, such units as the Grand Self-Defense Forces 42nd Rapid Reaction Maneuver Regiment, Kita Kumamoto, and the 8th Reconnaissance Company, Kita Kumamoto, are heading to, I don't know why it's posted as Kita Kumamoto in there, that must be a mistranslation, heading to the severe affected areas. Life-saving activities on the other operations, the initial response unit, Fast Force, has arrived at the scene already and started to help people as much as they can. You know, here's something different between America and everywhere else. The first comment that's on here, the first comment with the most views says, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can only pray, but I hope all that you remain safe. I imagine the task is extremely arduous and everyone in the Self-Defense Force, but I kindly ask you to continue your effort. Thank you very much." Man, why the hell can our country be like that? If you go on X-File, the first thing to our military would be like, "Why didn't you guys do it earlier?" Someone else, "Thank you, please stay safe." That's very kind. Very, very kind people. Someone else, "Thank you very much. The Self-Defense Force are the pride of our nation." Man. We got to step it up, folks. Japan's making us look bad. Zelensky has arrived in Washington, D.C. For anyone that cares. I don't know if anybody cares, but you know. 6 minutes ago, he arrived. Blade's here to add to the donut fund. Great. Awesome. Seismic intensity 3, Kumamoto region, Amaskia, Asika. So, was there another earthquake just now? I hope there was another one. Go to my handy dandy seismic map here. Been using. I'm only seeing 5 dots, which is good. There's still 5 dots. As long as I have 6 dots. If we ever get 6 dots, we're in trouble. So 5, all right. I don't know if anybody cares. I'm just reporting the news. I'm waiting to see if, NHK goes to the domestic news is what I really want. NHK. Because this guy's going to repeat the same thing again. Because they keep trying to give me the well, now they say that it's the regular news is about to start over there, so we'll see. Because like I'm at NHK World, that's not what I want. I want actually like NHK Domestic, which is different. Which is their other website for local stuff, right? So and the issue is I have to keep going between my phone so I can translate what the hell we're looking for. Oh, no, I don't want that. That's talking about GPS monitoring people. That's not what I want. I know you can't see all what I'm looking at. See where some of the mudslides happened over there, number 1. This is Korean news. I'll take it if it's the right thing. Thank you, Korea. 震度7を観測したのは熊本県の宇城市氷川町。震度6強を観測したのは熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町です。地震発生直後、RKK 報道フロアでは大きな横揺れが。天井の看板、机の上のパソコンも大きく揺れています。今強い地震がありました。熊本今強い地震を感じました。床にはファイルが散乱。緊急地震速報です。また来るか、また来るよ。来るかもしれないよ。準備して、準備して。Digging through the news, trying to find stuff that's not old for you. 今日午後4時27分ごろ、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測する地震がありました。 Because I don't think any of you speak Japanese.
2016年の熊本地震など過去に地震が続発した事例があるとして
Spanish,
最
yes.
大震度7程度の地震に注意するよう呼びかけました。
French, yes. Japanese,
午
no.
後4時27分頃に起きた地震では熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測したほか、熊本市南区と八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町で震度6強を観測しました。さらに震度6弱を観測したのは合志市、大津町、西原村、三船町、上天草市、橋北町となっています。震源は熊本県熊本地方。震源の深さはおよそ10キロ。
Well, at least now I'm getting new images I didn't see before. So at least that's an upside. These are coming from Korea, though.
これについて気象庁は会見を行い、震源が浅いので地震活動がかなり活発になっている。家の倒壊や土砂災害の危険性が十分ある。震源が浅いと震源近くの場所では緊急地震速報が間に合わないことがあると述べました。その上で2016年の熊本地震では震度7が相次いで発生した。今後1週間ほど、特に今後 2,3 日間は今回の地震と同じ最大震度7程度の地震に十分注意してほしいと呼びかけました。さらに2016年の熊本地震との関連については現時点では分かっていないとした上で、震源の位置については割れ残りとして指摘される日名具断層帯に近い場所だと述べました。明日以降、政府の地震調査委員会などで評価を進めるということです。なお、気象庁は有明八代海に発表していた津波注意報を午後6時10分にすべて解除しました。今日午後4時27分頃に熊本県で最大震度7の揺れを観測した地震の名称について、気象庁は先ほど令和8年熊本地震とすると発表しました。気象庁は記者会見で2016年の熊本地震など過去に地震が続発した事例があるとして、引き続き最大震度7程度の地震に注意するよう呼びかけています。イオンモール熊本の爆発や熊本県内の火事について総務省消防庁からの情報です。
So the guy up there in the upper right, he's talking about the earthquake. What depth it was it 16 kilometers? They thought it was 10 originally. And they moved it up to a 7.2 when they originally thought it was a 7.1 because of the depth. Number one, again, is just kind of a warning thing, telling people what happened. Number 4 is the Korean news source showing what happened earlier. At least I'm pretty sure that might be China. I think that's China. No, Osaka. No, that's Japan.
原子力発電所や石油コンビナートなどの重要施設についての被害に関する報告はないということです。熊本県の2つの市の9万2743人にレベル5緊急安全確保が、熊本県の5つの市と町の17万4713人と長崎県の1つの市の3万9291人、福岡県の1つの市の3426人の合わせて21万7430人に避難指示が出ています。
Yeah, which is still pretty shallow, son, honey.
イオンによりますと、熊本県鹿島町にある
so they're trying to downgrade it, and other people have come in here and I don't know where my camera's Other people have come in here and they're like, oh, they're already downgrading it to this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to really take their, like, I'm going to take Japan's information because that's where it's happening, right? Like, not someone else across the ocean being like, well, it's really this. They're like, yeah, piss off.
従業員の安否確認も進めているということです。イオンモール熊本は熊本県内では最大級のショッピングセンターで、中には専門店や飲食店のほか映画館が入っていました。し 敷地内には温泉施設
Because
や
Nippon
ガ
is
ソリンスタンド
actually
などもあっ
Japan's
たとい
real.
うことです。
Let's see.
熊本県内で最大震度7を観測した地震で、防衛省は午後5時30分に熊本県の木村知事からの災害派遣要請を受理し、現地に隊員を派遣したということです。
Yeah, and I guess somebody was in here saying that lately they've been undercutting a lot of them because they think something bigger is coming, and so they want to
この地震を受けて熊本県の天草市は午後4時45分に市全域の3万
hit that like button, folks, if you haven't.
世帯 6万9442人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。 熊本県の上天草市も午後5時に市全域の1万960世帯2万3301人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。また芦北町、津奈木町の全域と玉名市の一部地域に警戒レベル4避難指示を、嶺北町の
point out where the epicenter was of the earthquake, where it came out of.
避難が出ています。 交通への影響です。全日空と日本航空によりますと、先ほどの地震の影響で熊本空港では現在も点検のため滑走路を閉鎖しています。点検は少なくとも午後6時半までは続き、
Again, how strong the seismic event was.
この影響で全日空
Well, right, Jet. That is 100% accurate.
熊本を発着するすべての便
Cold Stone, that is terrifying to know. What's up, Red Spot?
また全日空はすでに明日熊本から
Big Red Spot, that would be a horrible thing to do. My family, like, I grew up drinking Folgers. Ugh.
九州にある各空港は午後5時40分現在通常通りの
Worst part of waking up, diarrhea in your cup.
九州新幹線は地震が起きてから現在まで全線で運転の見合わせを続けていますが、
I'm not a coffee snob, I mean, but
については遅れが発生しているものの運転は再開しているということです。 また JR 九州によりますと、九州新幹線の列車内で複数の怪我人が出ているということです。九州新幹線は地震が起きてから現在まで全線で運転を見合わせていて、18時現在運転再開の見込みは立っていない。
My entire feed now on X is covered in is covered in stuff from Japan.
熊本城の様子です。
So apparently I'm trying to find, it says NHK news, but I'm trying to find out where this feed is from because it gives you an idea. There's people already going to those buildings and trying to pull people out.
さらにしばらくすると、熊本城の周囲複数の場所から土煙が上がってきました。
You can see his no tsunami, no.
今日午後4時27分頃、
But there was 4, there was a small fifth one that happened.
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1。
So there's still aftershocks going on.
10キロです。震度7を観測したのは熊本県の宇城市、氷川町。
I don't know. I feel like a lot of it they're going to see it very quickly. Guys got their helmets on, apparently worried that there might be more aftershocks, or maybe they're just in character. I don't know. Okay.
Together to do all they can with the top priority to save people's lives. The government held a meeting of the Emergency Disaster Management Headquarters headed by Takaichi at the Prime Minister's office at around 8 p.m.
So the defense force has been put out there to help people.
This is the first time since the powerful earthquake on the Noto Peninsula in 2024 that such a headquarters has been set up.
I'm a VTuber, not a cosplayer.
Takaichi says people have been injured and damage to buildings and roads has been confirmed. She says she is with the people affected. She says she wants officials to do their utmost through the night to grasp the extent of the damage and work on disaster response measures. No, it
was on
She
land.
says the areas which have been severely hit are facing the risk of building collapses and landslides. She says she wants people not to go into dangerous spots to keep themselves safe. The Meteorological Agency held two briefings on the latest earthquake, one at 5:30 p.m. and the other 3 hours later.
So you see the small screen that's moving?
It's clear that seismic activity is high as there have been 61 jolts of an intensity of 1 or more following the large earthquake. Regarding the regions that have been hit by the jolt, this large red circle indicates the areas that have been experienced an intensity of 7. The area is quite large. Also, when a massive earthquake occurs in the water, a tsunami is highly probable, so there's a need to stay cautious for possible tsunami. The hard-hit regions face the danger of mudslides and houses collapsing. He says he wants people to refrain from entering dangerous places and to remain vigilant against more earthquakes and rain. He says he wants people to remain cautious for earthquakes of an intensity of 7 for the next 7 days, and in particular for the first 2 or 3.
Close enough.
He also called for caution against heat.
Hey, Indian.
He says temperatures are expected to rise to 35 degrees Celsius or higher until the beginning of next week. He asks people to be on guard against heat stroke. The sun is expected to prevail in Kumamoto Prefecture until about August 4th due to a high pressure system. The weekly weather forecast says that daytime highs will top 35 degrees,
That's why you don't get a shitty lighting
overnight
guy.
lows will be above 25 degrees. The agency is calling for residents to take steps against heat stroke. The strong sun could trigger thunder and rain. Should the rain intensify, there is a need to be on guard against possible mudslides. The agency has named today's earthquake the Kumamoto earthquake of the 8th year of Reiwa, or 2026. Kumamoto was hit by a massive earthquake 10 years ago. Are the two jolts related? The official says it's too early to say. The distance between the main shock of the 2016 quake, which had a magnitude of 7.3, and today's earthquake is about 20 kilometers.
I think the Labubus might be in China.
And they can be defined as occurring in close areas.
I'm sure they're in Japan. Japan and China should trade land.
It's the first time since April 2016 for a jolt with an intensity of 7 to be recorded in Kumamoto Prefecture. Back in 2016, the jolt with that intensity was observed twice. The serial earthquake 10 years ago caused damage to 98% of the private homes in Mashiki town. In Minami Aso village, apartment buildings for college students were among other structures near the Tokai University campus that collapsed. Many people were forced to evacuate from their homes and sleep inside vehicles. Many disaster-related deaths were reported as people's health conditions worsened as they continued living in shelters. The death toll rose to 278 in Kumamoto and Oita prefectures combined. A total of 198,000 structures were damaged or destroyed in 40 municipalities in Kumamoto Prefecture. The scars of the earthquake remain at Kumamoto Castle. The quake damaged all its structures. 30% of the stone walls collapsed or were damaged significantly. Authorities were looking to complete restoring the castle in fiscal 2052. And the latest quake hit as the restoration work was underway and caused damage again. In the Kumamoto earthquake 10 years ago, the first of two powerful earthquakes called the foreshock occurred, registering a 6.5 magnitude. At the time, the north side of the Hinagu Fault Zone that extends from Mashiki Town through the southern Yatsushiro Seas is believed to have moved. 28 hours later, what's called the main shock with a magnitude 7.3 occurred. An intensity of 7 on the Japanese seismic scale of 0 to 7 was observed in Mashiki Town and Nishihara Village. In the main shock, the east side section of the Hinagu Fault Zone, extending from Minami Aso Village to the Uto Peninsula, is believed to have moved. Yet, the south side section of the Hinagu Fault Zone apparently did not move in the earthquakes 10 years ago. The Government Earthquake Research Committee says the risk of earthquakes hitting is high in this south side section. The committee rates the probability of a magnitude 7 class earthquake occurring as S rank, the highest level. Professor Sakai Shinichi of the University of Tokyo's Earthquake Research Institute commented on what the two quakes have in common. He says the quake of 10 years ago was triggered by the ruptures of the Hinagu Fault and the Futagawa Fault. He says this time the Hinagu Fault on the south and at the tip may have ruptured toward the south. 10 years ago, the rupture of the Hinagu Fault was partial. There was concern that the remaining fault could trigger an earthquake. What will happen in the future? He says a rupture of a fault isn't the end of it. Energy will be stored right by, and its impact could be felt. He says there is a need to monitor what will happen southwest of the fault. South of the fault faces the ocean, which could trigger a tsunami, so one should refrain from visiting that area. He says people need to evacuate to safe areas. Japan Meteorological Agency official says it remains unknown whether the powerful quake had anything to do with the twin major quakes that jolted Kumamoto Prefecture 10 years ago, but the official urged people to stay vigilant. He says an intensity 7 quake with a shallow focus hit Kumamoto Prefecture on April 14, 2016, followed by increased seismic activity. He says another intensity 7 quake struck the prefecture with a magnitude 7.3 2 days later, also followed by increased seismic activity. He says, generally speaking, a quake with a shallow focus tends to be followed by increased seismic activity. He says the latest powerful quake is likely to fit the pattern. He says the latest strong quake had a magnitude of 7.1. He says people should stay on the alert as a quake greater than that could happen. The government's Earthquake Research Committee is expected to discuss tomorrow whether today's powerful quake was related to the 2016 quakes.
And this is news just in Uki City, Kumamoto Prefecture, which was hit by an intensity 7 earthquake. The police station says that a house collapsed in the city and 4 people who are residents of the house cannot be contacted. And one person has been confirmed to be trapped inside.
I haven't seen anyone saying they saw the earthquake lights or not.
There is no response to calls, and the fire and police department are carrying out rescue operations.
Because according to NHK, there's already been 3 additional
earthquakes. The police department there says that a house has collapsed in the city and 4 residents of the house cannot be contacted. And one person has been confirmed to be trapped inside. The person is not responding to calls, and the fire and police department are carrying out rescue operations.
They're all worried we're going to see as much people who are killed due to the stuff going. Good morning, buddy.
So it is getting dark outside, and so what things should we be careful of during nighttime? We will ask Yoritomi Shigeto from the Current Affairs Division. So how should people spend the night? First of all, the seismic activity is very active right now, and that is the one thing to look out for. If you see it, and we have more than 60 earthquakes occurring that registered an intensity of 1 or higher on the Japanese scale of 0 to 7. You would hear emergency earthquake warnings and also constant shaking. Many people will be feeling concerned.
So there is small earthquakes already happening, or just not big enough for anyone, I think, to give a shit about.
Subsequent earthquakes that could trigger tremors, and so people should watch out for those quakes.
like
the
threes
first earthquake was
twos.
an intensity of 7, which is a very violent shaking.
NHK's
so
Twitter is
this
showing
could
them.
cause damage to
anyways.
buildings, and shells may have toppled inside of buildings. So during the nighttime, please watch out for possible major shakes and stay in a safe place in order to avoid possible injuries. So the extent of the damage has yet to be fully known. What is the damage reported so far? Could you recap? So from here, I'd like to show you my computer screen. If we can show that right now, this is NHK's disaster information map. This has damage information reported within 24 hours, and this is plotted on the map on this website. In our news, we reported on Iyo Mall, Kumamoto, where the building floor has collapsed and many people are trapped inside. This is Iyo Mall, Kumamoto in Kashima town. And various damages have been reported. For example, an intensity of 7 registered in Uki City. If we click on this area, you can see an area view where we can see that a fire has occurred. In Yatsushiro City, we also see this aerial view, which shows a fire has occurred. Many building damages have also been reported. In Uki City, there was a building collapse. And this is in Yatsushiro City. You can see the first floor of the building has collapsed. And this image is small here, but you can see on the upper left of the screen.
That's a fox wedding.
The building has collapsed. Also, bridge damage is also seen. You can see on the upper left that part of the bridge has collapsed. So violent shaking was observed in wide areas, and so building damages and collapses have occurred in various places. We have yet to know the full extent of damage. So we have a lot of damage reported. 10 years ago, Kumamoto also had a series of major earthquakes. Does that mean that there's also risk of quakes of similar size occurring in the next 7 days? Yes, the meteorological agency says that there's a possibility of an intensity 7 earthquake striking in the next 7 days. And for the next 2 or 3 days, we need to watch out for possible major quakes. In the Kumamoto earthquake 10 years ago, I was there in Kumamoto when the second major earthquake hit. When there's a major quake, it's difficult to take immediate response. So when there's a major quake, you need to make sure to stay in a safe place so that you can evacuate smoothly. So prepare beforehand so you can evacuate when necessary. For example, before going to bed, maybe put water bottles or food supplies near you. You will need to evacuate in the dark, so have some flashlights ready. And because of the hot weather, prepare some things that can keep you cool.
So that's the translator
also,
you're hearing.
If you keep your shoes near the entrance, maybe keep those slippers or shoes near your bed.
I keep my 9mm.
This way,
it
you'll
has
be
a
able to
light
secure
on it.
safety when a possible major strike occurs going forward. So we're in summertime, and in Kumamoto, temperatures are expected to rise to 30 degrees or higher. What are some key points to keep in mind to prevent heat stroke? So it looks like the temperatures are going to stay high, and we're going to have the temperatures over 25 degrees during the night. Tomorrow, hot weather is expected.
Man, you know, my mom used to always say there's earthquake weather.
So some people may be evacuating, and please make sure to stay hydrated, take salt, and keep yourself cool. Also having some cold wet towels and having plastic bottles of beverages to keep yourself cool is good. Some people want to avoid going to the restrooms frequently, and so they do not take enough water. But it's important to stay hydrated and take fluids, especially in evacuation centers. Elderly people and children could start to feel sick. People around them are advised to call out to them. Even though everyone is in a difficult time, it's important to watch out for others as well.
Man, why are they such a nice people? You know what I mean? Like, hey, make sure you take care of everyone around you. Like, Jesus Christ.
In Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture,
so nice.
which was hit by a upper 6 earthquake, according to the Yatsushiro police station, at the Nippon Paper Company's plant where the smokestack has collapsed, there are multiple people who are unaccounted for, and police and the fire department are trying to confirm the situation. To repeat, in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture, hit by a upper 6 earthquake. According to the police station there, the Nippon Power Company plant where a smokestack collapsed and was broken, multiple people are unaccounted for, and police and fire department are trying to confirm the situation. And we will now go to the Fukuoka station.
Picture audio, dudes.
So reporting on the situation in various parts of Kyushu from Fukuoka Broadcasting Station. As we heard from the broadcasting station in Tokyo, the Uki Police Department says that home buildings, a house has collapsed and the 4 residents of the home could not be contacted. One person is confirmed to be trapped inside the building and is not responding to calls from outside. At 4:27 p.m., there was an earthquake centered in the Kumamoto region of Kumamoto Prefecture. Earthquakes are continuing, and we are starting to see the extent of damage. Please take action.
Okay, I don't know why we got some weird commercial here in the middle of it, but all right. I guess they had to do it, put something on. I want to know about the earthquake. I don't care about your cinematic journey.
Sacred Mount Fuji.
What? NHK, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? Yeah, that's very nice. It's a beautiful mountain. I wish these other ones were in English.
停電、水漏れ、道路の破損などが確認されています。この後、熊本市の大西市長が取材に応じる予定です。
今日午後4時27分ごろ、県内で最大震度7の地震がありました。震源地は熊本県熊本地方で、震源の深さはおよそ16キロ、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1 と推定されます。各地の震度です。震度7が宇城市氷川町、震度6強が熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、震度6強です。益城町、美里町、震度6弱が合志市、大津町、三船町、西原村、上天草市、芦北町、震度5強です。熊本市東区、中郷区、北区、熊本市西区、山鹿市、菊池市、菊陽町、天草市、水俣市、震度5強、つなぎ町などとなっています。
Am I fluent in Japanese? Nowhere near.
この地震
I
は
understand some
午後8
things.
時までに震度5弱の地震が3回、 震度4は7
But
回、
Japanese is very
17回
like
起きていることが分かっています。
textural. Like some of the words are the same. It's a very hard language to learn.
現在は解除されています。
I understand some words, but
気象庁が会見を開いたところでは、
not enough to say I know it.
最大震度
Nowhere near.
7程度の地震に注意が必要だとしています。また家の倒壊や土砂災害の危険性、今後の地震や雨に十分注意をするよう呼びかけています。
新しい情報です。消防によりますと、爆発が起きた熊本県嘉島町の大型商業施設イオンモール熊本からこれまでに3人が病院に搬送されたということです。いずれも意識はあるということです。建物内には依然人が取り残されている可能性があり、消防などが救助を進める方針です。イオンモール熊本では従業員とみられる20人から30人の安否がわからない状態となっています。消防などによりますと、午後6時ごろ嘉島町にあるイオンモール熊本で白い煙が上がり爆発音がしたなどと119番通報がありました。2階部分が崩落したということです。警察関係者によりますと、従業員とみられる20人から30人が安否がわからない状態となっているということです。建物内に取り残されているとみられます。客が避難した後に残っていた従業員の可能性があるということです。消防などが消火活動と救出活動を行っています。こちらではこれまでに3人が病院に搬送されたということです。いずれも意識はあるということです。
最大震度7の地震による交通への影響です。 JR 九州によりますと、九州新幹線は博多鹿児島中央間で終日運転を取りやめています。また午後9時現在、鹿児島線の大牟田八代間、豊肥線の熊本豊後竹田間、三角線の全線で終日運転を取りやめています。熊本市交通局によりますと、熊本市電の全線で運転を見合わせています。南阿蘇鉄道も終日運行を取りやめています。肥薩オレンジ鉄道は八代仙台間で今日と明日の終日運転を見合わせます。
Oh, you bastards. Okay. So Japan also has really weird like time slots. So from 5:45 to 6 is the Fuji Long Trail Eruption Cinematic Journey. Then 5:15 to 5:45 is more news, and then more news.
日本航空は午後9時現在、明日午後1時以降は通常通りの運行を予定しているとしています。高速です。ネクスコ西日本によりますと、
I would say the food court would be nice.
九州自動車道の植木海老野インター間の上下線で通行止めとなっています。また南九州道の日名具八代ジャンクション間の上下線、九州中央自動車道の鹿島ジャンクション益城料金所間の上下線で通行止めとなっています。道路の被害などを調べています。警察によると、高速道路上での事故などは午後5時半現在は確認されていません。路線バス各社も運行を取りやめるなど影響が続いています。
各地の被害情報をお伝えします。宇城市、熊本市、八代市で合わせて7件の火事が発生しているということです。八代市では工場の煙突崩落に伴う救助要請があり、消防が対応しています。警察によりますと、午後6時現在、およそ115件の110番通報が寄せられました。内訳は要救助がおよそ20件、家屋倒壊がおよそ15件、家屋閉じ込めがおよそ30件などとなっています。熊本市南区にある済生会熊本病院によると、午後7時57分時点で怪我人など59人を受け入れていて、その中には心肺停止の人もいるということです。震度7の揺れを観測した氷川町にある八代北部地域医療センターによりますと、午後7時40分現在、60人以上の怪我人を受け入れていて、この後も増える見込みだということです。震度6強を観測した八代市では市役所の被害が大きく、建物の内部も崩れているということです。また八代城跡の城壁が崩れているということです。熊本城総合事務所によりますと、地震の影響で石垣が複数箇所崩れたという情報が入っていて、詳しい状況を調べています。 JR 九州によりますと、地震の影響で新八代駅に停車した九州新幹線の車両内に怪我人がいるという情報があり、
So like I understand some of the context what he's talking about just because I already read a bunch of this, but like here this is a train station they evacuated and they're worried about the cameras and batteries going dead. I got no sleep. I need donations for coffee and donuts. Like, keep going. I need to sugar up. I was up mixing some music for Yuffie, and then I was like, I'm going to turn on X, and it said earthquake just happened within like 15 minutes of me looking. So I just jumped right on. I know, I'm hardcore. So according to Nerve, again, there's already been a bunch of smaller earthquakes happening. Oh, let's see. When did this come out? This is 4:30 a.m. That one's a little old. There's some a little bit more. 22 minutes ago, 13 minutes ago. That's a storm grenade. Typhoon number 13. Current status and forecast. Powerful typhoon number 13, Dolphin, is moving northwest at speeds of 20 miles per hour through the Marshall Islands towards Japan. Oh, poor bastards can't get the break. Multiple people missing as chimney collapsed at the Deos Papers Yoshitera Mill, police have said. So multiple people missing there. 23 minutes ago, there was another earthquake. Oh, well, there's a good image. That's a better image about what's going on. We have actually a really awesome donut place that's here. That's local. It's family ran and owned, and I think they cook all the donuts in like tallow. So that is teeny tiny, and that is hard to see. Damn it. Damn it to hell. All right. Let's do this instead. Because I need that one. Now again, these are all in Japanese. So much as I would love to hear what the hell they're saying. I mean, I'd rather be cooked in beef tallow than anything else. We also have a place out here that does fries, and they do fries in what the hell is that? Truffle oil. And oh man, are they good. Like, probably some of the best fries I've ever had. I will stab someone in the face for those fries. They're that good. Where, oh, where is the thing I put images on? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition or me to be on this early. 自衛隊の航空機20機が上空からの被害情報の収集を行っているとした上で、熊本県庁をはじめ揺れの強かった地域に I'm going to move over to my full screen really quick. So, this is how many earthquakes have actually happened recently in there. This gives a much better idea. They're very small, but the issue is, even though they're small earthquakes, right? The overall, like, the bigger issue is that, you know, oh shit, that's the wrong direction. I want to put that. The bigger issue is that there's a chance, even when, like, let's say there's a rescue working on something, they could get trapped, right, while working on this. So, oh, large chat for everybody. So there's the big ones that happen, and as you see, there's a cluster of small ones just surrounding it, right? top right, where? Or we're looking, no, this is like super low in the country. It's like all the way at the southern end of Japan. So, yeah, I'm surprised no one drove off that bridge either. But here you go. It gives you kind of a better idea how many are happening. There's a bunch of 3s, 1s. Looks like a minesweeper map. So give you kind of an idea. The earthquakes are still happening, but they get much smaller ones. So they are continuously going. And again, it might not seem much, but if you got a bunch of rubble hanging on there by a prayer. One little wrong fart, and all of a sudden the whole thing collapses in on you. That's Korean. Don't know English yet, but we're getting closer. So that shows you where the earthquake was. The very far southern area of Japan.
気象庁は記者会見を行い、2016年の熊本地震など過去に地震が続発した事例があるとして、引き続き
Well, yeah, they'll have it cleaned up probably quickly, unless
午後4時27分頃に起きた地震では、熊本県の宇城市と氷川
more
町
earthquakes
で
happen,
最大震度7を観測
which is unfortunately very possible.
熊本市南区と八代市、宇土市、美里町。
But there is a lot of activity going on right now. Oh, that guy's talking again.
Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It was 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. The Japan Meteorological Agency named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of the night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. Now, the Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. Police sources say they've received information that 20 to 30 employees are unaccounted for.
Yeah, I'm still on,
Police
buddy.
and the fire department are rushing to confirm whether they're inside the building. Officials say an explosion was reported there following the quake, and the building's second floor has collapsed. Customers were being evacuated at the time of the explosion. It's not clear whether any remain trapped inside. Meanwhile, police say they're fielding reports of several more people unaccounted for in Yatsushiro City. The reports involve a Nippon paper factory which sustained damage, including a collapsed smokestack. Officials say they're investigating those reports. Now, the government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas. It held a meeting of the Disaster Response Task Force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
I used to be right on it, actually.
From the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas. At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
And the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m.
Oregon's fine.
Flames and smoke.
I live in the
emerging
state
from
of
what appears to
Jefferson.
be a residential building in
If you know,
Uki
you know.
More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has
Oregon's
separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass.
My family's only a 6-hour drive. My wife's family's only a 4 or 5 hour drive.
Uki City says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking, and it's now checking the situation. The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts. Now, a hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating over 50 injured people as of 6 p.m. A staff member at a nursing home for the elderly in Hikawa town said, "I suddenly felt a big jolt while I was working at a desk. The tremor was so strong I couldn't stand up. Some residents and staff fell down, and some were injured and bleeding." Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 44,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 9:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture. No injuries were reported. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed.
That's a big deal because people are freaking out about it.
Again, dozens are injured or reportedly unaccounted for after a series of powerful earthquakes hit Japan's Kyushu region Tuesday afternoon. Now, amid this disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It was 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors.
If they bring out the Gundams, the Chinese will know.
And the class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling.
The surprise war effort will be
class
for
3
that.
tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. The JMA has named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of the night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides.
Holy crap. So apparently,
more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places.
apparently people in Japan were comparing the buildings, the mall, and what they're starting to realize is where the power generators were on top of the building and gas cogeneration system was supposed to be on the roof is no longer there and got blown up. So they're thinking that that's what the explosion was, is that the gas system and the generators exploded. That's what blew out all the walls of that mall. So if someone's in there, oh, that's not good. That's no bueno.
Now, police say they're fielding reports of several more people unaccounted for in Yatsushiro City. The reports involve a Nippon paper factory which sustained damage, including a collapsed smokestack. Officials say they're investigating those reports. And Japan's government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the
So if you look over at this picture I just put up, that's before
at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Following a request from the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas.
and that was after. So all the stuff that was up top is no longer there.
And take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
So apparently that's what they're saying.
And we now turn to NHK's domestic service for more on that shopping mall with simultaneous interpretation.
That's where it was right there on top.
One of the man that
Here we go.
witnessed the accident said that she saw that many of the debris are scattering and falling out of the outer wall. And 4 people from the Iyomo was carried to the local hospital, so they are conscious. However, the
negative.
police says that
That's
many
been
people
long
are still unaccounted
cleared.
for and trapped inside. Rescue operation is ongoing. This is a live report from Koshima Township of the Kumamoto Prefecture.
So we're finally getting some live stuff happen. More live stuff.
A seismic intensity of upper 6 was registered in Yatsushiro City. This building was a 3-story high
So that's what was on top.
And there was
a
store
8
on the first floor, but that has been
Looks like 8 containers and
the store
generators.
owner had been trapped, but around 9:40 p.m. the police have discovered the man and transported him to the hospital. We are not aware whether he was conscious or not. There's been a lot of protrusions of the road and collapsing buildings and structures near this neighborhood. In Yatsushiro City, all of the city is under instruction for evacuation. This was live from Yatsushiro City.
New footage has just come in. It shows the Aeon Mall, Kumamoto in Kashima Town, where there was a report of an explosion. It shows a large hole in the cargo bed of a transport company truck parked nearby.
She said she's sending in the defense force and that human lives take priority over anything else. She says politics don't matter when human lives are at risk. Send in self-defense force.
It shows
So the military's in there to help now.
The person who filmed the video says he heard a loud bang and the white smoke gradually grew.
撮影した人はドンという大きな爆発音が鳴り、白い煙がだんだん大きくなっていきましたと話していました。そしてこちらは今夜
This footage was taken in Kumamoto City's Higashi Ward tonight. The front gate of a temple has collapsed and roof tiles are scattered around. The person who took the footage says the structure showed no signs of deterioration, so he was surprised that the gate collapsed.
建物は老朽化している様子はなかったので、まさか崩れるとは思わず驚きましたと話していま
It's a
した。
bad omen.
被害は熊本県内
Damage is being reported in many parts of Kumamoto Prefecture. This person says black smoke is seen rising from a building in Uki City. He says red flames are also visible and firefighting is ongoing in the area.
こちらは
This is Yatsushiro City in southern Kumamoto Prefecture. This person says the building is tilting and the first floor is crushed. This image shows that it used to be a 3-story structure.
3階建てだったと見られています。
After the quake, the first floor is missing and the shutters have been flattened. Police and firefighters could be seen working frantically.
There's 20 to 30 employees still in that mall unable to be contacted. So if the generators did fall and it was a fuel air bomb more or less that went off,
overturned.
That's not good. That's very bad.
A huge broken chimney is lying on its side at a paper mill. Expressways have come apart at their joints and slipped down.
高速道路は継ぎ目で段差ができ、ずれ落ちていました。地震が起きたのは午後4時半前。こちらは震度7を観測した宇城市の映像です。カメラが激しく揺れています。
This is the footage from the Uki city, and you can see that how violently that the cameras are shaking. And also, this is the inside of the Kumamoto city. You can see that the boulevard trees are shaking from side to side. After the jolt is subsided, many people rushed outside of the building to take refuge on the streets. And this is the police station of the Mifune township of the Kumamoto. Some of the employees had to sit down because they could not bear that violent jolts, could not keep standing. And in the Minami district of the Kumamoto, where the intensity of 6 was observed, the car was parking at that time, was shaking from side to side, as well as the traffic signs. And this is inside of the Shinkansen line of the Kyushu Shinkansen. And it came to the emergency stop, and also that the aircon also stopped. And so there is, they have not decided when to resume the operation. As a part of the stone wall of the Kumamoto Castle collapsed. Kumamoto Castle is a symbol of the Kumamoto. You can see the collapsing the stone wall and followed by the dust. And according to the operation, the part of the stone walls is indeed collapsed according to the operator of the castle.
In the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, people in Kumamoto City could be seen evacuating outdoors. This woman says her legs were shaking as she walked downstairs. She says her heart was pounding until she reached the ground. The earthquake registered an intensity of 7 in the city of Uki. An NHK crew was arriving in the city when another jolt came. Our reporter says an aftershock is hitting Uki city and the power line can be seen swaying from side to side. A series of aftershocks continued. We talked to a restaurant worker. The man says it was shaking so strongly that he had to hold on to something to keep from falling. He says he saw some objects falling from the shelves. He says it felt stronger than the powerful quake that hit Kumamoto 10 years ago. The earthquake registered an intensity of lower 6 in the town of Ashikita. We talked by phone with the director of an elderly care facility. Newswatch 9 had visited the facility once before. The director, Hayakawa Junichi, says that he felt that the horizontal motion of the earthquake was continuing for very long, 30 seconds or maybe 1 minute. He says it was frightening. He says the building was shaking so badly that he was afraid it would collapse. Hayakawa says the elderly residents remained relatively calm throughout all the shaking. He says they're going to spend the night with aftershocks continuing.
Another small breach just happened.
That they will all be safe. We also talked by phone with Nishiyama Atsuko, who lives in Uki City, where the quake was registered an intensity of 7. The quake hit when she was preparing for dinner. Nishiyama says she doesn't remember how many seconds the earthquake continued because it went so long that she'd lost count. She says she saw pots shaking and the drawers in the kitchen cabinet being jolted out. She says she turned off the gas and evacuated with her husband to a place in their home where there was no danger of anything falling over. We asked whether anything in her home has fallen over in the quake. She says the bookshelf on the second floor and the chest of drawers on the first floor have fallen over. She also says the earthquake has damaged part of the wood flooring.
Some people eat early.
Nishiyama says electricity, gas, and water supplies are still available after the quake. However, she says the seemingly endless aftershocks continuing well into the night make her very nervous. Nishiyama says she's thinking about sleeping tonight in a location in her home where there's no furniture that could topple over.
Surprised you have earthquake straps.
We are organizing the latest information. We will continue to provide you with the information on the earthquake.
Here, there's rescue workers from Japan and Venezuela that are flying back right now.
NHK's reporter says this is an aerial view of Aeon Mall Kumamoto. The outer walls have collapsed and the steel framework
here
is
in
exposed.
this thing,
multiple reports were
that
called
area
in
it's
around
coming
6
up
p.m.
to
today,
right there, that's where the generators are supposed to be. And then moreover here is where the gas stuff is supposed to be, and other parts that's no longer there.
This footage posted on social media was taken from a car traveling on a road near the mall. White smoke is rising from the area where the buildings are located ahead of the car. Local firefighters say an explosion has occurred and
I'll throw
injured
those on in a
people have
minute.
been taken to hospital.
They've been coming up every once in a while too.
They say the second floor of the mall has
I appreciate
collapsed and
you.
many people are
Thank you.
trapped. Firefighters have arrived on the scene, but they were unable to enter the ground floor and were having difficulty confirming the situation and carrying out
So this is
rescue
actually more live right
operations.
now. It's going to get hot there in Japan.
Shortly after 7:30 p.m., rescue workers could be seen entering the building, perhaps to look for people trapped inside. Shortly before 8 p.m., what appeared to be stretchers could be seen being carried into the building. The National Police Agency says there are a number of people thought to be mall employees whose situation remains unknown.
20 to 30 of them might still be in there.
Sources related to the police have cited some reports as saying there are 20 to 30 workers who cannot be contacted. Police and firefighters are rushing to confirm whether they are still inside the building.
Oof. It's going to be hot and muggy. Western, I just sent you a thing. You can see where those generators used to be.
Many of the customers are said to have evacuated outside, but it's unknown whether there are customers among those who cannot be contacted.
So again, it might have just detonated there like a fuel air bomb. Like people
Operator
are
says
saying.
after the
It was
early
horrible.
warnings went out, everyone waited inside until the shaking stopped, and then staff workers directed people to evacuate. University of Tokyo professor Hidori Yu is an authority on disaster
40,000
measures.
people without power,
He said
dude.
while he doesn't know the details, based on what he can see of the damage, he believes the explosion occurred after something flammable caught fire. He said the damage doesn't appear to be
Generators on
directly
the
from the
roof?
jolt of the quake or a normal fire. The Japan Meteorological Agency believes the intensity of the Kashimamachi in Kashimamachi was lower than 5 or stronger, but officials say they don't know the exact figure. NHK's reporter says this is an aerial view of Uki City, where an intensity of 7 was observed. Black smoke is rising from a building and red flames can also be seen. A fire broke out in a residential area of Kumamoto Prefecture's Uki City, where an intensity of 7 was observed. Flames and smoke were seen rising from a 2-story building. A tremor jolted the area even as NHK's reporter was at the scene. He says an aftershock is now occurring and the power lines are shaking.
So there's been a ton of
At
aftershocks
this
from
restaurant,
size 1 to
the
3.
walls collapsed. Objects are scattered around the store. Extensive damage to buildings has also been reported in Yatsushiro City, Kumamoto Prefecture, where an upper 6 on Japan's seismic intensity scale was recorded. Our reporter says that a smokestack has broken at Nippon Paper Industries' Yatsushiro Mill. At the mill, the smokestack was broken near the middle, with the top section falling to the ground. An employee at the company's Kyushu sales office, which oversees the region where the mill is located, said they had not yet been able to contact employees at the site.
Yes, and there's more videos coming out. And also, like, I guess the mountains and rock slides coming down. And so
in Yatsushiro
there could
City,
any minute now be
operation
even
was
more.
underway at a building whose first floor had been crushed. Our reporter says police officers and firefighters are conducting a rescue operation.
Apparently there's a lot more buildings collapsed too than what they're reporting.
They say there's a person trapped. Police forced their way into the gaps and were looking inside. While they were working hard in the operation, our reporter says there's been an aftershock. After dark, they continued working under lights. According to the National Police Agency, there are reports that, in addition to those at Aeon Mall Kumamoto, just under 10 people remain unaccounted for. The Uki police station says a house collapsed in the city, and 4 family members who live there remain unaccounted for. Actually, one person has been confirmed trapped in the collapsed house, but is not responding to calls. According to Saiseikai Kumamoto Hospital in Kumamoto City's Minami Ward, there was an intensity of upper 6 recorded. More than 50 people were injured who had been brought in, and at least one was unconscious as of 7:30 p.m. Damage to roads was also confirmed. A reporter says that on the Kyushu Expressway, the force of the earthquake has displaced the roadway. Near Yatsushiro Junction on the Kyushu Expressway, the roadway shifted by several meters, leaving it severed.
Yeah, X is like just a garbage chute.
A bridge over the Kuma River has been broken near the middle, with part of it having fallen into the river. JR Freight says a freight train had derailed at Yatsushiro Station, lying on its side. It was not carrying any passengers. The train was stopped at the station at the time.
But
the driver was outside the train.
7 o'clock at night? 8 o'clock at night over there? 9 o'clock?
The Defense Ministry says it received a request from the Kumamoto Prefectural Government and dispatched self-defense units to the area affected by the quake, starting at 5:30 p.m. today. They're now collecting damage information. The quake has also affected transportation systems. This JR Kumamoto station worker says Shinkansen and local train line operations will be suspended for the rest of the day.
Also, they might not have clean water.
Says they're at a loss as
That's
to what
another
to do because
issue.
they plan to
Some of the
return
water
home to
lines have
Kagoshima
broke,
by Shinkansen.
and they think some of the sewage lines might have broke and contaminated the water.
Kyushu
some of the
Railway
wells,
Company,
it's
also
just
known
full
as
of mud.
JR Kyushu, says that as of 9 p.m., all services on the Kyushu Shinkansen line remain suspended. It says the company will halt operations for the rest of the day and will decide whether to resume them tomorrow after carrying out safety inspections. Services on the Nishi-Kyushu Shinkansen line had resumed by 5:40 p.m.
There you go. Thank you, everything.
Services remain fully suspended on the local line of Misumi and partially suspended on the local lines of Kagoshima, Nagasaki, and Hohi. Services on the Kito, Hisatsu, and Nippo lines started resuming at around 6 p.m. West Nippon Express.
All right, as we have been reporting, more tremors could follow in Kumamoto Prefecture and its surrounding areas. So make sure that you remain calm, do not panic, and make sure you watch out for objects that could fall on you. We will be keeping you up to date on the situation in Kumamoto Prefecture, so please do stay with us on NHK World Japan.
홋카이도대 등 공동 연구진은 조만간 초대형 지진이 발생할 가능성이 큰 곳으로 쿠릴 해구를 꼽았습니다. 쿠릴 해구는 태평양판이 오호츠크판 아래로
I was like, that's not Japanese. So the Japan Self-Defense Force, the JSDF, is actually mobilizing already. So those guys are pretty good. They have a big mixed bag of people who should be able to handle it, I'm hoping. But But again, right now, everyone's reporting that in that building, the shopping mall might be the worst thing happening. The explosion might have actually been when the generators fell and whatever gas systems fell and exploded.
今日午後4時27分ごろ、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測する地震がありました。気象庁は記者会見を行い、2016年の熊本地震など過去に地震が続発した事例があるとして、引き続き最大震度7程度の地震に注意するよう呼びかけました。今日午後4時27分ごろに起きた地震では、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測したほか、熊本市南区と八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町で震度6強を観測。さらに震度6弱を観測したのは合志市、大津町、西原村、三船町、上天草市、芦北町となっています。震源は熊本県熊本地方、震源の深さはおよそ10キロ、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1 と推定されます。これについて気象庁は会見を行い、2016年の熊本地震では震度7が相次いで発生した。今後1週間ほど、特に今後 2,3 日間は今回の地震と同じ最大震度7程度の地震に十分注意してほしいと呼びかけました。
Remember, folks, the show is sponsored by wonderful people like you. We are $45 from a full bar. Appreciate all of you. Happy you're all here with me. Hope you're all safe. Hope if you have any family members out there, hope they're safe too.
市全域の35,650世帯69,442人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。熊本県の上天草市も午後5時に
Yes, sometimes they do have American soldiers. They ask for them to come help if they need it.
23,301人に
I think it's one of those things that they have to be kind of offered first, right?
発令しました。また芦北町と津奈木町は警戒レベル4避難指示、苓北町は警戒レベル3高齢者等避難を出しました。そして気象庁は今日午後4時27分ごろに熊本県で最大震度7を観測した地震について名称を令和8年熊本地震と定めました。地震発生時の映像のまとめです。
これは地震発生時、熊本城の様子です。 30秒以上激しい揺れが続くと、画面の左下、石垣でしょうか、崩れているのがわかります。そこからは土煙が。さらにしばらくすると、熊本城の周囲複数の場所から土煙が上がってきました。今日午後4時27分ごろ、熊本県熊本地方を震源とする最大震度7の地震がありました。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1、 深さは10キロです。震度7を観測したのは熊本県の宇城市、氷川町。震度6強を観測したのは熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町です。地震発生直後、 RKK 報道フロアでは大きな横揺れが。天井の看板、机の上のパソコンも大きく揺れています。
今強い地震がありました。熊本、今強い地震を感じました。
床にはファイルが散乱。
緊急地震速報です。また来るかも、また来るよ。来るかもしれないよ。準備して、準備して。
最大震度6強を観測した熊本市内では、
地震の影響で熊本市電が途中で止まっています。地震の影響でしょうか、熊本市電が途中で止まっています。
動かない市電の中には人の姿も見えます。そして建物の前には揺れに備えヘルメットをした人たちの姿も。
地震の揺れを感じ、多くの人が建物の外に避難しています。
市内を通る鹿児島本線の西熊本駅近くでは、地震の影響で電車が止まったのか、電車から降り線路を歩く人の姿が見られました。
気象庁が午後8時半ごろから行った2回目の会見をお伝えします。
はい、それでは、令和8年熊本地震について、その後の状況について、説明いたします。次のページお願いします。まず、震度の観測状況ですが、17時30分の頃と変わっておりませんが、震度7を、熊本県で観測しております。このように、震度分布、広い領域で強い震度を観測しております。揺れの強かった地域につきましては、
Yeah, I don't know when the next one comes out. I know, what was it, the original director was still doing it? And he's an older gentleman. I mean, Mel Brooks just put out another movie, so why not?
また、2016年、熊本地震の時にも4月14日と16日と、震度7が相次いで発生しましたので、こういう過去に続発の事例があります。今回についても十分注意していただきたいと考えております。次のページお願いいたします。地震の概要です。変更点としましては、地震のマグニチュード、速報値から暫定値に変わりましたが、7.1 ということで変わっておりません。で、発生場所につきましては、熊本県熊本地方ですが、深さ16キロ、速報値では10キロだったんですが、暫定値で16キロに、更新しております。発震機構につきましては、変わっておりません。東北と西南西方向に圧力軸を持つ横ずれ断層型となっております。震度につきましても大きな変更はありません。熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で震度7を観測したほか、北陸地方から九州地方にかけて震度6強から1を観測しております。で、地震活動の状況です。後で活動図をお示ししますが、今回の地震発生以降、震度1以上を観測した地震が61回という形で、かなり活発に地震活動が発生していることが分かります。内訳としましては、 震度5弱が3回、震度4が7回、震度3が17回、震度2が19回、震度1が15回という形となっておりまして、かなり活発に地震活動が発生しているということが言えると思います。長周期地震動階級につきましては、今回の地震で長周期地震動階級4を観測しております。次のページお願いします。防災上の留意事項です。揺れの強かった地域では家屋の倒壊ですとか土砂災害などの危険性が高まっております。そのため今後の地震活動や雨の状況に十分注意していただいて、やむを得ない事情がない限りは危険な場所に立ち入らないなど身の安全を図るように心がけていただきたいと思っております。次のページお願いします。地震活動の今後の見通しになります。この地域では過去に大地震発生から1週間程度の間に同程度の地震が続発した事例があります。2016年の熊本地震については先ほど申し上げましたが、4月14日に震度7、4月16日にも震度7という形で相次いで規模の大きな地震が発生しました。こういうことから揺れの強かった地域では地震発生から1週間程度最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと考えております。特に地震発生から 2,3 日程度は強い揺れをもたらす地震が発生することが多くありますので、特に注意をお願いしたいと思っております。でまた、後で図をお示ししますが、今回の地震活動の活動域ですね、活動域はかなり広い範囲に広がっております。ですので地震の発生する場所や規模によっては、今回の地震による揺れよりも強く揺れる場所があるということがありますので注意していただきたいと思っております。また海底で規模の大きな地震が発生した場合によっては津波に注意する必要があります。その際には津波注意報なども出ると思いますので津波にも注意していただきたいと考えております。で今回の地震活動ですが、周辺の活断層としましては今回の地震の震源周辺には二川断層帯と日名具断層帯が存在するといった形となっております。次のページお願いします。推計震度分布図をお示ししております。領域を拡大しております。この×が震源の震源の場所ですが、この色の濃い領域ですね。色の濃い領域が震度6弱以上の領域となっておりまして、こう見ますと震源周辺の広い領域でかなり強い揺れが発生したということが言えるかと思っております。こういう形で今回の地震発生しておりまして、強い揺れが特に震源周辺のところで強い揺れがあったといったところとなっております。
今回の地震を受けて高市総理は総理官邸で記者団に対し被害の状況などを確認するため被災地に内閣府の調査チームを派遣したことを明らかにしました。高市総理は熊本での地震を受け午後5時40分過ぎに総理官邸で記者団の取材に応じました。高市総理は人的・物的被害については現在も確認中ですがすでに怪我人も出ていると伺っていると述べた上でとにかく安全な場所に避難するなど身を守る行動をとってくださいなどと注意を呼びかけました。また揺れの強かった地域によってはこの後も同程度の地震の発生の可能性もありますので注意をしてくださいとして災害対応に政府としては全力で取り組んでまいりますと強調しました。
6:27 a.m. Central Time, U.S. is when it is.
最大震度7を観測した地震を受け防衛省自衛隊は現地に災害派遣対応の隊員を派遣すると明らかにしました。
Bio, I need you to go around with the credit card swiper and get that blue bar
災害派遣要請を行いました。防衛省によりますと要請をそのまま受理し隊員およそ3600人を順次派遣しているということです。小泉防衛大臣は防衛省で行われた臨時の対策会議で自衛隊の体制について自衛隊の航空機20機が上空からの被害情報の収集を行っているとした上で熊本県庁をはじめ揺れの強かった地域に連絡員を派遣し初動対処部隊も出動したと説明しました。その上で引き続き人命救助、情報収集、生活支援等に緊張感を持って全力で取り組むと強調しました。今 今日夕方、熊本県で最大震度7を観測した地震で、総務省消防庁によりますと、鹿島町にあるイオンモール熊本では閉じ込められた人が多数出ているということです。気象庁によりますと、鹿島町に設置された震度観測点の震度のデータが取れておらず、鹿島町が地震で具体的にどのくらい揺れたのかが分かっていません。震度のデータが取れていない観測点は宇城市の1カ所、甲佐町の1カ所、鹿島町の1カ所の合わせて3カ所です。データが取れていない理由は分かっていませんが、いずれも震度5弱以上とみられるということで、イオンモールのある鹿島町がかなりの強い揺れに見舞われた可能性があります。小泉防衛大臣は、陸上自衛隊の第42即応機動連隊や第8偵察隊がイオンモール熊本に閉じ込められた人々の救助に当たっていると明らかにしました。原子力発電所に関する情報です。九州電力の川内原発がある鹿児島県薩摩川内市では最大震度5強が観測されました。九州電力によりますと、川内原発は現時点で異常が発生している情報はなく、現在も1号機と2号機で稼働を続けているということです。また佐賀県玄海町にある玄海原発についても現時点で異常が発生している情報がなく、現在も4号機で稼働を続けているということです。九州電力は地震の影響を引き続き確認しています。原子力規制委員会によりますと、いずれの原発も現時点で周辺のモニタリングポストの値に異常はないということです。
Or rather, no one's picking up right now that's live. There's a lot of old repeats from earlier, but nothing current.
今日午後4時27分ごろ、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測する地震がありました。気象庁は記者会見を行い、2016年の熊本地震など過去に地震が続発した事例があるとして、引き続き最大震度7程度の地震に注意するよう呼びかけました。
Medical centers in Makigawa town, Kumamoto, hit by intensive 7 quake, about 80 people injured in earthquake. So that was 50, that has gone now up to 80. So the hospital is getting more people in.
三里町、益城町で震度6強を観測。さらに震度6弱を観測したのは合志市、大津町、西原村、三船町、上天草市、芦北町となっています。震源は熊本県熊本地方、震源の深さはおよそ10キロ、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1 と推定されます。これについて気象庁は会見を行い、2016年の熊本地震では震度7が相次いで発生した。今後1週間ほど、特に今後 2,3 日間は今回の地震と同じ最大震度7程度の地震に十分注意してほしいと呼びかけました。この地震で気象庁は有明八代海に津波注意報を発表しましたが、現在はすべて解除されています。この地震を受け、熊本県の天草市は午後4時45分に市全域の35,650世帯69,442人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。熊本県の上天草市も午後5時に市全域の1960世帯23,301人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。また芦北町と津奈木町は警戒レベル4避難指示、苓北町は警戒レベル3高齢者等避難を出しました。 そして気象庁は今日午後4時27分頃に熊本県で最大震度7を観測した地震について名称を令和8年熊本地震と定めました。
Now all the Americans slash everybody else is starting to pick up on the story. I've been on it for 5 hours.
地震発生時、熊本城の様子です。
There's a lot of homes that are not going to be able to be recovered.
30秒以上激しい揺れが続くと、画面の左下、石垣でしょうか、崩れているのがわかります。そこからは土煙が。さらにしばらくすると、熊本城の周囲複数の場所から土煙が上がってきました。
嘘。
今日午後4時27分ごろ、熊本県熊本地方を震源とする最大震度7の地震がありました。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1、 深さは
Chat say stuff. Keep me talking.
震度7を観測したのは熊本県の宇城市、氷川町。震度6強を観測したのは熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町です。地震発生直後、 RKK 報道フロアでは大きな横揺れが。天井の看板、机の上のパソコンも大きく揺れています。
今強い地震がありました。熊本今強い地震を感じました。
床にはファイルが散乱。
緊急地震速報です。また来るかも、また来るよ。来るかもしれないよ。準備して準備して。
最大震度6強を観測した熊本市内では、
地震の影響で熊本市電が途中で止まっています。地震の影響でしょうか、熊本市電が途中で止まっています。
動かない市電の中には人の姿も見えます。そして建物の前には
Did you go click on HK? It's what they are. In HK, it's what they have. Not HK. HK is a rifle we all want. But yeah, I'm watching the whole thing finish. We got 10 minutes, and then it goes back to the regular
地
news.
震の影響で電車が止まったのか、電車から降り線路を歩く人の姿が見られました。
気象庁が午後8時半ごろから行った2回目の会見をお伝えします。
はい、それでは、令和8年熊本地震について、その後の状況について、説明いたします。次のページお願いします。まず、震度の観測状況ですが、17時30分の頃と変わっておりませんが、震度7を、熊本県で観測しております。このように、震度分布、広い領域で強い震度を観測しております。揺れの強かった地域につきましては、家屋の倒壊や、土砂災害の危険がありますので、今後の地震活動や雨に十分注意していただいて、危険な場所に立ち入らないようにお願いいたします。また、今後1週間程度、最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと思っております。また、2016年熊本地震の時にも4月14日と16日と震度7が相次いで発生しましたので、こういう過去に続発の事例があります。今回についても十分注意していただきたいと考えております。次のページお願いいたします。地震の概要です。変更点としましては、地震のマグニチュード、
So he's saying that what the earthquake was, how much it was actually closer to 7.2, but it was deeper than they thought. So they originally thought it was higher up, and it's 7.0. He's talked about this before. 16 kilometers down. They thought it was actually 10. They thought it was a 7.1. Turns out it's probably close to 7.2. But because of the depth. And he says this is due to also polar shifting. He mentioned that earlier. That's when they're translating from English or in English.
今回の地震発生以降、震度1以上を観測した地震が61回という形で、かなり活発に地震活動が発生していることが分かります。内訳としましては、震度5弱が3回、震度4が7回、震度3が17回、震度2が19回、震度1が15回という形となっておりまして、かなり活発に地震活動が発生しているということが言えると思います。長周期地震動階級につきましては、今回の地震で
3,600 self-defense force personnel are engaged in disaster response operations. So 3,600 self-defense people. Again, for people in with self-defense forces, it's their military. 3,600 of them apparently are
状況に十分注意していただいて、やむを得ない事情がない限りは危険な場所に立ち入らないなど、身の安全を図るように心がけていただきたいと思っております。次のページお願いします。地震活動の今後の見通しになります。この地域では過去に大地震発生から1週間程度の間に同程度の地震が続発した事例があります。2016年の熊本地震のについては先ほど申し上げましたが、4月14日に震度7。
Preliminary reports already coming in from people in Japan saying that they're pretty sure there are multiple deaths inside that mall.
地域では地震発生から1週間程度、最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと考えております。特に地震発生から2、3日程度は強い揺れをもたらす地震が発生することが多くありますので、特に注意をお願いしたいと思っております。でまた、後で図をお示ししますが、今回の地震活動の活動域ですね、活動域はかなり広い範囲に広がっております。ですので地震の発生する場所や規模によっては、今回の地震による揺れよりも強く揺れる場所があるということがありますので、注意していただきたいと思っております。
ニュースディグ、ここからダウンロードできる。
Okay, all right. There's some live footage over in number 2 of what's going on. I believe that is. Unless that's frozen and I looked away too long. Nope, that's live footage happening over there of people, rescue workers inside the building. Again, multiple deaths possibly reported in there. Yes, upper right box is the rescue work currently going on at the mall right now. From what people are thinking is that the generators fell in, exploded, and possibly just killed a bunch of people, which is just horrible, heartbreaking. Right above me, those are pipes that are broken. So apparently more news is coming in number 1, hopefully. What's up, Canada Biscuit?
일본 내각부는 특정 날짜를
Jump from Japanese and Korean. I'm speaking English. Oh, poor people up there. Oh shit, that's loud. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of destruction going on down there. That's from earlier. Right now it's dark there, as you saw from the other shots at the mall.
最大震度7を観測する地震がありました。気象庁は記者会見を行い、
Well, that's what we're seeing another camera here at night shaking. I wonder if they're having another earthquake right now. I haven't checked. Or rather, I'm checking, I just haven't seen it come up.
今日午後4時27分頃に起きた地震では、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測した
Now
ほ
we
か、
have 6 dots.
熊本市南区と
Remember when I said we only had 5? Now we're up to 6.
里町、益城町で震度6強を観測。さらに震度6弱を観測したのは合志市、大津町、西原村、三船町、上天草市、芦北町となっています。震源は熊本県熊本地方。震源の深さ
Yeah,
は
so they just had it looks like another one.
地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1 と推定
A
されます。
4.7 maybe,
これについ
if
て
that's
気象庁
correct.
は会見を行い、
So they might have just had a 4.7.
地震では震度7が相次いで発生した。今後1週間ほど、特に今後 2,3 日間は今回の地震と同じ最大震度7程度の地震に十分注意してほしいと呼びかけました。この地震で気象庁は有明八代海に津波注意報を発表しましたが、現在はすべて解除されています。この地震を受け、熊本県の天草市は午後4時45分に市全域の35,650世帯69,442人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。熊本県の上天草市も午後5時に市全域の1960世帯23,301人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。 また橋北町と津奈木町は警戒レベル4避難指示、苓北町は警戒レベル3高齢者等避難を出しました。そして気象庁は
Hey J-Boy, thank you very much for the new follow. Appreciate you.
熊本県で最大震度7を観測した
Or
地震につい
JY-boy.
て
However you pronounce it. Thank you for the follow.
令和8年熊本地震と定めました。地震発生時の映像のまとめです。
これは地震発生時熊本城の様子です。
Now it's showing there was another earthquake.
30秒以上激しい揺れが
There's been a lot of small earthquakes, so they're like between 1, 2s, and 3s.
石垣でしょうか、崩れているのがわかります。そこからは土煙が。さらにしばらくすると熊本城の周囲複数の場所から土煙が上がってきました。
嘘。
今日午後4時27分
頃、
熊本県熊本地方を震源とする最大震度7の地震がありました。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1、深さは10キロです。
So this is showing another earthquake that hit.
震度7を観測したのは熊本県の宇城市、
4.9
氷川町。
5.6
震度6強を観測したのは
4.4
熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町です。
4.7 and then the 6.8.
地震発生直後、RKK 報道フロアでは大きな横揺れが。天井の看板、机の上のパソコンも大きく揺れています。
The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking and it's now checking the situation. The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts. A hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating about 80 injured people as of 9:30 p.m. And Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 10:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
Yeah, so they are reporting another 4 point something right now. And that's going to be pretty bad, especially if they're trying to get into debris and work around people.
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. And for a closer look at the situation, we turn to NHK's domestic service with simultaneous interpretation.
震度6強の揺れを観測した熊本県八代市の上空から撮影した日本製紙
was confirmed. Now we are looking at a view of Yatsushiro in Kumamoto Prefecture. The smokestack is collapsed.
And
there's another smokestacks also broken. According to Yatsushiro police, at Nippon Paper plant in Yatsushiro, there are several people are unaccounted for.
You're very welcome.
Now, police and firefighters are confirming the situation. Now we're looking at Yanagi Bashi. You will see bridge is collapsed. This is about 6 p.m. Part of the bridge fallen into the water.
I just hope everybody is safe. And
At the center
I'm
of
hoping the mall is not as
city,
bad as they think.
there were damages being confirmed. Houses totally collapsed. And here you will find another house being broken. The rooftop totally broken. And this building, the ground floor is totally pushed, collapsed. There can be a person or some persons.
So I put an image up of the mall up on the upper right and somebody inside, allegedly.
At 4:27 p.m., there was an earthquake hitting Kumamoto. You will see how strong the quake was. 7.1 magnitude earthquake was confirmed. There's another view. Now, you will see the pole shaken a lot. Now, I am also feeling the shake. The depth of the epicenter was 16 kilometers, and the magnitude was 7.1. At Uki City, where intensity of 7 was confirmed, house is totally collapsed. House is totally collapsed. There's also fire taking place. This is another area in Uki City. This fire took place around 5 p.m. Black smoke is coming out.
And traffic was also affected. This is Kyushu Expressways in Yatsushiro City. Two sections of the roads have been cut with CD level difference.
And the trouble spread at around 5 p.m. This is in front of Kumamoto Station. Many people are here making phone calls, looking at their smartphones. JR operation has been decided to be suspended all day, and that was announced. And this is immediately after the quake in Minabe Shimabara City in Nagasaki Prefecture. We see the move of the vertical, that is vertical of the camera. And we see on the surface of the mountain white color that is like dust going down. Due to the quake in Ariake and Yatsushiro oceans, tsunami advisory was in effect, but after 5 p.m. they were lifted. At 5:30 and 8:30, JMA talked to reporters. After the quakes occurred for 61 times, so the intense activity of earthquakes are very strong, so people should be careful of collapsing of houses, mudslides, coming earthquakes and rains. And they should not go into dangerous places. And for the coming 7 days, people should be careful also about strong earthquakes. And quakes are happening one after another. At 11:02 in Kyushu region, intensity 4 was registered by a quake. There's no threat of tsunami due to the quake. The epicenter was in Kumamoto region of Kumamoto. There's no threat of tsunami due to the quake. Intensity 4 was registered in Yatsushiro City, Uto City, Kamiamakusa City, Uki City, and Kumamoto's Misato town. Intensity 4 was registered in these municipalities, and in Nagasaki, Miyazaki, and in other areas, intensity 3 was registered as well. And here is the summary of the damage by the quake. Intensity 7 was registered in Uki City. I see the house wall peeled, and on the other side, roof has part of the roof was fallen, and we see debris on the floor.
electric power is collapsed. A lot of objects scattering around. I was just surprised. I was supposed to have a lot of guests, so I was cooking. Actually, the shake was bigger than the previous Kumamoto earthquake. Around 4:30 p.m., this is a residence at the center of Kumamoto City. There was a big sound, and trees, leaves are shaking.
震度5強の揺れを観測した熊本市中央区の住宅で午後4時半頃に
中央 City, where intensity 5 was confirmed. The TV on the floor just fallen, and refrigerator doors were getting out. This is Chuo City, Kumamoto, right in front of the city office. Tiles are being collapsed. Where intensity 5 plus was confirmed at the city, Kumamoto City. They say that more than 10 seconds the quake was continuing and the people were not being able to keep standing. And at Uki police office, where intensity 7 was confirmed, there was a house collapsed and 4 family members are not contacted, and people are calling from outside, but there's no response from inside the house. This is Hikawa town, where intensity 7 was confirmed, and Yatsushiro City, intensity 6 was confirmed. And according to the police office there, it seems that a lot of calls coming into the police office telling there are injured people, collapsed housings. And according to Yatsushiro North Regional Medical Center, about 80 injured people are now being treated at hospitals. And according to Uki Sogo Hospital in Uki City, as of 9 p.m., they already accepted 40 patients, out of which 10 seem to be very seriously injured. The hospital is saying they can no longer accept additional patients to provide emergency procedure.
That's really bad.
At
Minami Ward, Koseikai Kumamoto Hospital, they accepted more than 50 patients, out of which at least one person found unconscious.
And according to Uki City government, in Toyono Disaster Management Center, actually the center is not usable, and the parking lot has been opened for people to use to stay. And Hikawa town government says that building safety hasn't been confirmed, so all the designated places to be used as an evacuation center haven't been opened. And in Hikawa town, the school grounds are now open for people to stay inside their cars. Kumamoto police says that due to the quake as of 6 p.m., there were 115 reports made to the police, and among them 10 were about building collapse, and 30 were about being inside buildings, and 3 fires, and 20 cases
Again, the mall might have like 20 to 30 people trapped in it.
According to electric companies in Kyushu and Shikoku regions about their nuclear power plants, as of 6 p.m., there's no abnormalities confirmed by the quake. I'm in Uto City. Signal light is off now. Looking at the website of an electric company, as of 10:20 p.m. in Kumamoto Prefecture, 40,000 houses are without power, and traffic is affected also. This is inside Kyushu Shinkansen train at the time of the quake occurring. We hear the alarms, and the train decelerated and stopped.
ただいま熊本および福岡地域において地震が発生しております。安全の確認のためただいま緊急停止。
The announcement says that the train has stopped to check whether there's any problem due to the quake. JR Kyushu says that as of 10, Kyushu Shinkansen's operation is suspended and the service will not take place within the day. Tomorrow, safety check will be done and the decision will be made. Nishi Kyushu Shinkansen by 5:40, all the service started for all sections.
また西日本高速道路によりますと、
Nishi Nippon Expressway Company says that in Kyushu, mainly in Kumamoto Prefecture, road service have been stopped. Airliners have said that Upper 6 was registered in Kumamoto Kuko region, Kumamoto Airport region, and ANA, JAL, and Sorasid Airs. A total of 21 flight services have been cancelled.
Tomorrow, JAL will cancel 11 flights connecting Haneda and Osaka, and also ANA will cancel 2 flights connecting Haneda and Osaka. Also, Sorasido Air cancelled 1 Haneda flight. Airline companies are asking people to check the update on their websites. Prime Minister Takaichi, right before 6 p.m., made this comment. I instructed relevant ministries and agencies to determine the extent of damage as soon as possible and closely coordinate with local governments and make utmost efforts to take emergency measures, such as saving and rescuing disaster victims under the government's policy of putting human lives first, and also provide information on tsunami and evacuation to the people in an appropriate manner. Local police and firefighting agencies are prioritizing to save people's lives. I am hearing we are already finding injured people, and fires are taking place. Some roads and bridges are being collapsed. So again, make sure you stay in safe area.
I'm just here worried about the poor people of the
Now
country.
we're hearing from Fukuoka.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
This is the update on Kyushu. At Kumamoto Prefecture, now the size of the damage is becoming clearer. At Tanimatsuki Firefighting Agency, Ion Mall Kumamoto, a shopping center, exploded, and white smoke was coming out. I thought that thunderstorm hit our region, but later
me too. They had
from
people are
customers
thinking that
the mall just exploded.
in the mall, the gas and generators on top fell down and then exploded.
By a taxi driver in the
And
neighborhood.
if there are people
The building
caught
was
up in
totally
that, that's
collapsed.
pretty bad.
Debris were scattering around. Entrance totally closed. According to police officers, there are about 20 or 30 employees who are unaccounted for. Police and firefighting agencies are confirming whether there are still people trapped inside the building. Most of the customers seem to be already evacuating outside the building, but it is still not confirmed whether there are any unaccounted people being still trapped inside the building.
An upper 6 intensity was registered in Yatsushiro City, and the local police says that a stack has fallen in Nippon Paper Industries Yatsushiro mill, and there are multiple number of people who are unaccounted for. Intensity 7 was registered in Kumamoto Prefecture's Uki City, and the local police says that in Matsubase Town's Asakawa, a house collapsed and 4 people living in the house were unaccounted for, and 1 person among them was confirmed to have been involved in the damage, and the person is not responding. and the authorities are trying to.
Yeah, they're saying they get 20 to 30 people though, which makes me worried.
Kyushu says that due to the quake,
I also worry about the defense forces going in there too to try to rescue people.
13 people have
because
been confirmed
if they
to
just
have
had
been
another
injured
earthquake,
in Kumamoto City's Yatsushiro City, in Yatsushiro
that's not
Station,
okay either.
The outer wall has fallen. 6 people got injured, and among them 3 were emergently transported.
You've been watching NHK's domestic broadcast. Once again, dozens of people are injured or reportedly unaccounted for after a series of powerful earthquakes in Japan's Kyushu region Tuesday afternoon. And amid the disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. The magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded 7
The thing I'm
on the
kind of
Japanese
aggravated
seismic
about though
intensity
is that there's
scale
not
of
more
0
live
to 7.
news about it.
The last
So I'm
quake to
getting a
hit
lot of it
that
off of
level
X
was the
and other places.
2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long-period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding
Well, I'm happy
areas
you
saw
found me, at
Class
least.
4 shaking.
I'm hoping I
That's
can get
strong
more
enough to
people
make it
who
impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain
Come
standing.
over here, at least
and
they can
these
get
were
the
felt in
updates.
the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of Kumamoto Prefecture.
Though I've been told
The JMA
repeatedly it's weird I'm a
named the
VTuber who
disaster
does
the
this.
2026 Kumamoto earthquake.
been an interesting
and in
thing
its
to hear all
second
day.
news conference of the night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to
rescue
stay
turrets
away
would be
from
nice.
dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, the Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. Police sources say they've received information 20 to 30 employees are unaccounted for. Police and the fire department are rushing to confirm whether they're inside the building. Officials say an explosion was reported there following the quake, and the building's second floor has collapsed. Customers were being evacuated at the time of the explosion. It's not clear whether any remain trapped inside. Now, residents of Kumamoto Prefecture will also need to watch out for the weather, as intense heat is set to cover the region Wednesday. Our meteorologist Jonathan
Now it's
Noel
going to be bad
explains
for
the
the
forecast
40,000
in
on
our
electricity
World
right
Weather
now.
Report.
Hello, we had an active summer day across Japan.
All right, I'm going to turn that down while I go find more info about what's going on. So the other thing is I have friends that live in Japan. I used to work for a Vocaloid company. Kind of still do, kind of don't. Kind of weird. But anyways, I have friends of the owner, so I'm worried always about them when stuff happens. Luckily, they're more north than where this happened. All right, let's see. So again, Defense Forces put out 3,900 people to go help with some of the rescues. There's now footage that looks like of the explosion that happened. Give me a second, I'm going to change one of these. Well, that was cool the way I did that. Did not know I was going to do that. That was cool. So that's the explosion that happened. That is... Oof. That is a big explosion. So that makes more sense what they were saying earlier about people bringing up where the there's a little building that was outside where the explosion's coming out of. That seems to have been where the generators and the gas systems were. So if you look in this image, to the bottom left of it, that building had stuff on top of it. Apparently, people have already started getting water and supplies. Because right now it's not happening. I'm trying to find the before and after image. I have one of them earlier. But I want to... I'm going to give people a better idea what happened. That's pretty... So that's what was on top of that building. And from what people are showing, I believe those are fuel for the generators. So that's a mall, but yeah, I don't know. Either something ruptured and they just let go and ignited, which is horrible. But from what people in the chat were saying earlier on my YouTube chat, hey, good morning, Brady girl. People were saying earlier on my YouTube chat is that if it did explode, it'd be like a fuel air bomb going off because it'd be in that enclosed area. I go back scrolling through that damn looking for the other video I just saved. What I get for not saving that video. Yeah. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I think the second floor gave way, and then maybe some of the superstructure around it gave way, and then it ignited. Or detonated, I guess is a better term. It sucks because I just had that video up too. Freeway all piled out. Yeah, I hope it becomes a lot more clear and people know what's going on. Because again, what I'm really worried about now, not only finding the people that are still alive inside there, but there it is. Right as I stop looking for it, then I find it. Like when you're looking for that one Lego piece when you're a kid. So this is the best I can do for right now until I find some more images. But that right there where all those tanks were, and I think that's why on this one they circled it, showing this same propane tank. I think it's propane, natural gas of some sort, maybe diesel, I don't know. I think that was one of the tanks that also helped supply all those back there. So as it detonated, and it looks like, again, maybe they collapsed in on each other and then just shot across that road over there. I know it damaged the car pretty bad too. I have not, Bratty Girl, no. No, I have not. This stuff happened and then I got on the news. Yeah, huge explosion. And then there's images inside the mall too. And even inside of it, you could see where the blast came inside. And apparently this is another video showing that people are still trapped in there. Okay. Broadcasting, maybe. Kind of the bad thing with trying to find info on X is that it's kind of a crapshoot. So I guess this is also inside the mall is what they're saying, where people are trapped. And if people are trapped in there, but the building's secure and they're safe, that's fine. They just need to get to and get them way out, right? Especially if it's like, looks like a Costco. So hopefully it could be okay in there. Well, I'd say that's currently the worst of it is the mall. Yeah, hopefully I'm guessing maybe that it's made to take the earthquake, but maybe like, so what happened with Fukushima, for example, is that the generators flooded out because they're in the wrong place. And sometimes that happens if people, you know, money over lives, right? They want to spend too much money. So hopefully they didn't do that and this mall is nice and secure. Maybe that area over there, they weren't expecting something to happen. But there's some more shots of it. I'm actually gonna move this over here because the upper right, we got some live stuff going. So we don't block that out right now. Apparently the Mexican news, I think this is some of the ones covering it. Oh, good. I found an even bigger version of this. That's good. Like it's even closer version, enlarged version of it. Though I'm getting kind of confused because some of them say it's a shopping center and other ones say it's a mall. Maybe it's both? Maybe it's like a Costco? I don't know. I see the other ones looks like a mall. It's got a Costco inside of the mall? I don't know. I've never been there. Man, that explosion is nuts. Yeah, lots of shrapnel. I think that's what peppered the car on the outside and injured somebody. Because they're worried too. They're like, we're not sure if there's employees in there. We're not sure if there's shoppers. The guy cleaning the bathroom. You know, who knows? Could be anybody, right? Like, and especially with how much fuel might have been in there when it blew up. But the other thing's interesting, there's no flames. Which could be good too, right? Because then if there's fire, then the building's on fire, and then that could be even worse. And so hopefully maybe as it exploded, there was no fire out of it, right? See, my other audience knows me too well. They know if I'm up this early, I haven't slept. Ooh, 24-hour stream. Pass out. Take that one off. Ah, but I could find out. Here, let me go see if I can actually figure it out. You'll take over? I don't know how you're going to work the computer from where you're at, but all right. I'm not sure that's going to work. Figure out. Mall. Because I keep finding short clips coming up too, which no one else is showing, which is like this. I hope those power flashes are the helicopter's landing lights and not, I don't know, lightning. All right, what is this one? The Ion Mall. Natural gas via gas infrastructure and cogeneration systems, at least for the private power generation facility and emergency generators as well at the Ion malls in Japan. Some malls can supply power during large-scale outages during private power generation facilities and emergency generators that both rely on gas infrastructure. There was nat gas. So apparently all the Aeon malls, the Osaka Dome City opened in 2013, which uses a mid-pressure gas cogeneration system developed with Osaka Gas. It runs on natural gas, generates roughly 1/3 of the mall's electricity under normal conditions. Recovers waste heat for heating, hot water, air conditioning, and can keep power flowing to keep functions, including the food department and disaster recovery center during a blackout. Ooh. Yeah, those are full of natural gas is what it sounds like. I wonder how much gas too. Oh no, I think it was multiple. Like, so I think they were stacked up, like vertically. If I could pull the image back up. Well, you know, let's make sure. We'll figure it out. Let's not second guess this. But I think there were like, I don't know, a bunch. Like the one out front, I think was just a small pressurized one that, and the other ones were lower pressure. No, she said I could find the picture from inside. The inside one was pretty gnarly looking too. After customers, many staff had evacuated, an explosion occurred at the mall. Part of the second floor collapse. So the second floor collapsed. Multiple people, reports of around 20 to 30 employees were unaccounted for or trapped. Injuries occurred and multiple facilities have been feared. A gas leak is suspected as a contributing factor, according to the government sources. And reporting the exact cause, including any environmental generators, emergency gas system supply lines remain under official investigation. Japan's malls, including Aeon Properties, incorporate systematic design, emergency power systems, and disaster response features. So, earthquake happens, second floor collapses, destroys the gas system, spark incurs, maybe from, who knows, electrical lines maybe? Let's just say that. Kaboom. Explosion so big and fast it actually doesn't leave time for anything to burn. Because as it explodes, maybe creates a vacuum. Huh. Though here it's saying today's explosion following the 7.1 earthquake has focused on LP gas, liquid propane, or petroleum gas. Built tanks often installed on large Japanese commercial facilities. Was it propane? Was it both? I'm getting conflicting info. Bulk LP gas tanks used in commercial settings in Japan regularly go from a few hundred to several tons. So it could have been 2.9 tons of propane. We have multiple tanks, blah, 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 supply tanks, blah, 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 gas. Oh, okay, so they're saying it could be both. All right, well, that's good. Some sort of compressed gas that exploded that could be up to 2.9 tons. Sometimes I'm half awake. 2.9 tons. Large facilities may have multiple tanks, totally several storage. Supply tanks supplied by trucks. Exact configuration depends on the mall's emergency system. So this mall is what it looks like. No. Yes, it was like when the propane exploded at the Megalomart. Yes, that's kind of exactly what happened, unfortunately. So the only live ones looks like we're getting right now is number 2 up there, the one right above my head. Which is weird too, right? Because it's supposed to be an emergency system. So if anything happened in emergency, you could go there and be safe. I guess as long as the second floor doesn't collapse and make a spark. Okay, so widespread speculations. Okay, so this is why it got confusing. Japan's Ministry of Economy, Table and Industry, MET, is investigating the possibility of a gas-related explosion. Officials have noted that the city gas, piped natural gas, may not be supplied to the mall. That's the speculation because we don't know. may not be. Even if it's available in surrounding areas, they are therefore examining what type of gas may be used in the explosion. Widespread speculation includes social media and news coverage points to LP gas and propane bulk storage tanks, which many large Japanese commercial facilities use. Kashima town, where the mall is located, has both city gas and LP gas options in the region. Large standalone commercial sites often rely on the LP site gas tanks, but no public statement has been made by the Aeon or authorities yet. That's why I was getting confusing things. Nobody knows. And then my camera went all wonky. Stop it. Oh boy. All right, let's go find the picture of the mall beforehand.
九州電力の仙台原発がある鹿児島県薩摩川内市では最大震度5強が観測されました。九州電力によりますと、仙台原発は現時点で異常が発生している情報はなく、現在も1号機と2号機で稼働を続けているということです。また佐賀県玄海町にある玄海原発についても現時点で異常が発生している情報はなく、現在も4号機で稼働を続けているということです。九州電力は地震による影響を引き続き確認しています。原子力規制委員会によりますと、いずれの原発も現時点で周辺
And that's some live footage of people there getting ready to go inside so they can figure out anyone's alive. If they are alive, get them out there. If they're not, let's not think about that. But, you know, if they are okay, they can get people out of there. Hopefully they're just trapped in another part of the building. And that's it. There is images coming out right now, though, of people who are suited up and ready to go, which you'll see in the second screen up there.
引き続き最大震度7程度の地震に注意するよう呼びかけました。今日午後4時27分頃に起きた地震では、熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測したほか、熊本市南区と八代市、宇土市、美里町、益城町で震度6強を観測。さらに震度6弱を観測したのは合志市、大津町、西原村、三船町。
All right. It might be hard for you all to see out there, but I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
震源の深さはおよそ10キロ。
Let's say they're 3 deep.
マグニチュードは 7.1 と推定されます。これについて気象庁は会見を行い、
Let's say 2 deep. We'll be conservative.
震度7が相次いで発
2
生
deep
した。
or 2 wide by
特に今後 2-3 日間
5 deep. So let's say that each of those is, I don't know.
十分注意してほしいと呼びかけました。
What did I say?
この地震で気象庁は
5? 10? Let's just say there's 10 of them.
津波注意報を発表しましたが、現在はすべて解除されています。
Largest propane
天草市は午後4時45分に市全域の3万5650世帯6万9442人に警戒レベル5緊急安全確保を発令しました。熊本県の上天草市も午後5時に市全域の
for commercial use. That's right. 29,000 kg. Again, we're going to do a little guesstimation math here. So that could have been 29,000 kg. That's a lot of propane. Man, I love when I do my math right and then I start looking stuff up and other people are close to the same math. That's good times. Okay, so they're saying it's only 8 to 9 tons. Mind you, still 9 tons is ridiculous. That is a lot of propane. But if you're trying to run an entire site for emergency use, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
.地震の影響で熊本市電が途中で止まっています。地震の影響でしょうか、熊本市電が途中で止まっています。動かない市電の中には人の姿も見えます。そして建物の前には揺れに備えヘルメットをした人たちの姿も。地震の揺れを感じ多くの人が建物の外に避難しています。市内を通る鹿児島本線の西熊本駅近くでは地震の影響で電車が止まったのか電車から降り線路を歩く人の姿が見られました。
So they're saying that, okay, so what I'm looking at here is they're going to say that those tanks might actually be water, which would actually make more sense. And that about 9 tons is what they would keep on there. Still, 9 tons would be a hell of an explosion. Which also makes more sense. Let's say 9 tons. Let's go 9 tons. Max. Rest is water.
揺れの強かった地域につきましては、家屋の倒壊や土砂災害の危険がありますので、今後の地震活動や
How's that sound, everybody? Good?
危険な場所に立ち入らないようにお願いいたします。また今後1週間程度、最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと思っております。また2016年
Well, you got to think if it was crushed by a building falling on it, maybe. I don't know what the hell else it could have been. No, I was saying about the not the audio, but the math. Sorry. I have the audio sounds good.
速報値では10キロだったんですが、暫定値で16キロに更新しております。発進機構につきましては変わっておりません。東北と西南西方向に圧力軸を持つ横ずれ断層型となっております。進路につきましても大きな変更はありません。熊本県の宇城市と氷川町で震度7を観測したほか、北陸地方から九州地方にかけて震度6強から1を観測しております。で、地震活動の状況です。後で活動図をお示ししますが、今回の地震発生以降、震度1以上観測した地震が61回という形でかなり活発に地震活動が発生していることが分かります。内訳としましては震度5弱が3回、震度4が7回、震度3が17回、震度2が19回、震度1が15回という形となっておりまして、かなり活発に地震活動が発生しているということが言えると思います。
But now they're saying the other facility uses three 2.9 ton LP gas bulk tanks. Totally roughly 8 to 9 tons for disaster emergency use. Nothing official has been released though. But they're saying those would be like near the parking lot. So near the parking lot, how the hell would it blow up in the building, right? Could it have been just the pressure of the floor dropping down doing it? I mean, that would be... I don't know, man.
この地域では過去に大地震発生から1週間程度の間に同程度の地震が続発した事例があります。2016年の熊本地震のについては先ほど申し上げましたが、4月14日に震度7、4月16日にも震度7という形で相次いで規模の大きな地震が発生しました。こういうことから揺れの強かった地域では地震発生から
I'm just brainstorming here. You can all jump in anytime you want. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Just like everybody else. I'm also waiting for NHK to come back. Because again, I don't know why NHK is not covering more of like what's happening. Well, okay, the news will be back in 2 minutes is what they're telling me. Then we go back to something stupid, then more news. I guess it's not stupid. Nothing I'm interested in. Clearly. If somebody out there speaks Japanese, let me know. You have to translate for me. My Japanese is terrible.
次のページお願いします。推計震度分布図をお示ししております。領域を拡大しております。この×が震源の震源の場所ですが、この色の濃い領域ですね。色の濃い領域が震度6弱以上の領域となっておりまして、こう見ますと震源周辺の広い領域でかなり強い揺れが発生したということが言えるかと思っております。こういう形で今回の地震発生しておりまして、強い揺れが特に震源周辺のところで強い揺れがあったといったところとなっております。
今回の地震を受けて高市総理は総理官邸で記者団に対し被害の状況などを確認するため被災地に内閣府の調査チームを派遣したことを明らかにしました。
Oh, interesting. So I'm looking here doing research and they're thinking that the explosion would happen to make the other floor collapse. But now what the hell made the explosion?
すでに怪我人も出ていると伺っていると述べた上でとにかく安全な場所に避難するなど
Okay, Newsline. I'm Raja Pradhan with the news from Tokyo. Dozens of people are injured or reportedly unaccounted for following a series of powerful earthquakes in Japan's Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. Amid the disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. The JMA has named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of the night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. Officials say an explosion was reported there following the quake. They note the building's second floor has collapsed. The dash cam of a car being driven near the site captured the moment of the blast. Police sources say they've received information 20 to 30 employees are unaccounted for. Police and the fire department are rushing to confirm whether they're in the building. Customers were being evacuated at the time of the explosion. It's not clear whether any remain trapped inside. And fire officials say they've received a report 9 people are in need of rescue at a factory in Yatsushiro City. The Nippon paper facility sustained damage, including a collapsed smokestack. Officials say they're investigating that report. The extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture because of that quake is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter
Maybe that was
at
all
around
planned.
5:30
know,
p.m.
man.
shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking and it's checking the situation. The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts. Now, a hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating about 80 injured people as of 9:30 p.m. Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 10:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working
all
at the
that
time.
EMT
I was
training
on the
to work.
3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
The government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas. It held a meeting of the Disaster Response Task Force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Following a request from the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas. At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
政府が総力を挙げて対策を講じる必要があります。
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported.
I hope you're saying the Bradley
Kyushu
girl's
Electric
covering
Power
costs.
Company says
We all know
it has
I'm
not
broke.
yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. And once again, dozens of people are injured or reportedly unaccounted for after a series of powerful quakes in Japan's Kyushu region Tuesday afternoon. And amid this disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7.
Well, I
The
hate
last quake
flying,
to
so if
hit
I'm
that
going, I'm
level
going
was
on a
the
boat.
2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Now, long tremors were also recorded in the region, and the Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long period ground motion. It ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Now, the JMA has named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of Tuesday night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. Officials say an explosion was reported
I actually started as a VTuber,
They note
and
the
then I
building's
moved
second floor
to
has collapsed.
a flesh tuber,
The dash
as they
cam
call
of
it,
a car
and then I
being
moved back to
driven
my
near the
VTuber
site
because
captured the moment of the blast. Police sources say they've received information
medical stuff just
20
kicks
to
my ass
30
these days. It's
employees
just
are
easier.
unaccounted for. Police and the fire department are rushing to confirm whether they're in the building. Customers were being evacuated at the time of the explosion. It's not clear whether any remain trapped inside. Meanwhile, fire officials say they've received a report 9 people
I can
are
look
in need
over
of
here like I've been beat
rescue
with a
at
hammer and no one
factory in
cares.
Yatsushiro City. The Nippon paper facility sustained damage, including a collapsed smokestack. Officials say they're investigating that report as well. And the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking and it's checking the situation. The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts.
Here, man.
A hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating about 80 injured people as of 9:30 p.m. Tuesday. Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 10:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense.
Did
and
God
everybody
kill a bunch of
quickly
white
hid
people
under
or
their
obsessed with
desks.
Japan
It
now?
was just scary.
I was working at
Bunch
the
of poor
time.
people
I
in
was on the
Japan
3rd
got
floor, and the
hit by an
shaking was
earthquake.
pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
The Japanese government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas. It held a meeting of the Disaster Response Task Force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Following a request from the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas. At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
Probably.
Now, JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported.
Little 3-bedroom house.
Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels
one
around
of
the stations
is
have
moving
not
again,
changed.
or being rejected or something. I'm prepped for everything.
Moving on to other news,
That's why I
wildfires
moved
are
where I
still
did.
ravaging wide areas of France and...
No one cares about France. I mean, people do, but I don't. I care about Japan right now. I care about what the hell's going on with this building and the people getting evacuated from it. That's what I care about. You know, when I first moved here, I picked up 2 boxes of like MREs. Water filtration systems. What else do I got? Enough ammo to take out a small militia. And then I just talked to trappers. I told them I needed I was like, hey, I need a holster that holds my laser light combo on my Canic. Because my Canic's more and more looking like something out of Cyberpunk. And a RMA on it. So I think he's going to hook me up with that too. Which will be awesome. Okay, Nippon TV has nothing. PBS, which we have up, which is... I'll just be repeating. You live? Yes, but I have no idea what you're reporting on because I cannot read that. If anyone wants some United States news that's coming out, apparently Zelensky is hanging out with Trump today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, no, okay. Actually, this is important. I want this. I hear audio. I do not see audio. Who is talking into my skull? That's us. Okay, cool. It's like, why do I hear someone talking to me? Which is weird, is like some of the news I'm getting is actually from Korea, not from... I'm probably going to be passed out soon. I haven't slept, so... I might catch them when they do the nighttime stuff. I mean, like, me and Jonathan Chu follow each other, so I like to, see what he's doing. Tommy, I'm a little bit worried about just because, like... he's got kids and stuff, and, like, a family. So, I don't know, man. So, the one in number 4 is actually the committee meeting. The emergency committee meeting that just started 13 minutes ago. I'm going to try to do my best to figure out what the hell they're saying. Bear with me. No, but the people came to his house. That's the problem, where his wife and kids are. They came into his house and like shot Mason through the window and like broke stuff, and it was kind of gnarly. Because the crazy thing is, you deal with crazy people and they do crazy shit. Okay, so number 4, they are broadcasting a live emergency meeting of the disaster countermeasure headquarters. Rick, you know how I feel about him. There's new people finding me. I don't want to ruin the nice reputation I have right now, but you know how I feel, and yeah. So they're discussing right now the current damage assessment of the prefecture rescue and search operation, including situation at the mall where people are trapped after the explosion on the floor. Power outages, gas supply issues, water cuts, road and rail damage, and other infrastructure problems. Instructions from leadership. Prime Minister Takakashi heads a national disaster countermeasure headquarters. They're emphasizing life-saving efforts on top of priority. Night-long rescue work is going to keep going, is what they're discussing right now. And coordination with local authorities. Look, Greg, I'm growing. I'm growing as a person. You know what was screwed up is that the Indian news actually put like a collage of Godzilla and then like the Prime Minister up for this. I'm like, oh, come on, guys. Jesus Christ. Like, what are you doing? Yes, there was a train that derailed. And a couple cars too, I believe. That's some good looking fish. Deployment of self-defense force and other emergency resources. Aftershocks warning and public guidance is what they're currently discussing right now. Anyways, Rack, I got this brand new Canik next to me. Some guy there's measuring out cocaine and dude, I would love to buy eel and eat it. You ever had unagi? It's delicious. It's like one of my favorite things to get on sushi. Or even just like unagi and rice. Oh, it's good. It's like, I don't know. More flavorful chicken. I don't know. It's good though. Fried eel's good, yeah. Barbecued eel, oh, so good. So there already is multiple deaths confirmed and strongly indicated by police related sources in the area. Final numbers are not out though. Oh, fried eel is unagi, okay. Well, there you go. What's barbecue then? You do not like most Japanese dishes? Bullshit. I could find out something you like. I'll get you something good. You like chicken, right? You like steak? I assure you, in every culture, there is food you only like. And if not, there's enough spices. Oh, bulgogi is amazing. We've been doing bulgogi style spam. It's bulgogi sauce, but it's Yuffie's been doing it. Anyways, it tastes good. That's Korean though. That's not Japanese. Stir fry's good. Curry's good. Like a good beef curry. Like I like Japanese curry more than I like Indian curry. Indian curry, I just feel like they're just trying to burn your butthole out. Japanese curry is like a nice, healthy, like stew. Bulgogi's at your, not the Japanese restaurants. The ones I have is they have a version of like bulgogi, but it's not called bulgogi. It's whatever the hell their equivalent is. But yes. Like some people think you go to a Japanese place, like everything's like covered in teriyaki sauce. I'm like, no, it's not true either. They had lots of different stuff you can get. We went to this one place, they'd have hamburgers, but they were Japanese style hamburgers. They're like hamburger steaks. Oh yeah, I should do that too. Get new. Yeah, I need to update mine too, so that's actually a good call. I gotta do the same thing. So, King, do you not like fish? Or you just don't like the way they prepare fish? Oh, there's no captions. If I was able to put captions on, I could stick the phone at it. Okay, so if you want farm raised, do salmon. Are you worried of like parasites or something in the fish? Seven's the only fish you hate. Oh man. My favorite though is like tuna. I usually get like spicy tuna stuff. More the taste is different. I could see that. I could see it being different. I'm trying to translate what they're saying. I'm also trying to think of some jackass way to go out of my mixing rack over here. It's in my phone. So I can get the audio. I know what to do.
まして教育長お願いいたします。
はい、教育長でございます。アンダーライン、その他のところをご覧ください。まず一番下でございますが、鏡バターリポート支援学校避難者が増える程度、学校職員10名程度で今対応中でございます。停電医療水が不足して八代市防災対策本部に虫の支援を要請するも現在対応されていないという状況でございます。今後の対応ですが、29日に宇城八代上町管内市町村教育委員会に本庁から要望を派遣し現状確認を行います。また、29日松葉瀬八代地域の県立水学校に本庁から職員を派遣し施設の災害状況確認を行います。県有社会施設等につきましては年間平均週間地被害状況等の確認を行います。以上でございます。
警察本部お願いいたします。警察本部お願いいたします。110番通報252件、警察の活動状況ですが、要救助事案32件のうち18件対応中でございまして、関係機関と連携して救助活動。
Current update is that they're right now at an emergency meeting to figure out who's going to do what.
続きまして、指示行使をお願いいたします。
はい。前回の報告から2点、
Send out a
県内の在住外国人関係ですね、ジェットプログラムの参加者116人のうちですね、40名の外国人からですね、106人独自まで増えております。それから一番下のところですけど、県の広報関係、県庁ホームページ内に地震に関する特設ページを開設いたしています。この対策本部会議の資料、それから注意喚起ですね、熱中症対策などをですね、一括して掲載しております。合わせて県庁の各種 SNS によって情報を発信しております。以上です。
続きまして、九州電力様より停電の状況のご報告をお願いいたします。
はい、九州電力総会連でございます。
Oh my God, I have the exact translation here.
7月28日22時時点で約4万2000戸が停電しております。現地状況の確認と現在進めているところになります。以上です。
それではその他各 LO の方、関係機関の方から補足や説明等ございませんでしょうか。陸上自衛隊様お願いします。
陸上の現在の状況です。
So the university is participating with 42,000 people helping out.
また28日2330頃、八代市役所に消防隊所部隊が到着しております。水止め当初水止め3台をもって給水支援を実施中です。また、現在、準備中でありますが支援ニーズがありますが、八代市、宇城市、氷川町、大津町、鹿島町における人命救助、また、給水支援等については対応可能です。現在、細部、支援時間、具体規模等を、整理中であります。以上です。
その他関係機関の皆様から報告、海上自衛隊様お願いします。
はい、海上自衛隊の幹部です。第1回でも申し上げましたが、21時の災害派遣要請を受けまして、対応と支援艦2隻、水中処分船1隻を八代港に発出できるように準備をしております。水が足りないというお話も伺っておりますので、水を満載で一応入港させる予定であります。それと合わせまして、航空機による被害偵察調査を実施する予定であります。
So they're evacuating people within the aircraft, and they're also getting units out there to supply water.
他関係がそこのお願いします。
緊急消防援助隊の関係のご報告です。先ほどの会議で福岡、大分、宮崎、佐賀の出動という話でしたけど、それに加えて山口、広島、岡山、鹿児島が、参集をしているところです。被害の状況ですけど、氷川町、八代市に、大きく被害が、状況が入ってきております。それに加えて、鹿島町の、イオンモールで、もうすでに到着している福岡県大隊が、活動しています。で、4名についてすでに救出済みで、10名について、安否不明という情報でしたけど、今しがた1名、22歳の女性を救出完了という情報が入ってきております。あと、DMAT の方から、加藤先生の方から病院から搬送のご依頼も入ってますので、緊急消防隊90体の救急隊が派遣されてきてますので、その90体のと連携しながら病院搬送対応しております。最後ですけど、この急性期にあたっては、東海の見た目で倒壊している家屋の対応をやってるところなんですけど、明日の日の出とともにですね、家屋は倒壊してないけど、家具の下敷きになってるとか。
So they have the personnel shortage also is what they're saying. But there's an issue right now with trying to get water to people. So them trying to get water to people is a huge problem. So they say that they got 3 water units that are going to be out there and try to supply them as best as they can, and that the JDSF is willing to pull people up via helicopter to get them out of the area. They're also using, Kita University as one of the staging areas, and they got about 42,000 people, from what I understand, are trying to help out with that. But I believe that's mistranslated. It might be 42,000, you know.
他にはよろしかったでしょうか。それでは今までの報告事項につきまして各委員の皆様からご質問や確認事項等ございませんでしょうか。よろしかったでしょうか。竹内口からは、はい、竹内よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと気になるのが、断水の状況で、それぞれ自衛隊さん、それから企業自衛隊さん、海上保安庁さん、それぞれが対応していただくということで、非常に暑い時期ですので、その給水が来るまでにですね、避難所に入れるところは入っていただく、あるいは砲撃避難の話も出てます。このあたりを総合的に連携していただいて、命を守る活動というのを全体でやっていただければというふうに思いますので、それぞれの連携どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Notice talking about ambulances showing up.
私から言ってるんで、やはりこういう避難、これはもうこちらから積極的に話を持っていっていいと思います。そこはぜひよろしくお願いします。バスの手配も連動してお願いできるかと思います。以上です。
それでは最後に木村知事からコメントをお願い申し上げます。
はい、皆さんお疲れ様です。最初の地震から7時間が経過したところでございます。今報告にありました通り、イオンモール熊本や日本製紙八代工場のほか、各地の住家建物において、甚大な建物被害、また心肺停止、負傷者、安否不明状況などが現在確認されています。道路の橋梁といったインフラにおいても、多数の被害が確認されており、これはもう多分被害量が明けるとですね、増加するのはもう必要だと思っております。こうした状況についてですね、10時に、昨日の夜の10時、2時間半前に、高市総理からお電話をいただきまして、情報を共有させていただきました。国とですね、緊密に連携しながら迅速に対応していくことを、総理との間で確認させていただきました。現在ですね、被害現場では自衛隊、警察、消防などによってですね、もう懸命な救助活動が行われています。特に皆さん関心高いイオンモール熊本はですね、本当にまず、先ほど近衛隊の指揮隊の方も含めて、警察の方からのまずその、情報も大事ですけども、救命活動が一番ですので、報道機関の皆さんもおかれましてもですね、まず今一度それぞれの、こちらからの情報というので、まずそこで情報をしっかり掴んでいただきたいと思っております。しっかりと県庁にいる、担当 からそれのタイミングで報告があります。今近衛隊の方からですね、1名救助というのは嬉しいニュースもありましたし、7時間という段階でこれだけ動いていますので、今消防、警察、自衛隊それぞれイオンモールの中をもう各部屋をどんどん今突破している状況ということも伺っています。しっかりとその人命救助第一に頑張っていきましょう。県のですね災害対策本部では引き続き、人命救助安全確保を最優先に行いながら救助活動を行ってまいります。またそれと合わせて当然、被災された方々の生活面での支援、避難生活の支援というのが並行して進めていかなければいけません。先ほど高市総理とのお話の電話の中ではですね、証拠のどこからスポットプランの話しましたけども、それよりも連携者の話を総理からはご指摘いただきました。今、九州総配電さんと連携しながら、
Senators talking about working together with people and making sure stuff's not going to go crappy.
人間で確保できるものを逐次購入しながらやっていきたいと思っています。電源車、給水車については、ぜひ、証拠の道具、そして建国支部連携してですね、私は避難所もそうですが、一番は医療機関だと思っています。医療機関で電源が停止しているようなところであれば、数時間、1日まで長くても3日ぐらいがマックスですので、早めの電源車の投入、または給水車の投入が必要だと思いますので、あと、今、甚大な、いわゆる断水状況についている八代市、ここへもしっかりとした給水車の支援などが必要だと思っています。すぐに連携して、早めにこの今日のうちに準備できるものを指示をしてください。それにあたって期間に
So they're saying it was a quick collaboration that's going on that happened in one day. That they were surprised about how quick they actually got together and that they were actually willing to find like the hospitals able to get people in there even though that they're overbooked with people. I think there's like 80 emergency units that showed up. That was too many.
最後に細かい話ですけども、今日の今資料をどんどん今リアルタイムで皆さん情報を入れていただいたのでありがとうございます。ただこれ大事な公式な情報発信のことでございますので、多分健福さんからの情報なんかはちょっとこの後加筆して修正して1時間から1時間1時半ぐらいまで早く修正して公表するようにしましょう。ただ一方であまりリーバーと加藤先生はじめ皆さんの足を引っ張らないできるような事務屋というか周りの職員がサポートする形で、そういう入力作業等はしっかりと事務職の方で行ってください。消防とか警察の皆さんのまたこれも足を引っ張ってお願いいたします。7時間でここまで対応できていると思います。しかしまだ予断を許さないように続きます。しっかりとですね、関係局連携して、本番中にやれることをしっかりやって、明日の夜明けを迎えましょう。よろしくお願いいたします。
以上をもちまして、令和2年熊本地震に関する第1回災害対策本部会議を終了いたします。
So, from what I understood while I'm trying to get this through the translation app, everything that they're doing right now is they're talking with the military, figure out what the military's going to do. They talk with the hospital. The hospital's like, hey, we have 80 people here. We're kind of booked. We're going to need help. They said, okay. They have 3 different divisions going out there right now. They're going to be delivering water to people. They mentioned they had like 40,000 people that are willing to help, but I think that was mistranslated. I think that's 40,000 people they need to help, which would be the number of people who currently have no water in the area. The other thing they brought up, let me go through my translation here. So that was Mr. Takahashi that was up last, who I guess is one of the teachers there.
ガラスや陶器などでお怪我をされないように気をつけてください。で、揺れの強かった地域によってはこの後も、そして引き続き、1週間程度とされますが、同程度の、地震の発生の可能性もありますので注意をしてください。政府としては
So that was all the translation I got happening. They are moving out right now, trying to figure out if any of the roads are actually accessible. Who needs help? Who doesn't need help?
総務省消防庁によりますと、熊本県内で午後6時半時点で火災が8件確認されています。人的被害や建物の被害は確認中だということです。震度7を観測した氷川町にある八代北部地域医療センターによりますと、60人以上の怪我人を受け入れているということです。
So for anyone that doesn't know, I currently right now have my cell phone translating, right? Going into one of my ears while I hear the stream on the other ear.
また九州電
It
力により
is
ますと
one of the most
県内
ghetto
で
setups I've ever done.
48,000 個
I
が
don't
停
know where all
電を
my
しているという
plugs and
こと
stuff
で
are
す。
for my phone. Otherwise, I would just put it
そ
into
し
the
て気象
computer
庁は
going
会
back
見を
out.
開き、今後1週間は最大震度
Still in the
7
thing.
程度の地震が発生する恐れがあり、揺れの
Yeah,
強かっ
that
た
was
地
a good
域で
idea
は
too.
家屋の
So I have a
倒
pair of
壊や土砂災
headphones.
害などの危険性が高まっているとして注意を呼びかけています。10年前の熊本地震の時にも震度7の地震の後、再び震度7の地震がありました。最初の揺れよりも強い揺れが来ることがあります。この後お休みになる時も周囲の状況を十分に確認して落ち着いて行動をしてください。鹿島町の商業施設では2階部分が崩落し、複数の人が閉じ込められているという情報があります。中継です。
はい、鹿島町の大型商業施設イオンモール熊本の近くにいます。私たちはここから先近づくことはできません。警察が規制をしています。今日午後6時過ぎ、建物内で爆発音があり、煙が上がったという通報がありました。消防庁などによりますと、2階部分が崩落し、多くの人が閉じ込められているということです。そして私の奥にありますのがイオンモール熊本です。そしてですね、今も消防車が通過するなど周辺は緊迫した状況となっています。奥のイオンモール熊本の建物なんですが、暗くなっていて少し見にくくなっているんですけれども、鉄骨がむき出しとなっています。その横の建物はガラスがほとんど飛び散っています。そしてさらにその奥、少し見えにくくなっているんですが、トラックが止まっているところがあるんですけれども、あの辺りまでコンクリートの破片などが飛び散っている様子も分かりました。かなりの勢いの爆発だったと見られています。
They're saying that the steel beams are exposed to the main building, but the other buildings, all the windows got blown out of it.
怪我人も複数出ているという情報もありますが、怪我人の容体などは分かっていません。引き続き余震には警戒が必要です。
お疲れ様です。本日16時27分ごろ、熊本県熊本地方を震源とする地震が発生し、熊本県宇城市、氷川町において最大震度7など、九州の広範囲で強い揺れを観測しました。これまでに人的被害、建物倒壊や道路の損壊、火災など、大規模な被害が確認されております。まず被災されたすべての方々に
She's confirming there is casualties.
政府としては地震発生後、直ちに官邸対策室を設置し、早急に被害状況を把握するとともに、関係省庁が緊密に連携し、初動対処に全力で当たっております。このほか、現地で警察、消防、海上保安庁、自衛隊の各部隊が救命・救助活動に当たっております。今般の災害には政府一体となって、関係省庁が緊密に連携して対応する必要があるため、本日私を長とする非常災害対策本部を設置しました。また熊本県知事から自衛隊に対して災害派遣要請があり、
So she is heading the disaster management headquarters. The Prime Minister is.
被災地での活動を順次実施しております。この重大な局面にあたって人命第一の方針のもと、被害を極力軽減し、国民の皆様の安全を確保するため、地方自治体と緊密に連携しつつ、政府が総力を挙げて対策を講じる必要があります。各省庁におかれては、自治体の取り組みを強力に支援するとともに、自治体と緊密に連携をし、一刻も早い全体的な被害状況の把握と被災者の救命・救助をはじめとする災害応急対策に要徹して全力で取り組んでください。また食料や水などの必需品、熱中症対策のための簡易型クーラーや電源車などプッシュ型支援も活用して確実に被災者に届けて良好な避難環境を確保してください。揺れの強かった地域の皆様、家屋の倒壊や土砂災害の危険性が高まっておりますので、危険な場所には立ち入らないなど、身の安全を図るよう心がけてください。 また今後1週間程度は最大震度7程度の地震の発生に注意してください。また停電が発生している地域もございます。安全な場所に避難するなど身を守る行動をとっていただくとともに熱中症対策にも取り組んでください。高市内閣ではできることはすべてやります。人命第一で政府のこの総力を挙げて対応に当たってください。関係閣僚また政府の皆様よろしくお願いいたします。
So she said, the government in the earthquake immediately set up a crisis management headquarters and is urgently grasping the damage situation and working with relevant ministries and agencies to closely coordinate and focus on rescue. Effects will their might. Well, in addition to the scene, fire department, police, and local government and the self-defense force are working on rescue operations with all their might. Tonight's disaster is being handled by the government as a whole, and relevant ministries and agencies are closely coordinating and responding. Therefore, today, I will head to the Emergency Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. Also, the government of Kumamoto Prefecture requests the Defense Force for disaster relief. She said, once you place the order, we will coordinate closely and the shipping fee will be raised as a countermeasure, which I think is mistranslated as they will cover it. We need to take action. Each ministry should consider the effects of local government and strongly support them. And the self-defense force should work closely with local government and coordinate closely, so the overall situation can be assessed as soon as possible, and the victims can be rescued and provided with aid. We need to take disaster response measures accordingly. We will ultimately please lives before anybody else. We will secure food and water, other necessities, as well as heat stroke prevention measures. It doesn't matter who is here, and all that matters is helping people. What is the cabinet going to do? The cabinet is going to help people. All right, let me get this guy's translation going.
本日17時30分、熊本県知事から北熊本駐屯地の第8師団長に対し災害派遣要請があり、第8師団が3600名体制で活動を開始しています。また陸上自衛隊の第42即応機動連隊と第8偵察隊を中心にイオンモール熊本での人命救助に当たっています。情報収集および生活支援等にも引き続き緊張感を持って全力で活動してまいります。以上です。
警察によりますと、震度6強の揺れを観測した熊本県八代市で煙突が折れるなどの被害が出た日本製紙八代工場でも
So that gentleman said the initial response team has also been dispatched. Today at 5 p.m., the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture visited the 8th Division. Commander to request disaster relief, and the 8th Division has dispatched 3,600 personnel to start operations. Also, the Ground Defense Force 42nd Rapid Deployment Regiment and the 8th Reconnaissance Regiment are at the forefront of the Aeon Mall Kumamoto rescue operation, gathering information and providing support. We're continuing to be on high alert and doing our best. That's what the other guy said. This guy's saying he can't get really closely, but he's at the mall right now, covering currently what's going on.
ということです。現場では依然として救助活動
Well, the Prime Minister said that she's going to take over helping everybody herself. So I'm going to say she's way ahead of the curve.
あの辺りで警察や消防による活動が行われていると見られています。そして今回の地震は宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測しました。この鹿島町は宇城市と氷川町に近い場所に位置しているんですが、震度が分かっていません。それほど大きな揺れだったということも言われます。現在もあのように救助活動が行われています。懸命な救助活動が続いています。
地震による人的被害の情報が入ってきています。警察関係者によりますと、爆発があった熊本県嘉島町のイオンモール熊本で少なくとも数人の死亡が確認されたということです。 この現場では従業員とみられる20人から30人の安否が分からなくなっています。繰り返しお伝えします。
They're saying several deaths already been reported at the mall.
爆発があった熊本県嘉島町のイオンモール熊本で少なくとも数人の死亡が確認されたということです。この現場では従業員とみられる20人から30人の安否が分からなくなっています。また警察によりますと、
20 to 30 people who seem to employees might not actually know if they're
住宅
alive
が
or
倒
dead.
壊し、この家に住む2人のうち1人が下敷きとなり安否がわからない状態だということです。年齢や性別など詳しい情報は入ってい
Here
ませ
they're
ん。
saying 2 people at that house are buried in the rubble
熊
unknown.
本県八
That was
代
from
市
the
では
smoking
倒
house
壊した
earlier.
家屋で見つかり病院に搬送された1人が亡くなったということです。警察は地震との関連を調べています。
警察庁は熊本県
So they found some dead people. One collapsed in a building. The other one was injured. The police are investigating, but they're pretty sure it's from the building collapsing of the people they found who were dead. Earlier they were talking about for the employees. I know I'm not doing this as great because I've never had to real life translate stuff. This happened today at 5 o'clock their time. Around 5 o'clock their time. In Kurumoto Prefecture, in Kashmina Town, and the Aeon Mall, Kamanamito, where at least several deaths have been confirmed. They are believed that at least 20 to 30 people whose safety is unknown. And those 20 to 30 should have been employees. That is the update there we're finding. You guys like me translate in real time? Come on, new skill unlocked. So it happened again like 7 hours ago, 7 to 8 hours ago, because I heard about it and jumped right on there to start covering it because nobody else was. Again, number 2 up there right now is what they're showing is those people outside there. That is currently live. Good. People currently outside of the mall, rescue teams getting ready to go in and actually try to find its 20 to 30 people that are missing. You're welcome.
令和8年7月28日16時27分頃の熊本県熊本地方の地震について説明いたします。次のページお願いいたします。まず津波注意報を有明八代海で発表しております。はい、次のページお願いいたします。熊本県で震度7を観測しております。I think
it's sort of earlier because he's talking about the tsunami, but the tsunami warning's gone.
危険があります。また今後の地震や雨に十分注意して危険な場所に立ち入らないようにお願いいたします。今回浅い地震で地震の発生場所が浅いですので地震がたくさん発生しております。このこともありまして今後の地震や雨に十分注意していただいて危険な場所に立ち入らないようにお願いいたします。また今後1週間程度特に今後 2,3 日の間は最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただきたいと思っております。また過去にも熊本地震の例もありますが続発した地震の事例もありますので十分注意していただきたいと考えております。次のページお願いいたします。津波警報等の発表状況です。先ほども申し上げましたが有明八代海に津波注意報を発表しております。これらの予報区の沿岸の方につきましては海の中から離れていただくようお願いいたします。なお津波注意報ですが現在津波の状況を確認しているところですがまだ特に津波の観測はありません。でただ今回規模の 今回の地震ですが、後で説明しますが、内陸の方で発生しておりますし、今のところ津波の状況も観測されておりません。そのこともありまして、比較的早い段階で、今後の潮位の状況を見て、比較的早い段階で津波注意報の解除を行いたいというふうに考えております。
He's talking about the tsunami. There's not going to be a tsunami. That's already been canceled. That's from earlier. Unfortunately, there's no audio over on the second one. I put that up right now.
熊本県の各市町村が該当しております。次のページお願いいたします。津波の第1波の到達予想時刻はこのようになっておりますが、今回内陸で地震発生しておりますので、もう周辺のところではすでに津波が到達しているものと考えております。津波警報等が解除されるまでは避難をお願いいたします。はい、次のページお願いいたします。地震の概要です。地震の検知時刻16時27分ごろ、地震の発生時刻も同じ16時27分ごろとなっております。地震の規模を示すマグニチュードですが 7.1、速報値の段階ですが 7.1 となっております。で、発生場所につきましては熊本県熊本地方で深さ10キロとなっております。
Right, so I think it was only employees that were in there.
地震の深さ浅いですので、地震がかなり発生しております。発震機構としましては後で図をお示ししますが、東北と西南西方向に圧力軸を持つ横ずれ断層型となっております。で、観測された震度ですが最大震度7となっております。熊本県の宇城市、氷川町でそれぞれ震度7を観測しておりますし、北陸地方から九州地方にかけて震度6強から1を観測しております。で、地震の活動状況、17時現在までですが震度1以上観測した地震が8回となっておりますが、まだこの他にも震度たくさん発生しておりますので注意をしていただきたいというふうに考えております。長周期地震動の観測状況ですが、熊本県熊本で長周期地震動階級4を観測しております。次のページお願いいたします。防災上の留意事項と今後の見通しです。まず津波ですが、津波が発生した恐れがありますので、海の中や海岸付近は危険ということになっております。ですので、海の中にいる人は直ちに海から上がる、あるいは海岸から離れていただくようにお願いいたします。津波注意報が解除されるまでは海に入らない、あるいは海岸に近づいたりしないようにお願いいたします。で、今回震度7観測しております。揺れの強かった地域では家屋の倒壊ですとか土砂災害の危険性が高まっております。今後の地震活動ですとか降雨の状況に十分注意していただいて、やむを得ない事情がない限りは危険な場所に立ち入らないなど身の安全を図るようにお願いいたします。
We know that the JDSF has put a bunch of water units out there, make sure people are getting clean drinking water and emergency supplies. Kita University seems to be a staging area where they're bringing people to make sure they're all right.
震度7が相次いで発生したということがありました。こういうこともありますので、揺れの強かった地域では地震発生から1週間程度、最大震度7程度の地震に注意していただくようにお願いいたします。特に地震発生から 2,3 日程度ですね、強い揺れをもたらす地震が発生することが多くありますので、注意をお願いしたい、そのように考えております。次のページお願いいたします。震度分布図および推計震度分布図となっております。今回各地で観測された震度このようになっておりまして、震度7を観測しております。先ほど申し上げましたように宇城市ですとか氷川町で震度7を観測しております。で、推計震度分布図250メートルメッシュで震度の分布を表示しております。この×印の近いところで震度7を観測しておりますし、その周辺で濃い赤色のエリアが広がっておりますので、この付近で強い揺れが観測されているといったところとなっております。次のページお願いいたします。長周期地震動階級の観測状況です。熊本県熊本で長周期地震動階級4、熊本県天草芦北で3を観測しております。このほか各地で長周期地震動階級を観測しております。次のページお願いいたします。緊急地震速報の発表状況です。今回の地震ですが、地震発生から 3.8 秒後に最初の警報、続いて 5.5 秒後に2回目の警報という形でこのような形で緊急地震速報を発表しております。次のページお願いいたします。はい、発震機構解です。このような地震のメカニズムとしてはこのような形となっておりまして、東北と西南西方向に圧力軸を持つ横ずれ断層型となっております。このような形で横ずれ断層が起きた、こういう形ですね。横にずれたという形となっております。はい、次のページお願いいたします。発生場所の詳細です。今回の地震、この
We've already heard him go over about this. Actually, let me go to number 1. Oh, that's all the same shit. I was good to see if one of the other ones might be somewhat different, but same stuff you went over earlier. I'll wait until they come back around for the new news cycle to grab stuff. So yeah, they have a bunch of support. The Prime Minister, she's willing to actually be a part of the rescue efforts and head up the rescue efforts. Which is pretty nice of her to actually head it up. If that is what I gathered from a Google Translate into my own head.
活動としてこのようなものを挙げておりますが、ここで過去の主な地震という形でいくつか挙げておりますが、その中でも先ほど申し上げました2016年の熊本県の熊本地震ですね。このようなここで相次いで震度7の地震が2回発生したといったところとなっております。その他このような地震があるといったところとなっております。はい、次のページお願いいたします。震源周辺の活断層です。今回の地震の震源周辺ですが、二川断層帯と日名具断層帯が存在しております。二川断層帯と日名具断層帯といったところで、今回の地震はこの青い星で記したところとなっております。で、過去の事例ですが、この2016年の熊本地震の時には
Thank you, son, honey. Appreciate that. So number 2's been showing updates, like live updates. Number 3.
50 people have been admitted with injuries.
So it's actually 80 people now. So that's an older video that they're repeating. It's actually up to 80 people now. Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 10:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
The government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas.
So here's something really freaking cool. I was on one of the websites I look at, like camper trailers.
Following a request from the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture,
I'll let her speak
the
then.
SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas. At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
政府が総力を挙げて対策を講じる必要があります。
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported. And Kyushu Electric Power Company says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations.
令和8年7月28日
And once again, dozens of people are injured or reportedly unaccounted for after a series of powerful quakes in Japan's Kyushu region Tuesday afternoon. And amid this disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside.
That's 20 and 30 people that they're looking for.
A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Now, long tremors were also recorded in the region, and the Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long period ground motion. It ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. Now, the JMA has named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of Tuesday night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency says many people could be trapped inside the Ion Mall Kumamoto in Kashima town. Officials say an explosion was reported there following the quake. They note the building's second floor has collapsed. The dash cam of a car being driven near the site captured the moment of the blast. Police sources say they've received information 20 to 30 employees are unaccounted for. Police and the fire department are rushing to confirm whether they're in the building. Customers were being evacuated at the time of the explosion. It's not clear whether any remain trapped inside. Meanwhile, fire officials say they've received a report 9 people are in need of rescue at a factory in Yatsushiro City. The Nippon paper facility sustained damage, including a collapsed smokestack. Officials say they're investigating that report as well. And the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City, says it's received many calls after the powerful shaking and it's checking the situation. The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts. A hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating about 80 injured people as of 9:30 p.m. Tuesday. Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 10:30 p.m.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks. It was just scary.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and the shaking was pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
The Japanese government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas. It held a meeting
I know
of
the
the
minute I
disaster
take out the
response
earbud.
task force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Thank you very much, Jolie, for the $100 reduce into the till.
Following a
Here's the
request from
155.
the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in
the moment I take out the earbud,
and
though,
carrying out
I'm going to have to
operations
translate
in the
something and I have to put it all back.
At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
政府が総力を挙げて対策を講じる必要があります。
Now, JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station
So
in
number 2
Kagoshima
is circling
Prefecture.
over, I think.
It says radiation levels around the
mall?
stations have not changed.
That can't be right because there's lights on them.
Moving on to other news, wildfires are still...
All right. So right now, there's really not much I think they're going to update on. Currently, what they're doing is going through the mall, trying to figure out where those 20 or 30 people are, but they already said they've had quite a number of casualties coming as it is from collapsing buildings. No, not Fukushima. There's all of the, thank you. All the nuke plants are safe. There's no issues. The only thing that came out, which is kind of funky, is that the mall blew up. And people are thinking maybe it's a propane explosion. That collapsed 2 of the floors to come down on each other. There are videos of people recording from inside. So hopefully everybody's just kind of chilling. The 20 and 30 employees that were in there, just kind of relaxed, hanging out, waiting for the, waiting for rescue to come and get them out of there. The only issue they're kind of having right now is what we brought up earlier, which the link I have to go find it, which that there are still earthquakes happening. They've had multiple earthquakes already, not as big between, ones to fours, but if you're going in there to kind of rescue anybody, any of those small earthquakes could have something come toppling down on top of you. So that's no bueno. Apparently also, Japan had a powerful windstorm accompanied by heavy rainfall swept through the Nagoya Aichi, Japan area, caused a bunch of damage. So they're getting hit from a bunch of wind storms, plus the earthquakes that hit them. Good morning, EC. So again, everyone's kind of hoping that the 20 to 30 people inside that mall are okay, right? Because good chance that we could have, I don't know. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that. I think I remember you telling me about that. But I couldn't sleep and I was up. I got done doing a mix for my wife for some songs she's working on. And then I was like, I'm going to go check X and see the news. And it's like Fukushima. Japan was hit by a 7.1 earthquake. I was like, oh crap. So I hopped on for that. Does opening your mouth help shoot better? Is there something I don't know about? So currently I have I have one earbud in attached to my phone, and then my headset, so I have a mixer and a headphone amplifier splitter. So I have a pair of headphones aimed at the phone, and I have the phone do a live translation so I can then, while they talk, translate in real time to all of you, so we know what's going on. But I saw what was going on and just hopped on because 7.1's pretty bad. So they seem to have a lot of people who have either in that mall, they already said they found a few bodies already. And then they said they found bodies in like a few other buildings. Because the damage is extensive. And even they're saying like, well, we have stuff here we were surprised it collapsed. Because it would never collapse before. Even the castle over there, part of it collapsed. I think the wall did. And some shrines collapsed too. Just saying some tea. Where's my bar? My bar is at 155. Are you going to try to get it to 2? That would be cool. I've been here for a long time. Yeah, I would prefer people not donate through YouTube. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, buy me a coffee is always best. Because then YouTube doesn't take 40%. Yeah, that's why we're at 155. Be careful of the blowback, though. I got my tongue stuck on the bolt. So I was going to say something different. I was looking at, so as I'm going through the news to figure out what's going on and you know, it's kind of a tragedy to read, right? And so every once in a while I got to kind of take a break and read something else. I'm just going to be depressed. And I saw this guy on Facebook. I'm in a group for like homemade camper shells for your truck. This guy built one that fits into itself and can extend all the way up. So it looks like a regular camper, right? Regular like truck topper. And then it extends all the way up. Yeah, it's tiny at the top. I know. I'm sorry. So you can have like a full size, like you could stand up in it. And then he was like, yeah, I have a bathroom in there too. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. So, silly, stupid things that make me smile. Yeah, I'll put the image up so you guys can see what the hell I'm talking about. Why? Because I like sharing silly things. When watching depressing stuff, I just want to take a little break here and show something cool really quick, and I'll go back to the news. Look at that thing. We'll go back to the news in 1 second. I use Reaper for everything. I have certifications in Pro Tools, Cubase, Innuendo, Acid, whatever the hell the Adobe one is, and I use Reaper. Anyways, that's the guy's little camper. It goes right into the same footprint, which is badass. You use Reaper and Acid. I'm kind of a Reaper and Acid guy myself too. So that's an erect. And here it is flaccid. Oh, no, I didn't transfer over. There you go. Anyways, I thought it was pretty freaking cool. They got a 6-foot bed. You can put your whole bed in it. You could stand up. You change your clothes, hop out. I thought it was neat. All right. Back to the news. All right. We have the Prime Minister. She said thank you very much.
熊本県で最大震度7を観測した地震を受け、防衛省自衛隊は現地に災害派遣対応の隊員を派遣すると明らかにしました。今日午後に発生した地震で熊本県は自衛隊に対し災害派遣要請を行いました。防衛省によりますと要請をそのまま受理し、隊員およそ3600人を順次派遣しているということです。 小泉防衛大臣は防衛省で行われた臨時の対策会議で自衛隊の体制について、自衛隊の航空機20機が上空からの被害情報の収集を行っているとした上で、熊本県庁をはじめ揺れの強かった地域に連絡員を派遣し、初動対処部隊も出動したと説明しました。その上で、引き続き人命救助、情報収集、生活支援等に緊張感を持って全力で取り組むと強調しました。原子力発電所に関する情報です。九州電力の川内原発がある鹿児島県薩摩川内市では最大震度5強が観測されました。九州電力によりますと、川内原発は現時点で異常が発生している情報はなく、現在も1号機と2号機で稼働を続けているということです。また、佐賀県玄海町にある玄海原発についても現時点で異常が発生している情報はなく、現在も4号機で稼働を続けているということです。九州電力は地震による影響を引き続き確認しています。原子力規制委員会によりますと、いずれの原発も現時点で周辺のモニタリングポストの値に異常はないということです。地震の情報をお伝えします。今日午後4時27分ごろ。
All right. So here's what the Prime Minister said. In the earthquake that occurred in the afternoon, the prefecture requested the Self-Defense Force to disaster relief. According to the Ministry of Defense, they accepted the request as is, and about 3,600 personnel are being dispatched subsequently. Kozumi, Defense Minister, said the Ministry of Defense at an emergency meeting about the Self-Defense Force posture. The Self-Defense Force's 20 aircrafts are gathering damage information right now in reconnaissance and conducting the operations to help rescue people. The Kumamoto Prefecture office and other areas are experiencing strong shaking, have been sent liaison officers and initial response units have also been dispatched furthermore. He stated that they will continue to rescue lives and gather information for the life support and will respond with a sense of urgency. The nuclear power plant information is as follows. Kyushu Electrical Power, Sandai Nuclear Power Plant in Kagoshima Prefecture, Satsumandatsi City experienced a medium or maximum seismic intensity of 5 strong, according to the Kaishu Electric Power. And Saudi Nuclear Power Plant has not reported any abnormalities at this time. Both Unit 1 and Unit 2 are still in operation. Also, in the Saiga Prefecture at the Genkei Nuclear Power Plant, there are no reports of abnormalities. Jesus Christ, I was having a stroke there. At this time, and both units 3 and 4 are still in operation. Kaishu Electric Power is continuing to check for effects of the earthquake. The Nuclear Regulation Authority states that there are no abnormalities at this time at either power plant, and the monitoring the values in the areas surrounding are normal. So that's what the Prime Minister said.
煙が上がったというありました。消防庁などによりますと、2階部分が崩落し、多くの人が閉じ込められているということです。そして私の奥にありますのがイオンモール熊本です。そしてですね、今も消防車が通過するなど周辺は緊迫した状況となっています。奥のイオンモール熊本の建物なんですが、暗くなっていて少し見にくくなっているんですけれども、鉄骨がむき出しとなっています。その横の建物はガラスがほとんど飛び散っています。そしてさらにその奥、少し見えにくくなっているんですが、トラックが止まっているところがあるんですけれども、あの辺りまでコンクリートの破片などが飛び散っている様子も分かりました。かなりの勢いの爆発だったと見られています。時折近くからはスピーカーで声も聞こえる様子がありました。怪我人も複数出ているという情報もありますが、怪我人の容体などは分かっていません。引き続き余震には警戒が必要です。
お疲れ様です。本日16時
All right, so he says there is smoke rising. According to the fire department, the second floor collapsed and many people are trapped inside. And behind me, this is the Aon Mall, Kumamoto. Currently, the fire department is still passing through, and the surrounding area is tense. In the back, the Aon Mall, Kumamoto building, but it's getting dark and a bit hard to see. But the steel frame is exposed. The building next to it is mostly glass, and it's also shattered. And further back, there's a bit of blind spot. But there are trucks parked there. But the area is covered in concrete debris. It's also unclear that a lot of force was. It's also clear a lot of force was involved. Seems like it was a powerful explosion. Sometimes from nearby there is a speaker and a voice can be heard. I'm not sure what that means. There are multiple injuries. There is also information that the condition of the injured is unknown. We need to continue to be on alert for aftershocks. So, the Prime Minister came out there before. That's what I said earlier. She said that she is helping with the rescue effort, saying that the government should be there and listen to what's going on, right? And they should be very much keeping track. Let's see. Did the guy in number 3 actually have anything new?
Make sure you watch out for any falling objects from above you. And that's all for this edition of NHK News.
Okay, you were not adding anything from NHK. So she came out there saying that because she's the prime minister, it's her job to be in charge and make sure that the military is doing what they're supposed to do, that everybody else is doing what they're supposed to do. Look, I'm just happy I'm able to freaking figure out a way of translating this shit. Because my Japanese is god awful. So I was like, oh, I think I know what this means. And I heard it, I was like, nope, I was way off. I was terrible. Terrible. Oh, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you too, buddy. Or JY Boy. I'm not sure if it's Jay or JY Boy. But yeah, at least I'm getting the translation so we know what's going on. All right, let's go check the X and see what they're saying. At least 4 rescued, 10 remaining missing after explosion. Partial collapse at the Aon Mall in Kumamoto, Japan, following earthquake earlier today. So I guess they got 4 rescued, 10 remain missing. Well, that can't be right because there's like 20 to 30 people missing. So that can't be totally right. Just Josh with you. Okay. I'll try to remember that. I'm usually pretty good about it, but I'll try to remember it. I'm also half awake because I've been on for almost 8 hours and haven't slept. They just left the world in autopilot after Jesus took a vacation to deal with Planet 9. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, folks. So it is dark right now in Japan, so everything that they're doing is nighttime rescues. Oh no. Oh no, EC. Man, why don't we get stuff in Spanish? So I think this guy's a defense minister, I believe.
はい、いいですか。ただいま官邸で令和8年熊本地震非常災害対策本部に出席してまいりました。地震発生後、高市総理からのご指示を受け、自衛隊は陸海空の航空機20機が上空からの被害情報の収集を行っています。また熊本県庁をはじめ揺れの強かった地域に連絡員を派遣するとともに初動対処部隊も出動しております。本日17時30分熊本県知事から北熊本駐屯地の第8師団長に対し災害派遣要請があり、第8師団が3600名体制で活動を開始しています。 また陸上自衛隊の第42即応機動連隊と第8偵察隊を中心にイオンモール熊本での人命救助に当たっています。および生活支援等にも引き続き緊張感を持って全力で活動してまいります。以上です。
によりますと震度6。
So that guy was, I guess he's in charge of the JDSF, Earthquakes, Clouds, and Meteorological Disaster Headquarters. The earthquake occurred, and we received instructions from the Prime Minister and the Defense Forces aircraft from the ground, sea, and air are collecting information on the damage. Also, he visited Kumamoto Prefecture office and other areas where the shaking was strong to dispatch liaison officers. Initial response units have also been dispatched. Today at 5:30 p.m., he received a request from the governor of Kumamoto dispatched the 8th Division of the Kitakumote Garrison for disaster relief, and the 8th Division is mobilized with 3,600 personnel to start operations. Also, the ground self-defense forces, 4th Raid Deployment Regime, and 8th Reconnaissance Unit are mainly at the 4th Mall Kumamoto for life-saving operations. They will continue to collect information as it comes. We'll go to this guy.
そして今回の地震は宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測しました。この鹿島町は宇城市と氷川町に近い場所に位置しているんですが、震度が分かっていません。それほど大きな揺れだったということも言われます。現在も、
Alright.
が入ってきています。警察関係者によりますと、爆発があった熊本県鹿島町のイオンモール熊本で、少なくとも数人の死亡が確認されたということです。この現場では従業員とみられる20人から30人の安否が分からなくなっています。繰り返しお伝えします。警察関係者によりますと、爆発があった熊本県鹿島町のイオンモール熊本で、少なくとも数人の死亡が確認されたということです。この現場では従業員とみられる20人から30人の安否が分からなくなっています。また警察によりますと、熊本県宇城市松葉瀬町で住宅が倒壊し、この家に住む2人のうち1人が下敷きとなり、安否が分からない状態だということです。年齢や性別など詳しい情報は入っていません。また熊本県八代市では倒壊した家屋で見つかり、病院に搬送された1人が亡くなったということです。警察は地震との関連を調べています。
警察庁は熊本県で震度7を観測した地震を受け、10県の警察本部から広域緊急援助隊の隊員を派遣し、救助活動と情報収集に当たるよう指示しました。警察庁は地震を受けて設置していた災害警備本部を格上げして、警察庁長官をトップとする非常災害警備本部を設置しました。また福岡県警、佐賀県警、大分県警など10県の警察本部に対し、広域緊急援助隊の隊員の派遣を指示しました。隊員の数はおよそ370人で、救助活動や情報収集などに当たります。
情報カメラの映像では、
So what I'm doing is I have my cell phone set up on my desk, and I have an extra pair of headphones pointed at it, and I have Google Translator listening to when they speak, translating, and then telling me into my head with an earbud on the other ear what they're saying. It is the most half-assed way I've ever done this. I should have somewhere, and I don't know where I stuck it, a cable that has a headphone in one side to a USB-C and then mic out on the other side. Because then what I would do is just take that and plug it in my audio interface and then just have Google Translate do it for us. But this is my ghetto way of doing it, and it's working. Me, and now I just read it off to everybody. But if I did it the other way, it would do it for us. At least a few deaths have been confirmed and reported. This is where the employees are believed to be. 20 to 30 employees aren't accounted for. That's inside the mall. Also, according to the police in Kumamoto Prefecture, Yuki City, Matabusa town, a house collapsed and 2 people living in the house. One of them was crushed and is unaccounted for, according to the police. The age and gender are not yet known. Also, in the same prefecture, Yatoshiro City, a house collapsed. People were taken to the hospital, where 1 person has died. The police are investigating a connection to the earthquake. The National Police Agency has confirmed seismic intensity is 7 in the area, and has received reports from 10 different reports of emergencies at the headquarters in the area. Assisting teams be dispatched for rescue operations, information gathering. The National Police Agency has established disaster security headquarters and upgraded to the National Police Agency Commissioner as the head of the Emergency Disaster Security Headquarters. Also, the Fukuoka Prefecture Police and Saga Prefecture Police and Ota Prefecture Police, etc. 10 headquarters have been instructed to dispatch in broad areas emergency assistance teams. The number of personnel is approximately 370. They'll be engaged in rescue operations, information gathering. The accident body cams do that automatically? Oh, that's pretty freaking badass. I want a pair of Google glasses that does it. That's what I really want. Now you can just look at stuff and put it in front of my face. Because if I go to Japan, I'm totally bringing this with me and have it in my ear. Just so I can say, where's the bathroom? How to do it. But I should have the other cable somewhere. I just can't find the damn thing. It's either in one of my Pelican cases behind me, or with all my camera gear and audio gear for traveling, or I don't know where the hell it's at, to be honest. And that's just my guess. I have to just go order a new one. Yours died 25 years ago. This guy, again, he's been up here repeatedly. He's a scientist talking about the seismic activity. I've heard what he says a bunch. I'm not putting him on right now. Actually, I have another device somewhere too that would work. I don't even know where the hell that's on either. Whatever. It's okay. You guys can love your pet rock however you want. Just some of you were weird and sticking the rock in your butt, and I don't know why. Oh, that's what I want. It's $17. That's expensive. Not cheap. There's got to be a cheaper one. These are made for like $5. $13. We're getting cheaper. What? Dual headphone out? No. Terrible. Why would you do that?
いうのが、本当の我々の思っているところですね。確認ですが、10年前にそのエネルギーが解放された形にはなったけれども、また再び歪みがたまる状況になっていて、その地震が時期はわからないけれども今回起きてしまったということなんですね。ここで解放されたんですけど、その解放されたけれどもこの周辺領域ではたまっていたということですね。ではその断層というのは具体的にどのように動いたと見るべきなんでしょうか。今回動いた断層はこのオレンジ色のヒナグ断層ですけれども、今回は右横ずれ断層といいまして、こちら側が西側が北側に、東側が南西側に、こちらに今ですね。このように横に水平に断層を挟んで、水平に地面が動いたということになります。
なるほど。高速道路のこの空撮の映像などを見ましても、途中でこうまさにせり上がるように断層が、その亀裂が走ってせり上がるようになってました。これもやはりこうしたその地震の一つの 例といいますか、地震の典型的な形。
そうですね、地表近くまでもしくは地表まで断層の破壊がいった場合にはですね、地面でこう地面がずれてしまうというところで、地面でずれが見えるということになりますね。
震度7という非常に強い地震なんですけれども、揺れ方ですね、この特徴的なものというのはありますでしょうか。
はい、今回の揺れの特徴はですね、ガタガタと短い周期で、揺れる、ゆらゆらっていうんではなくて、ガタガタと短い周期で揺れるもので、それはですね、低い建物、一軒家ですとか、低いアパートとか、そういうものをより揺らすような揺れなんですね。でそれでかつ震源が浅くて、町のすぐ真下で起きていますので、陸上の、町のすぐ真下で起きてますので、強く揺れると、そういうのが特徴ですね。
なるほど。
そしてかなり浅い、震源ではありましたけれども、揺れた範囲はかなり広範囲に思えるんですが、この辺りはどういうふうに見たらいいんでしょうか。
それは地震そのものが今回非常に大きかったですから、その分広い範囲で揺れると。ただ震度765といった非常に強い揺れた範囲というのは、あまり他の地震と比べるとそんなに大きくはないんだけれども、それよりも弱い揺れというなるとかなり広い範囲で揺れたということになりますね。
なるほど。しかしそれにしても九州の鹿児島でも震度4とか、四国でも震度4と、これ断層がですね、断層帯の活動というか揺れが横ずれがですね、範囲が長かったとか、そういった特徴というのは伺えるんでしょうか。
そうですね。これからの調査にはなると思うんですけれども、マグニチュード7の地震ですから、ある程度の長さの断層が動いたとは思うんですよね。そういうのもありまして、ある程度の広さでそれなりの揺れが観測されたということになります。
一応確認ですけれども、以前に10年前にこの揺れたその時の地震で一部解放された力があった。でその後その稲具断層の方に力がたまるっていうこと自体は、研究者の方は皆さん分かっている。
そうですね。それはみんな研究者の間では一致した見解であったと思います。
でいずれか来るという状況ではあったということなんですね。
いつかは分からないけれども、いつかは来るだろうというふうには思っていました。
特に周期として長いとか短いっていうようなことはないんですか。
それは特にないですね。早かったなとかそういうふうには特に遅かったなとか早かったなとか本当にいつか分からなかった。
それは何も分からないということなんですね。
運転中に揺れが襲いました。
信号も止まった。停電ですね。びっくりした。タイヤがダメになったの。
俺も思いました。
まだ揺れてる。なんかもう一回揺れてるな。
部屋の中は足の踏み場もないほどに。画面奥に見えるのは2016年4月の震度7の地震で大きな被害を受けた熊本城。10年前は屋根瓦の大半が剥がれ落ちましたが、映像を見る限り今回天守閣に目立った被害はありません。しかし石垣の一部が大きく崩れました。
こちら熊本駅前です。駅前にはですね、かなり多くの人が避難してきているのが分かります。暑い中ですが皆さん外に避難してきています。
当時駅の建物ではイベントが行われていました。
もう出ていただいてますよ。
熊本市内の道路は夕方の帰宅ラッシュと重なったこともあり、至る所で渋滞が発生しました。熊本地方を大きな揺れが襲ったのは午後4時27分。宇城市と氷川町で最大震度7を観測しました。また震度6強を熊本市南区、八代市、宇土市、 美里町、益城町、6弱を合志市、上天草市などで観測しています。気象庁によると、震源の深さはおよそ16キロ、地震の規模を示すマグニチュードは 7.1 でした。その後も地震が相次いでいます。
地震です。はい、そして今ですね、緊急地震速報が鳴りました。緊急地震速報が鳴りました。今私たちは熊本市西区にあります KAB 熊本朝日放送の社屋から最大震度7を観測しました宇城市氷川町方面に向かっているんですが、今緊急地震速報が携帯から鳴りました。
最大震度5弱を3回観測しました。
今後の地震や雨に十分注意していただいて、危険な場所に立ち入らないようにお願いいたします。また過去にも熊本地震の例もありますが、続発した地震の事例もありますので、十分注意していただきたいと考えております。
こちらは震度7を観測した宇城市。
火の様子が少し見えますね。このアパートでしょうか、建物の画面左側ですね、火がメラメラと住宅の中から出ているのが確認できます。その上部分の屋根はもうすでに燃えてしまっていて、骨組みがあらわになっています。
火災は同じく震度7を観測した氷川町でも。
白煙が黙々と広範囲に広がっています。上空から見る限りはこちら住宅なんでしょうか。屋根の部分が焦げてしまったのか、もうなくなっているような様子も確認できます。
上空からは熊本県内の広い範囲で被害が出ていることがわかります。
八代市にある日本製紙工場の上空です。煙突の上部が焦げてしまっている様子が確認できまして、その下に目を向けてみますと、煙突が折れてしまったとみられます。ぽっきりと折れているような状況が確認できます。
先ほど入った情報です。この工場では安否がわからない人が複数いるということです。さらにインフラへの被害も。
今電車が止まっている様子が確認できます。辺りには6人ほどですかね、人が降りてきているのでしょうか。この電車の乗客でしょうか、人が降りてきています。電車は動かず止まっているような状態です。
この地震で JR 九州は全線で一時運転を見合わせました。高速道路への被害も確認できます。
通れなくなったトラックが止まっているような状況です。高速道路の車線またいでもう割れてしまっています。一切通れないような状況です。そして中央のガードレールもぐにゃりと曲がってしまっています。高速道路の真ん中がですね、もうひび割れて通れないような状況になっています。そしてその道路が通れなくなった車が立ち往生してしまっています。
まもなく宇土市に入ります。今宇土市に入りました。
宇土市に入ったところで、
停電の影響か信号機が消えています。この地震で熊本県内では一時およそ4万8000戸で停電が発生しました。
松葉防災拠点センターにいるので、
震度7を観測した宇城市でおよそ1万戸、震度6強を観測した八代市でおよそ1万4000戸が停電し、復旧の見込みは確認中としています。熊本県内では熱帯夜になるところが多くなる見込みで、 暑さにも十分な注意が必要です。
次放出ですか。
熊本県内ではこれまでに家屋の倒壊が12件、家屋の閉じ込めが4件確認されています。市内にある病院では怪我をした人がおよそ50人確認されていますが、被害の全容はつかめていません。今回の地震について気象庁は令和8年熊本地震と名付けました。現時点では2016年の地震との関連は不明としています。政府はこの地震を受けて非常災害対策本部を設置しました。
今後1週間程度は最大震度7程度の地震の発生に注意してください。また停電が発生している地域もございます。安全な場所に避難するなど身を守る行動をとっていただくとともに熱中症対策にもご留意ください。高市内閣ではできることはすべてやります。人命第一で政府のこの総力を挙げて対応に当たってください。
熊本市によると、熊本城では石垣27カ所が崩落し、天守閣を含む3カ所が破損しているとみられるということです。来場者や職員に怪我はありませんでした。
ヘリコプターのカメラが捉えているのは熊本県嘉島町にあるイオンモール熊本。熊本市中心部から南東におよそ8キロの場所に位置する大型ショッピングモールです。映像から分かる範囲では建物の広い範囲で屋根が吹き飛び、壁は数十メートルにわたって崩落しています。骨組みがむき出しになっている箇所も多く、建物の内部は大きく崩れ、破片の一部は地面に散乱しています。駐車場には消防の車両が複数台集まっていました。爆発が起きた瞬間、従業員を送迎するために駐車場で待機していたタクシードライバーに話を聞きました。
自分はその爆発現場の近くに待機しとったですね。仕事で吹っ飛んだ外壁の30メーターぐらい近くにおったです。
いきなりなんか爆発があって、
いきなりもうボーンって言った感じですね。周辺はもう真っ白い埃だらけになったですね。50メートルぐらい離れたところの車も被害に遭うとったですもんね。ステンレスの保冷車、それの保冷車のステンレスがもうえぐれとったですもんね。
自身はタクシーの中にいて無事だったということです。
He's saying how it's like a couple meters high and shit like that.
当時起きていたこと、消防に通報があったのは地震発生からおよそ1時間半が経過した午後6時頃のことです。イオンモールから白い煙が上がり、
If at least I would have done the
爆発音
headphone
がした
out, I would have
と
been
いう
happy.
内容でした。
Oh well. Oh well.
白い煙が上がっているこの映像は通報のあった時間に撮影されたものです。敷地面積はおよそ20万平方メートル、駐車場にはおよそ5000台が駐車可能で、地域の核となるショッピングモールでした。イオンは地震発生後に従業員と来店客の避難誘導を終えた後に爆発が起きたと説明しています。ただし店の中から全員が避難していたかは分かっていないということです。
地震の後だったけんですね、もうイオンの中にはお客さん避難して、
Saying he was in the store and everybody evacuated, but he didn't know after the earthquake, right? He says that the Aaron Mall is already full of customers.
出とられたですもんね。
一方で総務省消防庁は午後6時半に2階部分が崩落して多数の閉じ込めがあり、地元の消防本部で対応していると発表しました。爆発は相当大きなものだった可能性があり、 イオンモールから 1.5 キロほど離れた鹿島町役場にもドンという激しい音が響いていました。イオンモール近くで飲食店を経営している人にも話を聞きました。
なんか爆発があって、もう衝撃波がこういったようにちょっと来て、煙もちょうど風向きがこっち側だったので、外がなんか火山灰みたいな感じで一帯が白くなってですね。
何時頃のことだったんですかね。
大体5時40分過ぎぐらいですね。店自体が木造なので、もうなんか全体的に
I think you're talking about the earthquake in 2016 right now. They're just rehashing the old earthquake and comparing it to the new one. Those are live footages that they're bringing up, especially on 2 and 4, about what's going on there right now outside of it. Again, right now it's kind of sparse about how many people they pulled out who are actually okay. So I guess Netanyahu and Zelensky both showed up to the, White House today. They're just having a big old fun event. Good for them, I guess. Good for them. How's everybody there? How are you doing today on your Tuesday morning? Hope you're all doing good. I hope everyone's doing all right. I know it's kind of fortunately a crappy day for people in Japan. I hope you're all doing all right today. If you guys have a hankering to throw in some dollary dues, I'd appreciate it. Every little bit helps. I got bills to pay. We've had many days of nothing going on. You have GBU 72 now? Is that like instead of the other one we had before? So I get through all this. I'm like, all right, I'm going to have it talk into the computer. And then I looked at my interface. And I remember I bought a interface with only one input. And I'm like, God damn it. I have a second interface where I could plug in, but I'm just like, well, it's kicking myself in the ass. Technically, I have 3 or 4? Hold on. Well, I mean, technically, each of my keyboards can be used as an interface, but I'm not going to go down that route.
Kyushu region on Tuesday afternoon. Amid the disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It was 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower 5 on the Japanese scale. Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The Japan Meteorological Agency calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. The JMA named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. In its second news conference of the night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from dangerous places. He added there's an increased risk for earthquakes of the maximum intensity for the next week or so, especially for the next 2 to 3 days. Kumamoto prefectural officials say 4 people have been rescued at the Aeon Mall Kumamoto in Kashima
Yeah, I will.
town.
She's asleep right
They
now.
indicate the 4
I'll let her
individuals
know.
are not in a life-threatening condition. Disaster management officials note an explosion was reported at the site following the quake. They say the building's second floor collapsed. The dash cam of a car being driven near the mall captured the moment of the blast. Local officials say 10 other people remain unaccounted for at the facility. Police officers and firefighters are trying to confirm whether they're in the building. Local police say the explosion happened after about 200 customers, employees, and others had evacuated outside the shopping complex. Now, officials in Kumamoto Prefecture report 2 people were found in a state of cardiopulmonary arrest
Oh,
at
no.
a factory in Yatsushiro City.
Oh, that's
They say
where the
9 other
stack
individuals
fell.
are unaccounted for. The earthquake caused the smokestack to collapse and other damage at Nippon Paper Industries. Now, the extent of the damage in Kumamoto Prefecture is gradually becoming evident. Footage taken from an NHK helicopter at around 5:30 p.m. Tuesday shows flames and smoke emerging from what appears to be a residential building in Uki City. More NHK footage shows the roadway of a bridge in Yatsushiro City has separated, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The headquarters of the fire department responsible for the area, including Uki City,
Don't
says
spell
it's received
Japan with
many
an O.
calls after the powerful
Otherwise,
shaking
everything
and
comes
is
up in
checking the
Spanish. I
situation.
just learned.
The prefectural police say a house in that city collapsed. 4 family members who were living there are unaccounted for. One person was confirmed to have been at home during the quake. Firefighters and police are continuing their rescue efforts. A hospital in Minami Ward in Kumamoto City says over 50 people have been admitted with injuries. At least one of them was reportedly unconscious. A hospital in Hikawa town says it was treating about 80 injured people as of 9:30 p.m. Kyushu Electric Power Company said on its website about 41,000 households in Kumamoto Prefecture were without power as of 1:30 a.m. on Wednesday.
I was at a cram school nearby on the 7th floor. The shaking was intense and everybody quickly hid under their desks.
Awesome,
It was
Biscuit.
just scary.
Yellow gets a new sub.
I was working at the time. I was on the 3rd floor, and
I
the
can only
shaking was
hope.
pretty strong and lasted for a long time. It was quite a shock.
The government has dispatched the self-defense forces to the affected areas. It held a meeting of the Disaster Response Task Force at the Prime Minister's office just before 8 p.m.
Following a request from the governor of Kumamoto Prefecture, the SDF are deploying about 3,600 personnel in stages and carrying out operations in the affected areas. At this critical moment, saving lives is our top priority, and we will work closely with local authorities and take every possible measure to minimize damage and ensure the safety of the people.
政府が総力を挙げて対策を講じる必要があります。
JR Freight Railway Company says a freight train derailed and overturned at Yatsushiro Station in Yatsushiro City. No injuries were reported. Kyushu Electric Power says it has not yet found any abnormalities at either the Genkai Nuclear Power Station in Saga Prefecture or the Sendai Nuclear Power Station in Kagoshima Prefecture. It says radiation levels around the stations have not changed. Now, once again, dozens of people are injured or reportedly unaccounted for after a series of earthquakes in Japan's Kyushu region Tuesday afternoon. Now, amid the disaster, officials say an explosion in a large shopping mall has left people potentially trapped inside. A magnitude 7.1 tremor struck Kumamoto Prefecture at 4:27 p.m. It recorded a 7 on the Japanese seismic intensity scale of 0 to 7. The last quake to hit that level was the 2024 Noto Peninsula New Year's quake. Tuesday's powerful quake was followed by a number of others, some of which reached up to lower
Just need to tell him,
5
come
on
get
the
these
Japanese
boxes,
scale.
box grabber.
Long tremors were also recorded in the region. The JMA calls this long period ground motion and ranks its intensity on a 4-level scale. These tremors can rock high-rise buildings and affect people on higher floors. Kumamoto City and the surrounding areas saw Class 4 shaking. That's strong enough to make it impossible to move without crawling. Class 3 tremors make it difficult to remain standing. These were felt in the Amakusa and Ashikita regions of the prefecture. The JMA named the disaster the 2026 Kumamoto earthquake. And in its second news conference Tuesday night, an official told reporters there's still a risk of houses collapsing and the possibility of landslides. He said people should be on full alert for more earthquakes and warned people to stay away from
断水が確認されていて、全線で運転を見合わせている九州新幹線では乗客7人が怪我をしました。怪我をした乗客に命の別状はないということです。また高速道路では九州道の植木インターチェンジから栗野インターチェンジの間で通行止めになるなど、4つの高速道路の合わせて29区間で通行止めが発生しているということです。国交省は熊本県庁などに国との情報連絡員を派遣するなどして対応に当たっています。
People saying they were nervous they wanted to be able to commute. So I moved it over. We already heard some stuff from that. But
Local police say the explosion happened after about 200 customers, employees, and others had evacuated outside the shopping complex. And officials in Kumamoto Prefecture report 2 people were found in a state of...
All right. So a hiker walks 10 miles down Montana's tallest mountain after impaling himself on a pole, hoping to avoid a costly helicopter evacuation. People are like, oh, the American health system's terrible, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, other countries would charge you for the ambulance rate too. So it's not just an American thing. Good try, though. Good try. Good try indeed. Oh, I am exhausted. I have not slept and I've been up for a long time. Oh, let me get back to looking for news. You're in your birthday suit? Oh, God. And you're staring at him through the window? Dear Lord. Look, I'm just trying to get some last minute shekels. But I am starting to fall asleep, so I probably should call it a night. I was just like, I'm going to do a quick little show. 8 hours later. Oh. I'm currently scrolling through the news and see what there's something we missed that's important. I don't think we're getting any updates for the rest of today because this is going to be people going through debris and hopefully finding people who are alive that are still there. Yeah, I'll do an update later. Again, nobody else was on. So, and I was awake, so why not? I'm looking right now if there's any last minute stuff I could add. I made some new viewers. That was good. We got some new people in. I was going to drop a link for like if there's any charities out there, but I don't know any of the charities that I don't know any of the charities over there right now. And I'm a little gun shy on charities because, you know, there's always somebody out there like does a fake one. So I would have to figure out like a good one we could send people though. You brought one back today? Was that oh, what's his name? I saw him earlier. I think a lot of my audience just doesn't know about the change up and doesn't know I'm still around. Because I've been finding people are like, oh my God, I've been looking for you. And it's like, oh, I'm here. So it's just a matter of finding and bringing them back over. Make a new audience, that's the other thing. I'm trying to be more chill these days. You know, I just had a thought. Why can't I put BlueStacks with digital audio cables in to do the Google Translate and then back into the system? Would it bog it down? Will it not? I don't know. Sorry, I'm talking to myself now because I'm get a little punchy. Like, I'm just thinking there has to be some way of doing it. Some way. Yeah. 021381. That's probably some leet speak, and I can't fathom what it is off the top of my head at the moment. Oh, well, happy birthday to him if he's still in here. You should have told me. I would have wished him happy birthday. I'm nice. I do that stuff. Sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. Oh, all right. Let me, I'm going to do one last little search of news. Oh. Oh, I see. All right, I got you. I understand now what it is. Now I get you. Apparently a cruise ship ran aground in Dubai. No, Danube. Sorry, not Dubai. Getting sleepy. Yeah, either that or the American or the Red Cross, I would say would probably be good ones to see. I'll check with some other accounts I know and some folks I know. So you can get a donation link to help them. I mean, I don't know. I was a part of the American Red Cross for my EMT stuff. So that's the only thing I know about him. I know. So your guess is as good as mine on that. It's a nice camera. Yeah, it seems like now all the regular news is catching up. I have done my... Well, that's what I said. Like, that's the only thing I know about him. Oh my God, guys, I need $1,200 right now. The Helion rifle, the Springfield Armory Helion rifle on... Oh, who the hell is that? Don't know if that's Weapon Outfitters or if that's Palmetto. I think it's Palmetto. Yeah, Palmetto Armory has the Helion on sale right now for $1,200. Oh, that's awesome. Anyways, sorry, I was just dorking out there. Anyways, you saw I'm getting kind of sleepy and forgetting what the hell I'm doing. Talking about random shit. Squirrel! All right, last call for donations. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, buy me a coffee, whichever you'd like. If you have not already subbed up, please do so. Please hit the like button if you're on YouTube and you haven't already done it. The rest of you, I am out of here. You should go to Trappers because then you can help me, because if I had 10 of you buy guns this month, I might have gotten a free Tavor. I'm not gonna lie, there was definitely some in it for me. Am I on tonight? It depends whenever I wake up, man. Like, I'm gonna go pass out, and whenever I get up, maybe. It's a maybe. That's all I know. Maybe. Probably. That's my answer's probably, because I'm probably gonna pick up where I left off on this. Do you have a good night, everyone? Take it easy. People of Japan, prayers for you, and I hope you're all okay. And I hope a lot of those people they find are okay. So you have a good night, everyone, and take it easy. And I will see you all either tonight or Wednesday, whenever my body decides it wants to be. You have a very good night. Nice meeting you. You too. Have a good one, everybody. Take care. Love you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for the new subs. Thank you very much for becoming a new pack member. Thank you, Darlene, for the 100. Thank you, Jersey Shore, for 25. And Vermont Living for 10. Good night.